Okay. Good morning. Thank you for coming to the Board of County Commissioners meeting on March 20th, 2024. If you are going to speak and you haven't filled out your blue form yet, please get it over to Brenda. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we do now have citizen input. I believe Carl Shoemaker. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Carl Shoemaker. I live in Bend. When I was a seaman in the Coast Guard in the early 80s, I was assigned aboard the Coast Guard cutter Point Chico. And one time we were off Monterey, California at 3 o'clock in the morning in high seas. When you're on the helm facing 25-foot waves on an 82-foot patrol boat, the waves break over the 12-foot deck, the bow. And you only see them the last few seconds before they hit the window of the helm. You have to keep a steady hand on the helm. Well, we've got some high seas coming up in November, and we have to keep a steady hand on our own helm. Otherwise, we're going to capsize. It's very important for people to vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Shoemaker.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your brief remarks this morning. And we'll need our clock working. It wasn't working on that one. I didn't see it. Oh, we're working on it. Good. Well, am I surprised? No, thank you. Okay, good. That always works. Any other consent agenda? Any raised hands for consent? Okay, thank you.
Ann Brayfield.
Anne, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Brayfield. I live in Bend, Oregon on the west side. What you have in front of you today as concerns the Wilson Avenue triplex is a safe.
Yes. Anne,
yes.
we're going to open that public hearing in just a few minutes. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
could we welcome you back at that time? And I believe I see Doreen
Absolutely.
Ty.
Yes,
Doreen, would
thank
you like to join us?
Yes.
There. Good morning.
Good morning, Doreen.
I wanted to once again bring up the airport and your really heavy leaded fuel pollution load. You know, your room is full of people that are really concerned about children. You know, and that's a very fair concern. And you know, people in these homes might be a threat to their children and might not. There's no question in the world in whether lead is going to harm children. There is zero blood lead level that is safe. There is none. And with children, it impacts them for life. You need to get the lead out of this airport. Cindy Chavez down at Reed Hillview did a symposium and a video that I watched this past week. She put herself out there. Oh, before I run off, just wanted to put in there, you know, children on the east side versus the west side of Bend. you know, East Side seems to be getting redlined a lot. And on the West Side, they would have a lot more ability because there's a lot more stay-at-home moms. There's a lot more, video, surveillance, they just have a lot higher tech and a lot more people around with a heads up. And that might be a lot better location for predators. Anyway, so I'm going to move on. Cindy Chavez said, if you have any questions about Santa Clara County's work around leaded avgas, I hope me and my colleagues can be a resource to you. We act like we're still debating whether lead is still a problem for human health. Lead is a problem for human health. We took it out of car fuels because we knew that. We should take it out of avgas as well because we know that. And one other, her slide, just to cover it, some of the things that she said on one of her slides, but she went in detail, was, sorry, I had to pull up the study. Blood lead study findings, samples of children increased significantly within proximity to airport. They're significantly higher among children residing east and predominantly downwind of airport. Sample of children increased significantly with air traffic at airport. Children who live within a half mile of the airport have blood lead levels 20 times higher than children living between a mile and a half away. The action they've taken since is this study was accepted and immediately took all available actions to prevent continued lead exposure, offer technical assistance to other jurisdictions, education awareness campaign, update county health assessment to include study, continue visioning process for future of Reed Hill View, community engagement, test blood lead levels of incarcerated youth. I think that's a biggie. They shouldn't be doing time if they're lead exposed, or they should at least be getting some help. Please study in peer-reviewed scientific journal. County submits petition to EPA for endangerment finding secured unleaded avgas for county-owned airports. So all that to say, they're available. We really need to get the lead out of our airport. She's made herself and her staff broadly available. So let's get it out of our airport. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Doreen. I see another raised hand. Efron?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So, I think this is the right place. I just wanted to express my concern. I live in 686 Southeast Centennial, literally like right around the corner from the house that we're talking about.
Oh, you know what? The public hearing has not opened yet. Can
I'm
you
sorry.
hold on for a bit? We are
Yeah,
going to start as soon as we work through our consent agenda.
Got you. I had no idea what.
We
Okay.
do want to hear from you, just not right at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other raised hands? Okay, all right. So let's go on to our consent agenda then.
So I'll move approval of consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion?
And just for discussion, item number 4, the 2025 vehicle purchases with Sheriff's Office. Just did a little homework on that. So last year there was a big vehicle purchase, like 35 or 39 vehicles. This year is more like 15. So, and this is just putting the contract in place for the state pricing. Just acknowledging that.
Okay. And I believe the good news is a lot of officers take their vehicles home with them now, which I do believe that's a great message for neighborhoods. So Commissioner DeBonne?
Vote yes.
And Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you. We will now go to first our item number 8, our public hearing on the Wilson Avenue Housing Program. Thank you, Eric.
So I'll just make a statement real quick. Thank you very much for preparing this presentation. As I say, the input we've received in the last few weeks during public testimony, all has been received. So I just want to acknowledge that. Very engaged in this subject, not discounting it at all. You know, me as one sitting commissioner, and it just, when we have those public testimony at the beginning of the meeting, it's not a back and forth at that point. So I'm just acknowledging this is a great digestion of what we've heard in the last few weeks, even preparing for this.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator.
I'm Dee Holcomb, Director of Community Justice.
I'd like to start out with the meeting format. There'll be a staff presentation by Dee and me. At any moment, the board may ask staff questions. Then there'll be a public hearing. In fact, you may want to open up the public hearing now, just so that the staff presentation is part of it.
Okay, so we're going to open the public hearing now.
The public hearing is an opportunity for community members to talk or present to the board. Typically, there's a time limit with a maximum of 3 minutes, but it's really at the chair's discretion. So I would recommend, before we start the community input, for that to be communicated of how much time per person, and usually it's based on the number of people that want to speak. So it doesn't have to be decided now, but before the first presenter, I would recommend the chair determine how much time will be allotted to each person.
Well, at the moment, we do have 13 people that we know of want to make a presentation, 2 online, and I have 11 sheets filled out. So we'll see. That could be 3 minutes each.
Okay. Also, after people present to the board, the commissioners may ask questions. Sometimes somebody will present for the full 3 minutes, and then a commissioner has a question, and so that time is really at the discretion of the commissioners. But just so the audience knows that sometimes somebody will speak for 3 minutes, and then that'll be the end of their presentation. Other times somebody will present for up to 3 minutes, and then there'll be questions from the commissioners, and so that 3 minutes is a little bit longer, but it's because of the questions from the commissioners. The public hearing is not intended for a back and forth dialogue from the committee members and the board, although at the board's discretion, they may ask questions of the community members. At the end of the public hearing, there's several options for the board. At today's meeting or at a future meeting, there may be discussions among the commissioners, there may be deliberations, and ultimately a decision. Again, that could be done today or at a future meeting based on the will of the board. So that's just a little bit about the meeting format. Next, Dee is going to talk about the Wilson Avenue program background.
Thanks, Eric. So good morning, commissioners. Thank you for scheduling this meeting to discuss the Wilson Avenue program for justice-involved men with the community. My piece today is to recap the program's key decision points and evolution over the past 10 months, share its basic operational structure as of now, and how parole and probation is engaging with the program.
Davey, maybe just take a moment and explain your position in kind of community justice, org chart or how it's set up a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. As I stated for the record, I'm the director of community justice. Community justice is a county department that has 2 divisions. One is adult parole and probation. The other is the juvenile division. The Wilson Avenue program relates specifically and only to the adult parole and probation division, which has about 45 employees. About half of those folks are parole and probation officers, and the rest are, administrative support or specialist staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I can take that.
One of the slides.
Yeah. All right. So you have this in your materials and on the slide. So I'll first just recap the key decision points and program evolution, starting with the, at the left there at May 2023. So last May, the county, of course, through my department, applied for and was subsequently awarded an approximately $1 million grant through the governor's emergency order 23-02 to be a part of the solution to homelessness in Deschutes County. Specifically, we were awarded funding to partner with a private agency to provide short and longer term transitional housing and support services for justice-involved men with the highest likelihoods of acute and chronic homelessness, and whose homelessness status merits public safety scrutiny, specifically those with sexual offense convictions and supervision requirements. So moving on, in June, the county signed its original agreement with the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. We'll refer to that as COIC. COIC administers the emergency order grant. Since then, my department has continued to work closely with COIC as the program has been implemented and integrated into emergency order funding, definitions, and implementation. We have appreciated their patience and technical assistance as our program continues to ramp up to full implementation. In October, moving forward on that timeline, after a competitive procurement process, the county selected the provider of Free on the Outside to be the program provider. Moving next, in November, a potential property was identified, 640 Southeast Wilson, which from here out, I'll just refer to or simultaneously as the Wilson Avenue program. That's what we're talking about. This property has many ideal qualities for our program, although it does not have one quality that we had originally desired in order to maximize the number of participants who could be in this program. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Moving forward, after the property was identified, the counties asked the selected provider to conduct a courtesy community outreach to the neighbors living in the properties nearest to the program. That occurred on November 27th. I'll just note here, emergency order shelter beds are defined specifically for the emergency order program. These definitions differ from federal and other state definitions of shelter. So when it came time for this outreach, there was no statutory requirement for notification or, barring that, what type, length, and depth of outreach would be advised. Since that time, we have heard and acknowledged that some community members found this outreach to be very inadequate. They also found it to be poorly or inaccurately documented by the provider. The flyer provided was only available in English, and the individuals providing the outreach did not speak Spanish, and that was a barrier for some of the folks they spoke with. Moving forward, any outreach or communication my department is involved in will ensure robust documentation and that we are inclusive of our Spanish-speaking community members. Moving on in the timeline, the property was approved and purchased in December, and by January 5th, 2024, one of the current tenants in that property had been rehoused and the first participant was placed. The remaining two tenants in the property were successfully rehoused throughout the rest of January 2024. So in the time periods that I've described, and since January 5th, some aspects of the Wilson Avenue program have evolved and changed from its original application. This is not unusual with grant-funded programs. And the evolution and changes that have occurred have all been shared, vetted, and approved by COIC, which is our grant administrator. The next 4 slides will cover kind of some current operating definitions and status, and I'll let you know where the current status may have changed over time, if applicable. Oops, sorry. A little slow. Okay. First thing, distance from places where minors congregate. This is an area that has changed from the original application. And of course, has been a topic of community concern that we are aware of and have engaged with, and want to acknowledge. So our original application was specific to providing shelter and housing for those on community supervision with highest rates of homelessness. So that included those who have restrictions on living or frequenting locations with proximity to where minors congregate. So to maximize, this is again at the time of the original application, to maximize the number of participants who could legally reside in such a program, we anticipated looking for a property that was located far from places where minors congregate. And in the grant application, there was a reference to being 1,000 or more feet from a place where minors are. Now, the property ultimately identified, 640 Southeast Wilson, does not meet this 1,000 feet distance from a public park or another place where minors congregate. Therefore, the program will be limited in terms of the specific participants it will serve. In other words, so just to kind of, as an example, if a judge or another authority might order an individual on supervision to live beyond a specific measurement of, let's say, a public park. So let's say the judge said, and the judge would be the individual providing these conditions. You have to live 1,000 feet from a park. Let's just say that individual would not be eligible for participation in this program because this location is less than 1,000 feet from a park. So that is a change.
So yeah, just getting real clear about this. So the goal was, or the aspirational goal was 1,000 feet. But we know that if a judge court ordered sanction for a specific person says 1,000 feet, disqualified directly
Yes,
for any individual that is
Yeah.
in that scenario.
yes.
And can I ask a number of people throughout this process have asked about level 1, 2, and 3 sex offenders, or people with level 1, 2, and 3 sex offenses in their record. And I'd love to ask just how that, how a level 3 offense in your record interacts with this 1,000 foot criteria. Like, are there people with level 3 offenses who do not have this 1,000 foot criteria associated with them? Are there people who do?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would venture to say there isn't anybody on supervision in Deschutes County who has a restriction of 1,000, specifically, quote unquote, 1,000 feet from a public park. That's actually not a common, or it's not a statute. That 1,000 feet was in the application to provide kind of just a reference. There are other parts of Oregon statute that reference 1,000 feet as being kind of a safe distance from schools. You mostly find that in the substance abuse, the scheduled substance use statute. So it's kind of it was a way for us to quantify, to give an image or a picture, or to describe what quote unquote distance might look like. So most of the time, and if you want further information, either right now or later, I would definitely look to my colleague Tanner, who's behind me, who's much more familiar with this piece of statute. But if a restriction is given as far as distance to, sometimes the order might just say, don't live near, don't frequent near. And that's all that's provided, is a very vague, description of near. So then it becomes up to kind of the parole and probation department of what near might mean and how to quantify that. So there are level 1, 2, and 3 folks who, like I said, I don't think there's anybody who has that specific restriction right now, because it's very, very rare that a judge or a prison release authority would be so specific. If they did, though, they could be in probably any of those levels. There's no direct correlation between a level 3 person and a person who has restrictions to a park. There definitely could be, but it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
Got it. Thank you.
So in October, when you selected the provider, there was only one person that actually applied, correct? Free on the outside?
One entity, yes.
Okay. And was their score not like 71? I remember it was like a failing score, but I believe I said at the time, is that really safe to go ahead with someone who actually scored, to me, so low?
Mm-hmm.
And then I've done research on sex offenders. In Oregon, only level 3 get a red dot if they move into your neighborhood. That's an incredibly small percentage, like 5%. My neighbor had been telling me, I live out in Sisters, when we had sex offenders in the neighborhood, and so I told her the other day, I go, do you want to know that that's only the level 3s here? Because if you came from California, they all get a red dot, I believe, according to what I've done my research on. So yeah, I feel like we're dealing with, it seems like level 3 shouldn't be allowed there. In Oregon, I believe it said they are more than likely to radicalize. So why would we want anyone with a level 3 there? Just to start with.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if you had a specific question for me, but I'm happy to.
Well, was their score 71?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what their specific score was. What I do know is after the initial scoring of applications, when the group met, one of the members had misunderstood something, and when they understood it after conversation, I believe the score was increased. But yes, I think originally speaking, 71 or something around there sounds correct. Honestly, people who work with folks on supervision for sexual offenses are rare. It's a population that is tough to work with. A lot of people don't want anything to do with those folks. So we don't have a ton of providers who work specifically with the population across the state. So it wasn't a surprise to only receive the one. And they did receive a score that our community panel assisted with scoring and understood that it was a good likelihood to continue with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The second area on this particular slide, that low barrier to high barrier, is another area of change from our original application. So on January 22nd, 2024, COIC changed the barrier designation of the Wilson Avenue program from a low barrier, which is what we had applied for, to a high barrier. Now, this designation was possible for really two reasons. The region, so thinking from the perspective of the emergency order, from the state's perspective, this region had not yet maximized the state funding percentages allowed for high barrier programming. So at the beginning of the emergency order, they said this percentage must be low barrier, this percentage can be high barrier, and we applied for low barrier. On January 22nd, COIC let us know they actually had funding available for high barrier. And because of our program location, because of our sole referral source, i.e. folks, just parole and probation will be referring folks to this program. It's not a walk-in, it's not a public shelter where members of the public can just come in. And because of the screening tools that we were wanting to develop, again, because of the location, which I'll get to in a second, they switched it to high barrier. And really what that means is there's a lot more allowance for the program operator or for us on the referring side to put in a lot of restrictions. So high barrier means you have to jump higher to get in, right? Low barrier was you had to jump a little less high, if that makes sense. So that is something that changed. And then finally, again, I'm going to go back to this definition that we have been learning as we've worked with this program. The program will only be utilizing emergency order shelter bed services. Our original application, if you've looked at it, asked for some shelter beds and some quote unquote rapid rehousing beds. And that's because we had an intention to work, excuse me, to provide some short-term beds, people short-term stays, and we also recognize there might be folks who needed to stay longer. So for us, that was identified as some shelter, some housing. Again, with that definition of shelter, that allows us a lot of leeway, depending on the person's circumstances, for them to stay short or to stay long. So in effect, as it will look, I mean, it looks a lot like transitional housing, which is why we're using that term. Some people will stay a short period of time. They may not pay rent. Some people who do stay for a long period of time, maybe the entire course of their supervision, will pay rent. And that's kind of the model that is acceptable and being used, even as it's called quote unquote shelter, because that shelter definition is based on EO definitions. All right, I'll move on. Thanks. All right. So program participants, who does the program serve? You can kind of see from this slide, these are actually all pretty consistent with our original application. There were no changes here other than, as I've already mentioned, that high barrier designation. And maybe I think I might have mentioned it earlier, but that last bullet point, all residents of the Wilson House program are assigned to a parole and probation officer and required to comply with their court mandated supervision. And they will only be allowed there if they are on supervision. It's not a place for folks to stay when their supervision ends. All right, screening and placement. This is another area that has developed since the original application. I'll kind of try to walk you through it. So the original low barrier status allowed for that first bullet point, safety and readiness. And so we were always planning to have that screening process. That would include the person needed to agree to and be able to abide by program rules, comply with their supervision conditions, and then conduct themselves safely in the community. That was kind of the initial requirement. With that switch to high barrier, I would kind of maybe ask you to see it, rather than now being a one-part screening process, it's like a three-part screening process. So we've got that first process, as I just described, and then the second one, which is our second bullet point here, screening to assess the totality of circumstances. So this new screening criteria consists of a comprehensive assessment of each potential participant's likelihood of increasing threat of harm to the neighborhood, given the program's location. Items included in the screening tool are here up on the slide, some of which are producing a numerical score that will, work to create cutoff points, and others of which will require the parole and probation officer's professional judgment. So just as a quick example, I won't go run all through them. Happy to ask or answer questions if you've got them. Reason for supervision, that would be their crime of conviction, for example. Risk and need, this is the assessment of the person's risk to reoffend using a validated risk assessment. Validated just means it's been researched and has shown to have a good predictive value for a person's propensity to reoffend. That information has been validated on Oregon residents, so it's quite local. We will look at assessments that are general and, if applicable, very offense specific. We'll look at compliance with current supervision, compliance on past supervision, and of course, their readiness to agree by house rules, which is included above. So that's part 2 of the screening. Part 3 of the screening is, and again, this is the high barrier designation allows this. Candidates will need to demonstrate what you see up there. Essentially, that they are actively involved in their supervision. They're not just toeing the line, hanging out, doing the bare minimum, take it or leave it. That's not what we're talking about. We really need to see a person who is willing and engaged. That could look like treatment. It could look like being employed or seeking employment, that kind of thing. So those are kind of the 3, if you think of the barriers, those are 3 barriers that must be reached in order for a person to actually be screened through and admitted to the program. And then it's on this slide, I think, because again, it's not like the story then ends and P&P walks away and nobody knows what's happening in the house and nobody cares. In fact, what's going to continue happening is a parole and probation officer, pretty much deep level of support, monitoring and support, as you can see there. And I'm going to go into a little bit about what that looks like in a second.
So if somebody is in need and doesn't qualify, I don't know if, how much you want to go into this right now, but I mean, what are the other options? In an acute moment, it's renting a hotel room or possibly being on the street without a known address, even they're under supervision. So I just, the people that won't qualify for this.
I think you have answered that. Those are the choices. Those are the choices we have now. Folks are homeless, unsheltered homeless, kind of disproportionately, that's the case for this population. When they are homeless, it's unsheltered status. We are not able to afford hotel rooms, of course, for long periods of time. And sometimes they're just not available at all. This is a popular place for people in all kinds of seasons, so it's just not available. Sometimes people can access the Lighthouse shelter, but that is a place that occasionally minors congregate. So we have been very, very strict with that. And if we've got somebody in there and a young person comes in, we boot our supervised person out for the duration at the time that the minor is there. So it's not a lot of options. Okay. So moving on, I know I've been in front of you many, many times, and I think you are fairly familiar with parole and probation, but I just kind of want to highlight a couple of things on the slides. This is what parole and probation does for everybody on supervision. This will include everybody who is in the Wilson Avenue program. And I'm not sure that that's always known exactly what that is. So I want to just take this time to do that. So, parole and probation, as I mentioned up front, has 22 parole and probation officers, POs, providing supervision, services, and sanctions to approximately 1,000 individuals who live across the county. We do this with a dedication and a balanced approach to public safety, accountability, and providing opportunity for rehabilitation. And we don't do that from the goodness of our hearts. That is our statutory obligation. That is what we must do. And we do it with as much diligence and professionalism as we can. Supervision in Deschutes County is primarily reserved for individuals who have been convicted of a felony and some misdemeanors. They've been sentenced to probation by a judge, or they've been sentenced to prison, and now they're returning from prison and living in the community. So that's the community supervision piece. The accountability steps, that's a big one. Obviously, people on supervision are at all different ranges of readiness to change and readiness and ability to conduct themselves within their own internal moral compass. So our work on the accountability front is two parts. We provide external accountability when it is necessary. We enforce conditions of supervision. We hold people accountable. And then we also, again, provide those opportunities for those folks to learn and grow into their own personal intrinsic accountability. These are some of the aspects that are done with anybody on supervision. And this will, of course, include Wilson House. Assigned to a PO. They will meet regularly with the PO. That's through both home visits to the program. There will be probably multiple staff there weekly. If it's applicable for the person, there will be substance abuse testing. We make referrals and then we coordinate with treatment providers, or in this case, the housing provider. We help and ensure that folks connected with the court system, if they have any fees or restitution. And that last bullet point, of course, we enforce the conditions of supervision. Now, something I think might be of real relevance and interest for your discussion today as you listen to the community, what other mitigation tools are there? What happens when people really aren't going down the right path, when the behavior is not changing, when we still continue to see problems? It is the case that we cannot just put everybody in jail or everybody back in prison, the moment they step out of line. We have to do a number of things to try to mitigate before we get to that stage in many cases. And this is an example. And these are elements I imagine that will be used a lot with the Wilson program. One is electronic monitoring. That can be a GPS bracelet. It can also be something called a transdermal alcohol sensor. It sensors whether the person has been using alcohol through the skin, if that's an issue for the person. Our POs are able to do unannounced search. Conditions require that the person comply with unannounced searches. They can require that the person participate in a random UA program. So they're frequently randomly getting urinalysis testing for substances within the body. We utilize new and emerging technology in the digital sphere. So there's a digital media monitoring I guess it's a technique and a tool that allows us to prevent individuals or to monitor individuals' web-based activity when the internet has been a feature of their crime. So it stops it and or allows us to monitor it and then stop it. And then finally, increased reporting is always something that, we're able to do if a person's behavior begins to sort of spin out and begin to look like maybe the path of change is slowly coming.
What's that increased reporting? What does that mean?
It can be, I need to see you in my office twice a week. It can mean
Okay.
I'm gonna see you twice this week. It can mean I want you to call me.
According to your,
Yeah.
okay. got it.
Perfect. I want you to call me when you go to your employee. I want to know that you're going to work on time. Call me when you get there. That kind of
More
thing.
touches.
Yeah, more touches.
Got it.
Perfect.
Do you ever remember, like in I thought we had like 1,200 people that were dealing with the parole and probation system, but we're actually now down?
Yes. Yes, we've actually seen a huge decrease since COVID. And of course, as you're very familiar with all the criminal justice reform related to substances. So we're looking at kind of an upturn again, post-pandemic, but also with the changes that were just recently made to ballot measure 110 and those criminal drug possessions. We anticipate that going back up, but it has decreased over the past 5-6 years.
Okay, even though the number of inmates at like Deer Ridge has actually gone up quite a bit, is what I was told last time I visited.
Yeah, I mean, that could be, the part of another part of criminal justice reform in Oregon has been to utilize downward departures or to get people out of prison, quicker to avoid new prison builds. It's possible that the prisons themselves may have more crowding or be more busy than community supervision because the facilities weren't enough at the time that the reform began.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
DV, I want to understand how the time frame that someone's under supervision might interact with the time frame that someone is an individual is transitionally housed at Wilson Avenue. Will there be people who are under supervision for much longer than, or potentially longer than they might be housed at Wilson? And will there be anyone at Wilson Avenue who has completed their supervision?
Thank you, Commissioner. There will be nobody living at Wilson Avenue who are off supervision. It is a program specifically for those who continue to be monitored and are on supervision. There are lots of transitional houses that don't require that, and these folks would, need someplace to go after that. But I mean, given the nature of this particular offense category that leads to such prevalent homelessness, we really wanted to make sure that we had good public safety scrutiny on it. So those folks are going to be on supervision the entire time.
And might some of these people, after they've already exited the transitional home, still be under supervision?
Definitely. Yes. Yeah. I think, for many folks, their wish and desire, and our wish and desire with them, will be for them to move into something on their own that's more independent, positive, and social quicker. For those experiencing barriers or just can't find, they might be there longer.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I just want to, thank you for this opportunity to share how the program has evolved, how we will bring all of our dedication and professionalism to doing what we do best, which is dealing with public safety at a deep level of concern, providing accountability for folks on supervision, and not forgetting and making lots of opportunity for people to rehabilitate and change, which they can and do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dee.
I have the last section of the presentation, which is community feedback. First, a few caveats. This list is not all inclusive. It's also just a general summary of community feedback that we've heard or that we're aware of. And also, when community members speak to the board today, they're welcome to bring up different or other ideas not on this list. And they're also welcome to put these in their own words. This is just a high-level summary. One item of feedback is to build a house in another location, potentially the public safety campus. In terms of the staff response, as the board knows, the county has been working on a public safety master plan for a couple of years now. It's in draft form. The master plan has not been approved by the board, but the master plan does designate, there was a space identified that's just east of 911 or southeast of 911, also near Veterans Village. It's has some topographical issues and rocks, but based on the draft master plan, that space has been designated for 911 and Oregon State Police future growth. Again, it's a master plan, it's draft. A master plan is just a conceptual idea of where things can go, but the master plan does program for that space. Also, if the county were to do this, there would be a loss of the grant funds, and to build a house on the public safety campus, there are currently no funds identified. Obviously, the county could designate that. It would probably have to come out of general fund, but there are no funds budgeted for building a house on the public safety campus.
Just a couple of notes on that. I was able to go by that property yesterday, and it's truly a rocky outcropping that just keeps going up in elevation as from the parking lot and by that area. Veterans Village is already in that area. It would trigger probably a right-of-way, a road that would need to be improved there. And it would just cost millions and millions just to even remove the rock and reshape it just to have a flat land there. So just pointing out, no funds budgeted. This would just be millions of dollars before we even got started. I was there yesterday.
No, I was thinking of Worrell Park.
Oh, I know. Yeah. And we've dealt with that here. Yeah.
We still have our park because that was going to be 3,000 dump truck loads later. So anyway, yeah, I've been there. I've seen the hillside.
Another request we've heard from community members is to limit the Wilson Avenue program to women and children. In terms of a staff response, the demand or the need is to house men. There's a lesser demand to house women on supervision. And also, if the county were to make this change, it could jeopardize the grant funds. Another community request has been find a house in another location. Similar to relocating to the public safety campus, the relocation would likely result in discontinuation of the program. We would have to return the grant funds. There is no funding available or identified to relocate in another neighborhood. And then even if the county were to, there would be the same or similar neighborhood concerns. Another request is to close the Wilson Avenue program. In terms of a staff response, the current housing meets the population. If we were to close the house, we would have unmet needs and we would have increased homelessness. We would also have to return the grant funding and repay some of the costs that the county has incurred. We would also have people on supervision unhoused throughout the community, including in homeless camps or unhoused, which creates a greater public safety concern. And the last bullet is the community is safer when people on supervision are housed. Another community request is to not allow individuals to participate that are level 2 sex offenders. That would preclude a significant number of potential participants. Also, it would diminish the program's intent. And as you heard from DB, there is a screening tool and process to use to mitigate risk, which also includes being on supervision. Another request we've heard is to not allow individuals classified as level 3 sex offenders. Similar to the previous slide, we would have less participants to pull from. Also, individuals who are classified as level 3 are less likely to meet the screening criteria put into place. And then the last point is that it would increase the chance the individual on the level 3 sex offender is homeless, which creates a public safety issue. Another request we heard is not to allow any sex offenders. This would again preclude a significant number of potential participants. It would diminish the program so much that the program would most likely be unsustainable. And this would also raise community safety concerns of having unhoused sex offenders in the community. Another request we've heard is for the county to provide, quote, legal and financial accountability, end quote. In terms of a response, the court and the law releases people who have completed prison or jail sentence to live in the community. We have, as you heard before, we have roughly 1,000 people on supervision living in our community right now. To continue the response, Deschutes County doesn't provide this type of arrangement for other situations of people on supervision. And in fact, at the public safety campus at the jail, people are released from jail every week. And we don't provide this for the neighbors of the public safety campus. The risk cannot be eliminated, but they are mitigated. And the program includes a housing manager, security cameras at the triplex, screening of participants, and supervision by the POs as ways to mitigate risk. Another request we've heard is to provide for the county to provide the neighbors stipend, so that neighbors can install security cameras or other devices. The county does not provide similar stipends to other neighbors. As I mentioned, or as we've mentioned, there's 1,000 people on supervision. The risk cannot be eliminated, but they are mitigated. And the program you've already heard about the ways the program mitigates risks. And then the last general comment we heard is to apply the City of Bend's shelter code to the property. The term shelter, as Stevie mentioned, is you hear it in different situations or different venues. There's a state grant program that talks about shelter beds. There's a federal definition. Oftentimes the house is referred to as providing shelter, but ultimately, if you read the City of Bend's code in that context and the City of Bend definition of shelter, it does not apply to the Wilson program. That concludes the staff report. We're happy to take any questions from commissioners.
Any questions now?
Right now.
Thank you very much. Okay, Brenda.
Chair Dara, I will run the timer and I will give verbal indication when everyone's 3 minutes is up.
Excuse me?
I will time people and I'll
thank
give verbal indication.
He's
All right.
got the 3-minute clock on the wall there too.
Oh, good job.
Yep.
There's
that work-
always
does that work
a
better for
plug-in technology.
Does that work better for you?
Yeah, that's,
Well, and that has a beeper on it too.
see it.
Okay.
At least we can see it. Okay. Have any other people joined us? 3 raised hands. Okay, all right. So I do believe that still means that we can have allocate 3 minutes a person. So I did have a request from Frank Zipatka to speak first.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Frank Patka. I live in on Northeast Ocker Drive. I'm a lifelong resident of Central Oregon. Wanted to say respect to Community Corrections for coming in and handling this issue. It's really easy to complain and share ideas. It's much more difficult to be part of the execution and have to handle the reactions. As a former client of you guys, I say they've been doing a great job, especially at the in the aspect of the reduction of people on parole and probation. Patty, you had mentioned about Deer Ridge. Just to be clear, prison population does not necessarily reflect a county's parole and probation amount, because there are people from prison going to all counties across Oregon. So just to be clear on that. Okay. 95% of people in prison are going to get out, including people with sex offenses. It's estimated there are over 500 people projected to release from prison back to Deschutes County this year. There's plenty of evidence that shows people are less likely to reoffend when they have access to essential resources like housing. As someone who has grown up in Bend, Oregon, and including a return from prison, I believe the community wants to create an environment that supports all of its members. However, in order to do that, everyone must compromise. I feel like there's 2 issues going on here. Either there's a complaint about transitional housing, which if that's the case, there are Oxford houses and transitional housing all over our community. So that doesn't create this kind of attention. So I believe this is really focused on sex offenses. One of the things I can share about people who have sex offenses, sex offenders have the lowest recidivism rate out of all the crime categories. The Oregon Criminal Justice Commission has a dashboard that you can find online very easily and look these stats up. Oh yeah, the likelihood is that's not the issue. Isn't that they're going to be running around and snatching your kids up or anything. I know there's fear that comes out. I know there's fear that's promoted in that aspect. The reality of the situation is people with sex offenses do not want to reoffend. They do not want to go back to prison. They don't want to deal with jail, and they're also highly supervised. Oh yeah, so then you have to look at the 2 options. One, is the community safer with someone who has a sex offense, who has housing, has resources, and is on supervision? Or the alternative is we choose not to provide housing or provide this resource. And now you have the potential of someone who is homeless, who is unsupervised, who's absconding from supervision. Do we got 1 minute or it's done?
Oh, it's done.
Okay. All right. Any questions, anything? No. Yeah, for
We
sure.
were just getting warmed up, maybe.
I got more.
Thank you very much. And you can always, send a message in. Ruth Mock.
Hello, my name is Ruth Mock and I live in Bend. I think many of the concerns that has evolved around this issue is a level of transparency. There seemed to be no real exact communication to the surrounding homes. By that, it creates a lack of trust within the community because when you hear it on the street or you're from a neighbor and you were not aware of it, what was going on, and now you have a housing unit there already, it can be quite disturbing. And people living in the area need to have the opportunity to decide if they wish to continue to live there, knowing that who's living there in their community. But to be told and then you don't have any notification, it's quite disturbing. And the community should know who lives within their community. And those people who are never notified, again, really have a lack of trust with the commissioners or with our county leadership. My other question is, and I know that we don't have the dialogue, you don't want to have the dialogue back and forth. These are just questions that I think that I raise so that other people can think about that. The offenders, who are they? Where did their crime offenses occur? Was it in our county or did they happen in other counties outside of Central Oregon? Why are we taking outside violators if we are? Again, I don't know.
We're not supposed to be.
Okay, thank you. Parole board should place them in the county where the crime took place. So it just sounds like that's what's happening here. What were the violations that they incurred? And I don't know if that's something that is allowed to be asked or for people to have that information. And are these repeat offenders? You can go through jail and be released and you could be a level 2 or you may be a level 1 and then something occurs, something quickly happens. You don't expect it to happen, but it does. And then who becomes the victim? It's the women or the children or the people who are the victims are the ones that have to bear that tragedy. Yes, I was inappropriately touched as a child, and I still remember that. It was not something that I had to go, it was not rape, but it was very inappropriately touching. And I still remember that. It goes on. You don't lose that as a victim.
Ruth,
I got it.
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
so much.
All right, thank you.
We appreciate you testifying. Thank you. It looks like Mike McLean.
Good morning. I'm Mike McLean. I'm an attorney at Lynch Murphy McLean, and I've been retained by one of the homeowners that this program impacts disproportionately than any other resident in the city of Bend because they own the place next door. I want to point out that we've heard today from staff who said, have compassion. They've asked everyone here, have compassion. They had 30 minutes to be able to knock down every single argument. Have compassion for the county. We have services. We may have to get back grant money. Have compassion for the county. We've heard from someone who was released that have compassion for those who are on post-prison supervision. We do have compassion. You have a tough job. You have to make a hard decision. We have compassion for those who are released. But ultimately, I'm here today to say, will you have compassion on a neighborhood that is disproportionately impacted by the decisions of the city and the county? First, the grant, I won't go over the issues with regards to its failures. And I know it's hard. It's hard for a commission to sit back and say, we don't want to give back $1 million. But those strings attached weren't met. There's process issues here. Process was called by our community justice director as a courtesy. But when process is not inclusive of those who don't speak English as a first language, when outreach is very muted, that's not a process which honors the neighborhood, nor it should be a process you should accept. We've got code. Code was quickly changed by the city of Bend. How do you think it made these folks feel? And now we have code where we have shift change between what's a shelter, it's not a shelter. Every single time people raise concerns, they're told, wait a second, we've got tough choices. And wait a second, there's a way around that. But ultimately, the question is who bears the burden? I want to point out to you that not only are there process code and other issues, but there could be a legal problem for the county. A lawsuit was filed in California based upon economic segregation. I've been recently retained. I haven't fully vetted it. You're a very capable counsel, Ken. But ultimately, this is what this neighborhood, Reed Market on the south and the Parkway on the west and the railroad tracks on the east and north, this is what they've already borne. A tiny home transitional facility and a food pantry. Permanent supportive housing is under construction. The Bend Trailer Park and new low-income rental housing on the Old Mill Inn and Suites. 2 large shelters for the houseless are in the adjacent neighborhood just north and tracks. It seems. Yes, ma'am.
Your time just expired.
Well, let me sum it up and say this way, Madam Chair. Economic segregation is wrong. And that's what's being done to this neighborhood. Economic segregation is wrong. Are you considering a place on the west side? The answer is no. Economic segregation is wrong, and it very well may be illegal.
Mr. McLean, are you here today representing a client
Yes.
legally, or are you here making a public comment? Just so we understand, that we understand the context of your statements.
Commissioner Chang, thank you for the question. As I said when I started here, I was retained by a homeowner who in the neighborhood, and specifically someone who owns the home next to the Wilson Park.
All right. So we are on notice. Thank you.
In notice of what, sir?
Well, it sounds like you're contemplating some kind of legal action.
Well, one thing's for sure is economic segregation is now being in courts. And whether or not that's an actual viable claim, I leave it to your legal counsel to advise you on.
Thanks for giving us the heads up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McLean. Nancy Prosser? Thank you, Nancy. And I'm really sorry that the clock is back there. Maybe we put it on your corner and so that they can see it and we can see it. Would that be more appropriate? What? Okay, I just think that might be nice for them to know too. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
That work?
It's at 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'm ready, but I'll keep my remarks brief.
Thank you.
My family has been in Bend for 50 years. We celebrated our anniversary in our Northeast home last January, just a couple months ago. I would like to speak to a broad historical perspective about Bend, and then closer in regards to Larkspur, and in particular Bear Creek School, which is one of the most poverty-stricken schools in the Bend School District. From the long view, I grew up in Bend. Bend High was the only high school at the time. And I remember a time when the wealth in Bend was more evenly distributed, albeit much lower levels than it is today. We knew who the most wealthiest girl in the whole town was. We knew who the poorest kids in the town were, but we were one town. In the ensuing 50 years, and in particular the last 25, we have seen a disparity allowed to grow between the west side of Bend and the east side of Bend. And I would like to say my contention with citing one more shelter on the inner east side, where we don't have protections from homeowner associations in many cases. We don't have a lot of wealth. We are a working class area. When decisions like this are made, when we know that so many other shelters are in the area, it's unconscionable. And I'm speaking to you as a 50-year resident of Central Oregon. I've been other places, I've lived other places, but this has always been my home. And I have to say that more people are coming to the awareness that this is happening to the east side of Bend. We refuse to be the back room for Brand Bend, for the beautiful west side. And I just want to put you on notice. You asked the lawyer ahead of me, are you putting us on notice? I want to tell you that people in Bend have a growing outrage about what's happening to our beautiful community, the one we have loved for so long. And now I'd like to speak quickly upon a closer in perspective. One of my sisters, I have 5 sisters. One of my sisters has been a long-time teacher at Bear Creek Elementary. She's the PE teacher, so she has seen every student in that school for the last 25 plus years. The stories that we hear about kids from Bear Creek and their living situation, and Bear Creek is one of the schools that feeds kids from Wilson Avenue and the surrounding area, as well as Juniper. Those kids have a lot of trauma. They are some of the resource poorest kids in the community. They do not have bandwidth, nor do their parents who are working jobs just to stay afloat, just to stay in housing, just to keep their homes. They do not have the bandwidth to be looking out for predators among them at every turn. And I ask you, would you want to live in a situation like that? You're working a couple jobs, you don't have your eyes on your kids, you don't have money for after-school programs. This is what you've decided to do. And I appreciate that this is a very hard decision, but we also recognize that this is not going in on the west side. I remember the days when there was one community and no one spoke about the west side, east side. And now we hear a lot of denigration for the east side. And I want you to think about that. I want you to understand that people, longtime residents, and a lot of my siblings are in education in Bend. A lot of us see what's going on and we are going to resist. Outrage is growing, and I hope you appreciate that. And I hope that what I heard today was the kids on the east side are not worth it. They're not worth exploding a rimrock pile to put a shelter on the Deschutes County property. They're not worth moving it to the west side because property costs more over there. I want you to think about that decision in the way that we see it on the east side. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, so much. And thank you for your sister who's the teacher. And thank you for your sister who's the teacher.
Yes, all of my siblings. Thank you.
Oh my
There we
gosh.
go.
Okay, Karen Johnson. Thank you, Karen.
Good morning. My name is Karen Johnson. I live in Southeast Bend, although not in its immediate neighborhood. I was pleased to see other speakers address what I was going to address also. All nationwide, we have hand-wringing about inequality, how the nation is becoming richer, poor people are becoming poorer. We have inequality. Well, this is where the rubber meets the road. You have a situation of inequality that you could do something about right here, and it illustrates the problem with it. You have some parts of town are older, houses are smaller, they're not on a golf course. As time goes by, they get older and less desirable than the newer parts of town. That is to say, cheaper. And when you have a shelter proposal like this, it's funded with tax dollars. I'm a former public servant. I understand that those tax dollars have to be stretched as much as they can. You have a fiduciary duty to do so. But the question is that your only criteria, or are there other criteria that need to be decided also? Naturally, you want to put the shelter in a neighborhood where the property is cheaper. You get the most bang for your buck, and that means Southeast Bend and the older parts of Bend. And so these shelters come in, neighborhoods get less and less desirable, less valuable, cheaper to put more shelters in. And this is inequitable. This is the bottom line. This is inequitable. It's not fair. You don't see any gas stations, for example, in Northwest Crossing or Brookswood. You see them on the east side of town, by far a preponderance. I urge you to bite the bullet. Buy a more expensive house on the west side of town. Even that might leave you less money in the grant. You might have to come up with some money from the county budget. Buy over there. Put one over there. Not more on the east side of town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jenny Lingard. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Lingard and I live in Larkspur, Bend, Oregon. And I prepared a written public testimony here. Okay. In 2022, I began to closely follow Bend's homeless programs and policies as the Bend City Councilors overhauled the Bend shelter codes. It was surprising to learn that 100% of the council voted to remove the requirement of buffers or distances from all shelter operations, which could potentially lead to high-risk criminals residing in any or all residential neighborhood zones without the requirement of sobriety. A free-for-all, no buffers to schools or parks. This is a serious concern as it poses a threat to the safety of the community. It's imperative for cities to put in place policies that balance the needs of the homeless while ensuring that the community remains safe. Bend City Councilors don't protect Bend. Deschutes County has an exclusive opportunity compared to other growing cities and counties in Oregon to showcase a model that could productively help resolve homelessness. I believe there is success in homeless programs and policies, and I've seen some success from the county commissioners in their programs. There was demonstrated generosity by offering money, support, and land for homeless programs, including the recent Oasis Village outdoor homeless program launched in January 2024. This program is conveniently located off of Highway 126 with 45 acres of empty county land adjacent to it. A potential resolution to this Wilson property is to relocate it to these empty 45 acres right off the highway adjacent to the homeless program. There's also $1.5 million of ARPA funds that the Deschutes County has earmarked for future managed outdoor camps. In doing so and relocating it from Larkspur, Wilson, next to two parks and schools and children and women and families, we can have some space for this Wilson parolee program. Let's see here. Such an approach is a win-win as it increases the community safety while providing parolees an opportunity to reintegrate into society effectively. The presence of multiple overseeing entities further ensures accountability, transparency, and fairness in the program's execution. Overall, this proposal presents another viable solution that balances public safety concerns with the need to support the successful reintegration of parolees into society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Do we still have 3 people waiting to speak?
7 online now.
Okay, all right. So, Susie Fagan, Veras? Sorry, that's with a W.
Susie Fagan, we're just here to complain.
Oh.
Susie Fagan, we're just born here in Bend, Oregon.
I'll be 73 next month. My family came here in the late 40s, so we've been over here for about 75 years. I have seen some gross inequities. I've seen where the west side used to be, other than the West Hills, the slum area, you would call it. We lived on the other side of the river, is what you would say, instead of tracks. And now it's become growing into a more decent and viable area. And I see that our southeast area, Larkspur and Orchard districts, are the lowest income. We have one of the lowest income schools, Bear Creek. We are now being presented with a possibility of a homeless camp on 15th and Bear Creek, which includes some of the cemetery, which is what I'm here for. And in reviewing all this, I came across some big inequities where in this 22 acres on the corner of 15th and Bear Creek, they have part of Pilot Butte Cemetery in there. So I went and asked COIC, why are they, we're not using the cemetery. Well, of course, you're probably not going to use the cemetery to park homeless camps on top of it. Why would you put out inadequate information in the first place? And it has become very clear to me that there's been a slew of information that has been changed, adapted, and whatnot. And I think that the 1,000 feet removal of any type of sanction for people in these shelters or homeless camps or anything around children is a very large failure on our governing part of this county and this city. I think you need to relook at some of your ideas. And it seems like we have an idea to do this, idea to do this, an idea to do this. Why can't we have a master plan, which they have mentioned is in the works over years, but yet this plan can come up just instantly in the last year, and this plan can come up and such. And there are over 106,000 people in the city of Bend, and we're focusing on 2,000 of them, or maybe a few more. The gentleman first spoke, said there's a tornado coming in November, and there is. I'd like you to think about that. Thank you very much.
Ashley Schreiber?
You should be able to see the number of people waiting on that screen too.
Okay, I should.
Yeah, do you see it?
No. Remember, this is
Just have that graphic.
Yeah, but
Oh, it does say on the top.
yeah, if you look at the top, it'll
Tom
tell
Doug
you,
and 6 others raised hand.
Oh, okay.
just so you.
Sorry, that was really small for my vision. Okay, thank you, Ashley. Ashley, we've been talking for quite a while, haven't we?
Yes,
Thank
we
you for
have.
being part of the community.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I just want to preface this by saying, I just want to point out what DV said about how they kick the minors out of Lighthouse when the justice involved individuals come in. So they matter at Lighthouse, but they don't matter where we are. That's what that seems like to me. I also want to say before I read this, I went through the list of, sorry, I'm really nervous. I went through the list of people that are registered on the sex offender registry in Oregon yesterday. And in Deschutes County, there are 65 people. 64 of them are men. 41 of them are reoffenders. I'm gonna let that sink in.
41.
41. The community expresses gratitude for the opportunity to provide input regarding the placement of a felon sex offender shelter in close proximity to children and public parks near Wilson Avenue. It is worth noting that Bend City Code previously prohibited such shelters from being within 1,000 feet of public schools or parks. However, 2 years ago, the Bend City Council rescinded the safety statute. The community is appreciative that the county commissioners will review the matter in more detail. It is suggested that the facility be designated for homeless families with mothers and children, and that felons be placed in a less heavily trafficked area. In light of this, we request that more time be allocated to identify more suitable locations. The community has presented 4 other solutions and 2 alternatives to the county. There are better locations or options for where this facility can be. Relocation options exist. Relocate the county-owned land on the Deschutes County Public Safety Campus near Parole and Probation's office. Relocate to the area adjacent to the tiny homeless home village, Oasis Village, where there are 45 acres of empty land with road access. Purchase or lease commercial space and convert that to a dormitory for homeless adult male parolees per HB 3450. Purchase an existing residential property in a sparsely populated area as outlined in the grant proposal that was approved by Deschutes County Commissioners. Other solutions exist. End the parolee program, sell the property and return the grant money. End the parolee program and convert it to a women and children shelter. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing. Ryan Rudnick.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Ryan.
As you know, my name is Ryan Rudnick. I was born and raised here in the county. I'm now a father of 2 young daughters in the neighborhood where you're proposing a sex offender shelter. And I'm a housing provider to 3 families with 6 children living adjacent to the new county shelter for sex offenders and pedophiles. I'm here today to urge you to relocate the sex offender shelter to a more suitable location that does not similarly threaten the safety of innocent women and children. Here are 3 simple reasons. First, sex offenders do not belong near kids. I shouldn't have to explain this to you. What kind of crimes did level 2 and 3 sex offenders commit? Level 2 offenses include sexual abuse in the 2nd degree and sexual exploitation of a minor. Level 3 offenses encompass rape in the 1st degree and sexual assault involving severe harm to the victim. What's the chance they'll get into trouble again? Sexual recidivism rates for male sex offenders is roughly 5.3% within 3 years. It's not nothing. And a meta-analysis of 10 studies shows that sexual recidivism rates range from 14 to 24% over return periods of 5 to 15 years. Violent and overall arrest recidivism rates for sex offenders are 17 and 43% respectively for sex offenders. So they commit other crimes once they're out, not just sex reoffenses. And shockingly, 38.6% of sex offenders were returned to prison within 3 years due to new crimes or violations. This is the burden that our neighborhood is going to bear. And it's only a matter of time until there's a victim due to the sex offender shelter, and you would be responsible for that in part because of your role in these decisions. Second, all of this reflects very poorly on Deschutes County and on each of you. The grant proposal failed to meet crucial criteria such as being 1,000 feet away from parks and in a sparsely populated area. These location factors are vital for community safety. Strategic public outreach was conducted by a private contractor with a conflict of interest and racial insensitivity. It was done with an English-only flyer and no translator in an area filled with Spanish primary families, with at least 2 living next door. This is racist public outreach. The flyer made no mention of sex offenders, just the euphemism, justice-involved men. Talk about sugarcoating. Strategically, no notification was given to nearby property owners prior to key approval points. Third reason, commissioners, you can right this wrong. Relocating this program to the public safety campus aligns with objectives to ensure community safety. Reread your fiscal year 2025 goals on safety and housing. Can just a quarter acre be spared on Service Road at the public safety campus? Unlike the Wilson Triplex, this location is walking distance from the probation and parole department at the dead end of an industrial street. There are 0 homes within 400 feet and 0 parks within 1,000 feet. There's potential for the grant program to be amended You guys should prioritize the safety of children over the feelings of sex offenders. Please approve a motion today to sell the triplex before the end of 2024, which would allow staff time to work out a potential program relocation option before then. Thousands of Deschutes County voters are monitoring this issue, and they will remember your decision today to either prioritize the safety of children or the housing of sex offenders.
Thank you very much.
Judy Trigo.
Good morning, Judy Trigo. I live on the southeast side of Bend. Thank you, Chair Adair, Commissioner DeBonne, and Commissioner Chang for hearing my testimony today. My testimony in opposition to the placement of this program is on the record. It is a very powerful testimony that I gave probably a month back that you can access. And it was in regard to a sex offender in my neighborhood when I was a child. So I won't repeat that, but I would like to say that this is a completely inappropriate location. I am opposed to this due to a health and safety issue. I am asking you to sell the house and return the grant funds, use the house for homeless families, amend the grant and move the location nearer to the future public safety campus. If you have to move a sex offender out of a shelter when a young person enters it, why would you allow a sex offender program in a neighborhood with children, families close to parks and schools? My concern also is that you spent many years, hours deciding where to site a landfill. And I would ask you to take the same time and the same process for finding out where to site these transitional housing programs. It's completely inappropriate location. I live on the southeast side of Bend. You have thousands and thousands of people in opposition to the location of this program. And I am asking you to listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. It looks like an Oten Grimes. And then after that, we will have Terry Louie.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Olin Grimes. I am a resident of Larkspur. I've been on the Centennial neighborhood since about 2017. I've seen that neighborhood go through lots of struggles, over the past 5 years and even prior to living in the neighborhood. But what I see today is a bunch of hardworking individuals, right, that are just trying to stay above water. So I'm going to go ahead and read what I wrote here. So my name is Olin Grimes. I am the on-site housing manager for the Judge Alta Brady Family Recovery Housing Triplex. We're located at 682 through 686 Southeast Centennial. Currently, we have 4 families with children residing less than 50 yards from the 640 triplex. I can have as many as 12 children residing us at any given moment. Summers and breaks are very hectic. We have lots of children running around. None of the families at Bend Recovery Home were notified or received a flyer regarding this proposed housing. We have a huge plaque dedicated to Judge Alta Brady right on the front. So if I were out doing my due diligence, I would have wanted to talk to somebody at the residence, right? It shouldn't have been skipped over is the way I would put it. So none of us have received any notification or flyers regarding this proposed housing. I heard it through the grapevine. News of this has caused fear and anxiety in all of the parents, those who reside at our location, as well as the co-parents that don't reside in Centennial. The backyard of the Wilson triplex, as well. So the backyard, the kitchen area, and all the windows from the building for the bedrooms face the front of our building. So that being said, there's an unobstructed view directly into my 5-year-old daughter's room. There's also an unobstructed view into my bedroom and our living room. There are 2 parks on Centennial Street, one north, one south. The Kiwanis Park is a very busy park. Spring, summer, and soccer, fall soccer, baseball, and softball are played by lots of young children and teens. That's a heavily used park. JC Park as well gets a lot of use from the neighborhood. Having neighborhood children playing outside or utilizing our local parks or attending an Elks game, which is also right down the street, is a hotspot for families. Putting this transitional housing in this location is smack dab in all 3 of those locations, and it could pose a risk to anybody essentially. So it's my understanding that level 2 sex offenders are at moderate risk of reoffending, and 3s, also known as predators, are high risk. And that is the demographic likely to serve this location. So, having this located at this area, it just puts us all at risk. I just urge you to think about that.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes, for coming in this morning. Terry Lloyd, please. And then Rick Johns, you'll be the last speaker in the room, and then we'll go to people online.
Good morning. My name is Terry Llewellyn. I'm a 3rd-generation Bend. I actually went to school with the Prossers.
Yeah, all of us.
And with the Wurges from Susie's side. So Native Bend is well represented here today. I am here on behalf of my tenants. I'm a housing provider in the area. I have 11 units a few blocks behind where this is situated. My tenants, which I like to call my customers, can't be here because the meeting's at 9 o'clock in the morning. Everybody has to work in this inflation area. They can't come to the meeting here. So I don't know if you're much aware of it, but the Democrats in Salem have so overregulated our industry over the last several years by imposing onerous regulations on us and rent control, which is affected my tenants greatly in that it makes it extremely hard to get rid of a bad tenant because of their new rules. So what I have to do is I have to go to my good tenants or neighbors that I don't even own and tell them, look, because of these rules, I can't get rid of a bad neighbor that's causing you trouble because the state won't allow it. So you have to put up with it. Also, what these rules have done that the Democrats have put in there is they've chased away a lot of mom and pop landlords. They've got out of the industry. They've sold their places. A lot of those places have been sold to owners who have been, so that property is taken out of the rental pool. So it has shrunk the rental pool, and the supply demand issue states that rents go up when this happens. So the tenants have had rent increases. The tenants have had problems with neighbor disputes that I can't do nothing about, which I want to do. And now we're seeing that this house is put into probably a 90% renter neighborhood, and it's just one more thing that they have to put up with. I feel for them. The state seems to think that we, as housing providers, landlords, if you will, love to kick people out. So they decided to do all these rules against eviction. These people are my customers. Why would I kick out my good customers? They are paying our mortgages, they're paying the taxes, they're paying everything. I want, and I live here, I've lived here forever. I want to take care of my customers. I want to see them prosper. I want to see them buy a house. I want to see them save money, go on. There's plenty of people to take the spot in that rental unit. So in some ways, they don't have much of a choice. If they don't like something that hits their neighborhood, where are they going to go? Rents are way higher. They'll have to go into a big apartment, which studies find they don't want to do that. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry, for joining us.
Thank you.
Rick Johns. And then Jeff England will be our last one till we go to Zoom.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Tony and Patty.
Hi.
Been a while. My name's Rick Johns. I live on the northwest side on one of those golf courses. Sorry.
That's better.
My name's Rick Johns. I operate a small business in downtown Bend. I do live on a golf course. I'm not apologizing for it. I think I've earned it. I really dislike any of the talk about inequality because really it just leads to redistribution of wealth. So, that said, as a general statement, I operate a warehouse on the southeast side, off of Wilson, between Wilson and Reed Market, approximately 3 blocks from the shelter. And literally every day, I have to drive down Centennial. I have to get truck deliveries that way because the Bend City Council has screwed up the infrastructure on Reed Market, and Wilson's going to be a major disaster for $21 million in the name of bicycle inequity, or whatever the hell they want to call it. So driving by Kiwanis Park several times a day, I have a warehouse manager now, thank God, so I'm not there every day. I'm too old to unload trucks, but there are so many young families in there. And I'm happy to see that there's neighbors here. I'm really thrilled to see that somebody's hired legal counsel. And I'd like to volunteer to help if I can, Mr. McLean, because I think that's the only way we fight this stuff. I'm not blaming you guys, but the Bend City Council, they vote 7-0 on everything. And it's horrific. We had to spend $500,000 on a lawyer 3 years ago to keep them from building middle income houses on our golf course for a need that doesn't exist. So my point is on this shelter for sex offenders. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The east side gets pelted with this stuff, with homeless shelters and everything else, but that's where the young families live. That's where they can live. And we don't want to destroy any neighborhood. And I say, why do it at all? Why do we have to do that? It just makes absolutely no sense to me. And I just fear for what do we got to do? We got to wait for an incident. We got to wait for something to happen to these people. Most of them can't afford to be here. They have to work. I'm lucky enough that I can be. So that's all I really wanted to say. That the neighbors have covered this very well and very eloquently, much better than I could.
Thank you, Rick, for joining us.
Thank you.
Jeff, England? Thank you, Jeff. And then we'll go, we'll have Tom will be the first one on Zoom. Tom Goog? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me. I'll just read a brief statement. So my name is Jeff England. I'm a 30-year plus resident of Deschutes County in the city of Bend. I'm here today in hopes of preventing a grave mistake by allowing a facility which houses registered sex offenders within an existing residential neighborhood here in Bend. The very notion of such a thing is preposterous, to say the least, in my mind. I'm sure you're going to hear all kinds of rosy statistics from the supporters of this misguided effort, but I'm here to tell you in the simplest terms possible. In my opinion, this is just plain wrong. And wrong is wrong. The area residents should not have to live in constant fear and be subjected to constant worry for the safety of themselves and their families. Well, I'm sure the proponents are well-intentioned, and I appreciate that. I must reiterate that the proposal is misguided and grossly irresponsible. It is your job as commissioners to protect and serve this community. In my opinion, allowing known sexual predators to live in our neighborhoods is certainly not consistent with that job description. In closing, I'm asking you to consider this scenario. Imagine that you have a wife, husband, and 2 young girls at home, and the county comes along and wants to house a registered sex offender facility right next door to you, would you be okay with that? Really? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, can we now go? Who did you say was first? Okay, Anne. Anne, you were on earlier. Thank you for being so patient this morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ann Brayfield. I live on the west side. What you have in front of you is a safety issue and neighbors who have a very legitimate, informed concern. These are not NIMBYs, but rather concerned community members who have worked long and hard to come up with a reasonable, workable, supportable location solution for a serious safety issue. And they would make very excellent partners for you in resolving this issue and finding a more suitable location. And I think it was Jenny this morning who mentioned some other ideas. I believe Ryan mentioned some of those ideas as well. So you have partners who will work long and hard with you to find a location. And given the transitional nature of this housing, I am wondering where the folks served will go after their time in this housing ends. So that's one question. Another question is, what type of mental health support will be available to the residents without regard to location, but just period? Where will people be? And what type of support will they be offered for mental health? And what is the background of the house manager? We know about the P&O officers, but I have heard little or nothing about the house manager of this kind of facility. And I think that is very important. This is not as simple as sending offenders to prison and they'll come out healed. Please come up with a better housing solution than the Wilson Avenue triplex. Our community is depending on you to serve us with safety and to provide the men in need of housing with a living situation and effective mental health support that will support their healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Do you have someone else that needs to go next? Okay, Tom. I believe we just heard another email from you this morning. Thank you so much. Let's see. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm a homeowner near Southeast 6th Street and Wilson Avenue. My comments today relate to the December 6th BOCC meeting. My questions relate to whether this board was fully informed before its vote on the 6th to authorize purchase of the property at 640 Southeast Wilson Avenue for use by Deschutes County Community Justice, Adult Probation and Parole. During this meeting, Community Justice Director Holcomb informed this board regarding public outreach. So that was a really big key part, obviously, community notification. And we have had that one person who was concerned. Of course, that's kind of an ongoing, we will build that in with the understanding of the sensitivity of public safety and how important it is for neighbors to know what's going on in their neighborhood. But public outreach by Community Justice occurred on one day only on November 27th, and the December 6th meeting occurred just 9 days later. Does anyone think this is enough time for meaningful public outreach? The flyer that was reportedly distributed to 25 residences on November 27th does not use the terms parolee or sex offenders. Instead, it states men who have involvement with the justice system. Does leaving out details like this constitute meaningful public outreach? Additionally, the entire public outreach effort is highly disputed by neighbors and was done by a private contractor that stands to gain free and clear title to this property in 10 years. Was there a conflict of interest here? Also, the effort on November 27th constitutes the entire public outreach by Community Justice. The grant agreement with the private contractor Free on the Outside, FOTO, was not signed by its director until December 6th and was not approved by this board until December 13th. As such, should Community Justice have used FOTO to do public outreach on behalf of Deschutes County on November 27th? In fact, Director Holcomb refers to FOTO on 1206 as our proposed contractor. Was this the right way for a county department to manage a public outreach effort? During the December 6th BOCC meeting, Director Holcomb continued. So finding that unicorn property that actually worked in a neighborhood that was going to be workable with some good distance from parks or schools or anything like that, which this property is, pending community notifications and, really great amounts of concern that might make us kind of need to rethink our decision on location, those were sort of the big ones. But what she didn't mention to the board is that the property on Southeast Wilson is inside 1,000 feet of 2 Bend parks and recreation facilities, and it's not in a sparse and/or remote neighborhood, which is what was outlined in the county's BOCC approved grant application. And 9 days, as I mentioned, is not enough time for the public to meaningfully respond to a proposal that has such potential to negatively impact an entire neighborhood. Additionally, yes.
As Tom, you have 3 minutes, and we do have your email from this morning.
Okay, very good.
So I do thank you for pointing out those issues that you have with the decision. Next person, please. Zach?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Zach.
Hi, so my name is Zach Cusimano. I live in the neighborhood in question with my wife and our 5-month-old baby. We're just a few blocks, like less than a 10-minute walk away from the triplex in question, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. So as mentioned by other speakers, for those who may not know, this is a highly dense neighborhood, mostly multifamily units filled with lower to lower middle class families, and almost all renters, and a lot of children who cannot just move away. And as noted by others, this issue is compounded by the simultaneous concentration of the homeless shelters, services, facilities, new, proposed, or existing, centralized in this area. So now we're going to house known predators in the center of this neighborhood. Statistics have already been mentioned, but research has been published by the U.S. Department of Justice that 3 to 24% of convicted sexual offenders commit sexual crimes once again. So if we hold 50 people here over the course of a year, conservatively 10%, 5 of those will conduct sexual assaults again. So, and I appreciate the screening requirements, but these people already clearly don't care about rules or laws in the first place. So what are the chances they're going to follow these screening requirements? This will obviously create a dynamic within this small community that will push these families and their children further down the economic ladder. In the best case scenario, in the worst case scenario, some of them will be victims of sexual crimes. And now I can't leave my wife or child at home without additional worry, knowing sexual predators are being housed literally less than a 5-minute walk away from our house. So you're robbing myself, people in this neighborhood, of the sense of security and peace of mind that we should have as renters, property owners, people that reside within Bend. I urge the county members to consider taking action against this, housing known predators near the most vulnerable community within our city. I encourage you to come walk our neighborhood and deeply consider the risk you're putting these families at. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, for joining us. Okay. Efron, thank you for your patience this morning.
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
All right. I won't take up too much of your time. I do live at 686 Southeast Centennial with my my children, I have two girls, they're there during the summer, and my son is there now, all underage. And my girlfriend actually lives 2 houses over with her 13-year-old daughter. That's obviously been a concern for all of us. But I think more importantly, for purposes of this council's meeting, the neighbor to my left, if you got the back up and front door, I'm not sure their address, but they are Spanish speaking neighbors. I do speak Spanish, so I was fortunate enough to be able to communicate with them about it. And I actually asked them yesterday if they knew anything about this. That was the first time that they had even heard about it. They knew nothing about it. And I mean, I guess you guys could surmise your own opinions about that. But yeah, it definitely, for non-English speaking people, wasn't very well known. I think everybody else has covered a lot of good points, so I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that.
And thanks for sticking with us. I know you were on early also.
Okay, who's next? Ashley R. Welcome, Ashley. Okay. Ashley,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Wouldn't be a good Zoom meeting without some technical difficulties, right?
Correct. Consistency.
Yeah. I want to thank you guys for giving us some time to speak today, and also recognize the incredible challenge that you folks are in, and the position you're in of making these choices for our community. I want to agree with our other community members that have spoken today. I think some really good points have been raised so far. As a homeowner in Larkspur and a mother and a trained occupational therapist, this issue weighs very heavily on my heart. At the end of the day, it's our children that are being put at risk, and it's our children who are being asked to bear this burden. I think that on the whole, placing to put the program in this neighborhood is, which has been talked about as a very dense neighborhood and a very diverse neighborhood. It's very much in line with Oregon's historically racist practice of contributing to systemic problems and allowing leadership to place disenfranchised folks in a difficult position of disproportionately, holding the weight of societal issues. You guys have talked about that affordability was a big part of the equation to why the site was chosen on Wilson. But it's ironic that choosing to put another shelter in this neighborhood just further perpetuates the issue of affordability and making sure that low-income folks remain in a disenfranchised position by devaluing their assets if they do manage to be homeowners. I also noticed that on the Deschutes website for the FAQs, it mentioned that the park is not, one of the major parks, Kiwanis Park, is not within sight of the Wilson House. But by acknowledging that the park isn't within direct sight of the Wilson House, inadvertently acknowledges that it's a problem that it's placed near a park. And just like many other people have mentioned, if we're taking minors out of shelters when a sex offender is housed, then clearly there's an inherent conflict. As a trained therapist, one of the main things that you always consider is setting up your client for success. And I don't see how placing this program near so many schools and parks is setting up the clients for success, you know, the sex offenders. There are children who.
Ashley, it's actually been 3 minutes. And I know this was an incredibly personal issue for you, and I want to say how much I appreciate you testifying this morning.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Who's next? Megan?
Good morning. My name is Megan O'Neill. I am a homeowner in the general area that's being discussed. So we kind of covered these statistics a little bit earlier, I believe, by the gentleman who goes by Zach. But 50 men per year are projected to go through this housing program with a 10% roughly recidivism rate. So as we said, about 5 people would be victimized going off of that. However, rape, sexual assault, etc., is notoriously under reported. It's estimated that only about a third of incidents are actually reported. So realistically, that's more like 15 incidents conservatively over the course of a year. The estimated lifetime cost of rape per person is about $122,000. So $122,000 times 15 people is far more than the cost of any grant. And the grant is a one-time payment. The longer that house remains, the more victims there will be. Survivors, I should say, pardon me. Additionally, the location of the house is right along the Wilson Corridor project. And approximately 30% of survivors of sexual assault were traveling to and from work or school, or traveling to shop or run errands when they were assaulted. So we are literally putting perpetrators right where we're trying to get more people going through by foot, by bike, by scooter, etc. And then the only other thing here is just from the presentation earlier, one of the things that was stated was that they were not looking at denying level 3 sex offenders because that would exclude too many individuals. However, it was also stated that the risk to reoffend would be part of the criteria for housing these individuals, and literally part of the definition of level 3 sex offenders is that it is highly likely that these individuals will reoffend. So
pointing that out.
Yeah. So I'm just, it seems a bit inconsistent. So I would love some clarification on that one. And that is all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan, for taking the time. Appreciate it. Who else? Okay, Doreen, you're joining us again this morning. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Doreen Tai again. I've been in Bend most of the last 50 years. I wanted to just say, you know, the person before me just clarified so much of what I wanted to say. A sex offender treatment, last I checked in Central Oregon, is provided by one provider. Let's not forget, we're discussing a for-profit penal system, which are profiting off both the offender and victims short-term. This treatment charges offenders unholy amounts for monthly participation. I've heard this provider is incredibly base with offenders. There appears to be little to no trained oversight. This appears quite apparent based on the recidivism rate in Deschutes County. I have great concern with exploiting offenders and how that translates to rage, hatred, hopelessness, and reoffense. Inequitable. I hear that term a lot today. Merriam-Webster defines as unfair. Merriam-Webster defines unfair as marked by injustice, partiality, or deception, unjust, not equitable in business dealings. According to RAINN, every 73 seconds an American is sexually assaulted. According to National Institutes of Health, an article on this topic titled Persistent Suffering. Victims, when asked if they ever thought seriously about committing suicide, 1/3, 33% of rape victims and 8% of non-victims of crime said yes. Rape victims were 4.1 times more likely than non-crime victims to have contemplated suicide. The statistics on lifelong risk of suicide, substance use disorder, and being re-victimized is terrifying. Poverty and trauma is too closely interconnected with pain, crime, and future crime. Redlining sets up intergenerational trauma. Shall your legacy really be creating a district for intergenerational trauma, pain, and crime? Let's talk unjust. This level of sex offender help in redlining is truly destined for failure, failing the community, the offenders, and a healthy future for those redlined. Most crimes, as we know, are crimes of opportunity. This is a place ripe with opportunity. Regarding the long-term and rippling impacts of redlining a disenfranchised working class community versus crimes of opportunity and set up for a clearly poor prognosis as a setup for a clearly poor prognosis for success in this situation for parolees, community lifelong impacts, and success of county revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Thank you for joining us today. Who might be next? iPhone caller ending in, what is it? 7769? Yes, 7769. You can join us now. Okay, go ahead and join us, please.
It may be a
Star six. Yes, star six. It's on your end. iPhone.
Even if your phone is unmuted, you need to use the procedure of star six to unmute for the Zoom call.
Yes. Star six, please.
Hopefully it's star six.
No, it is. We know
Okay.
that one. It has been star six for 5 years. Gosh. Do we need to have them just call in again? Oh, star. Ooh, seis. I don't know what star is in Spanish. Does anyone? What?
Estrella.
Estrella? Estrella? Seis. Oh, it sounds like Australia. That's not well.
There it goes.
Okay, it's working. You have the floor. Hola. Por favor.
Oh, it's muted again.
Estrella seis. Unmute, please. I was gonna say, maybe I could call her.
And then the phone might be muted also.
Star six.
Oh no, it's a clear on Zoom. It says the little red.
Oh, you're fine. Can you start speaking now? Hmm. Five, 4, 1. 27, what was it? 2799 or something?
7769.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, you're up.
Hello,
Hello.
good morning. My name is Lorena. Resido aquí en Wilson. And I speak in Spanish. Is that okay?
Sí.
Muy bien.
Okay, pues esta situación me tiene muy preocupada porque soy madre de familia de niños pequeños y pues mi esposo y yo estamos muy preocupados por esta situación porque pensamos, ¿verdad?, en el futuro de los niños. Cuando salgamos a la calle, ya no vamos a tener la misma libertad que hemos tenido estos años y pues todo esto nos está preocupando y también a mí me tiene muy afectada porque estoy esperando otro bebé y pues toda esta situación me tiene muy mal, muy preocupada, no sé qué pensar y pues pienso que ya ni podremos ir a los parques con los niños, tener la misma libertad que teníamos antes y pues Me estoy mirando muy afectada en esta situación. Creo que esto es todo lo que tengo que decir por el momento. Sería mucho lo que podría decir, pero me siento muy mal. Mil disculpas. Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias.
Anne Brayfield raised her hand again.
She already had her time. I'm sorry. Thank you. Do we have someone that can translate that? Kim, could you?
We have a translating service.
Okay, so we could get that translated, please. I knew some of the words, but not the whole entire conversation, but I so appreciate her calling in.
And I do too. But I would need translating services.
And it points out a need in our county systems overall to be able to speak with people bilingually.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone else? Okay. Oh, I thank everyone for coming in and their patience this morning and talking about an incredibly serious issue for our community.
Before we begin deliberations or discussions, I would love to actually ask a community justice to come back up to clarify a few things for us, and whomever from community justice wants to come up and speak. That there is there were a number of things that people said during comments that I think could use some clarification. One of those was this assessment of risk of offense. So, probabilities of reoffense. A few people spoke to national statistics, and then kind of worked from those national statistics and said, if there's 50 people in this house, then the likelihood of reoffenses is X. I don't think that that's quite the right way to predict what's going to happen in this house, because we have people under supervision. There's house management. There's various, essentially, much of what we have done it's a high barrier facility. Much of what we have done in these last few months is tried to add additional mitigations of risk to kind of the national average. So DV or somebody from community justice, could you speak to that a little bit? I know you can't predict for us, like having all of these measures reduces risk by 8% or anything like that. But we heard national statistics about risk of reoffense. And can you speak to how the things that are happening in this program address those risks and further reduce probabilities?
Thanks, Commissioner. Again, for the record, DV Holcomb, I'm the Director of Community Justice. And if at any point, Tanner Work, who's our Deputy Director, or Trevor Stevens, who's Contract Manager for this project, and our Business Manager could also answer questions if those areas come up. First of all, the Wilson Avenue program, isn't adding to the total number of people on supervision for sexual offenses to the county. These are folks who live here, who committed a crime here already. We're not bringing folks in. So it's sort of like, these are the folks who live right now in the community. It's sort of a matter of where and under how much supervision and surveillance. And in that relationship, from what I just said to recidivism is actually pretty clear. Recidivism numbers, even our county recidivism numbers, which mirror much of what I heard from those national sources or statewide sources. Those are of every single person who classifies for that recidivism study with a particular crime type, regardless of whether it's their first time, their second time offending, whether they have structured supports, whether they are homeless, whether they are living with negative peers, just fully conducting what we might call a criminal lifestyle, without regard for their behavior. Kind of it captures everybody. That's what that raw number would be. That's one thing. The next thing is sex offense recidivism is very different when you look at, did a person as a sex offender create a new harm in the community of any type? Did I steal something? Did I commit burglary? Did I commit theft? Did I fail to register as a sex offender when I was supposed to? Did I reoffend with a sexual crime? That it usually includes all of that. So when sometimes it's hard to know what recidivism looks like unless you really dig down into what was the new crime. So the folks that are obviously and understandably concerned about if this is a sex offender, once a sex offender, always a sex offender, the new crime that they will definitely commit is definitely going to be another sex crime. That I don't think is borne out in evidence and research. There are all kinds of different stop points and off ramps of that path for people. And our hope is that this program will serve as one of those off ramps because it does provide supervision. I really appreciated the question about the house manager, what's actually going on in the house. I think that's a great question and not something that I knew at that time that you might want, but that's a mitigation factor I didn't address. So in addition to all the things I did address, the house management that's there is a 24/7 provision. There is somebody there who's like a second pair of eyes, who's supporting people, providing them with resources, helping them stay on the path, and communicating with parole and probation if necessary when things go wrong. So that is a way that also it's not a definite path that X% of these folks will definitely reoffend. I cannot, of course, guarantee that there won't be recidivism. And so I understand the community input on this account. We live in this world of risk all the time at parole and probation because we do understand that people that you don't suspect or you don't know living next to you might have crimes or be on supervision. You don't really get to know that unless some circumstances arises. And for us, we think that providing this extra level of accountability, this extra level of support, and this extra level of supervision enhances the possibility of safety and better choices.
Thank you. You referenced that question about house managers that Ann Brayfield, who asked that question, she also asked the question, what kind of behavioral health supports are what kind of behavioral health supports are available to people who will be staying at the transitional home to help reduce the likelihood of reoffense. And I know that you actually one of your criteria is for screening for people to be eligible to stay at the house is enrollment in treatment. Can you unpack that a little bit about kind of what kind of behavioral health treatment people have access to if they are staying at the transitional home?
Sure. Thank you. Each person's supervision pathway is unique to them. So it's based on whether they have an assessed diagnosis. For example, let's just take behavioral health. Do they have an assessed diagnosis of behavioral health that is being seen and served by public, behavioral health or a private behavioral health provider? The POs, when that's the case, the POs do a lot of work to engage and motivate and help people stay on that path. When that's a condition of supervision, that becomes something they really must do and be engaged in, or it can be potential cause for a violation. So there's some, mutual accountability, engagement, skill building that's happening there, at all times. Folks who are on supervision with a sexual offense, all will have at some point in time in their supervision a requirement to do sex offender treatment. The one person referenced, that there is one treatment provider for sexual offense folks on supervision in our area. That is the case. The one person physically here, they do take quite a lot of clients. There are other options for sex offense treatment that people can do either as an addition to, or perhaps while they're waiting for, time or space to get into that particular provider. So that is something that would actively be supervised and prioritized for the PO as far as making sure that the person was doing, if they had not yet completed that treatment.
Thank you. One of the other questions that came up, or one of the other concerns that came up during the testimony, was connecting different levels of sex offense with different levels of risk. So someone said, well, level 2 is a moderate risk, level 3 is a high risk. Can you unpack that for us a little bit to explain, how that, I don't think that risk of reoffense is the only thing connected with being classified as level 1, 2, or 3. So can you basically tell us what it means to be classified level 1, 2, or 3, and then also how that relates to risk of reoffense?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I am going to ask Tanner Work to come up. He is our Deputy Director for Parole and Probation, specifically formerly supervised a sex offense caseload, and I think is going to be much more detailed and immediately able to answer that.
My name's Tanner Work. I'm Deputy Director for Adult Parole and Probation. When we're talking about levels of supervision, that's based off a static score that is done. It's a validated risk score based in a time and place with this person's prior history, number of offense, type of offense. So there's, I believe, 9 to 12 different questions that are asked that set that. Or if these people were in prior to the leveling were predatory, then they come over as level 3. Now, one thing to speak to the level system and the way we're doing with this house is essentially there may be a level 3 that is a lower risk because of time and space that has gone from when they are first designated to sometime in the future where we may be right now. That might be a lower risk under our supervision plan than a onboarding level 1 person that we would not put in that house because we don't feel like it's a safe place for that person in that community to be. We want people to be successful in that house. So one of the indications is if that person is resistive to going into that house, they're not going in that house because we're not going to be dropping people in that house. So you have to want to be in that house. Now, and I want to preface, all these individuals are in the community now. We're not pulling out prison, jail just to go into a house to do time there. That is not the intent of this. These are people that are in the community, shopping, going wherever their conditions allow them to go. So that's how we as an agency are going to be supervising the individuals going into that house.
So Tanner, of the 1,000 approximately parole to deal with, how many of them are sex offenders then?
192 we have on a sex offender caseload at this time.
How many of those are?
Not all of them are convicted of a sex offense, but they have sex offender conditions associated.
Okay. And how many of those are level 3?
Level 3.
I knew you'd have it.
Tried to.
Well, you did that. You had the
24.
192.
24.
24 are level 3 then. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And actually, maybe while you're thinking on the level 3, there was a community input that I think said that had a question about how could level 3 be considered if there was going to be this risk assessment. I think that was the question. Does that ring a bell from one of the community? Yeah. I mean, the slide that we used actually, in terms of that question that has come up from a community, that's a request. Would you consider not serving level 3, right? That's been a request. The response the impact for us and what we tried to portray in that slide, it may not have been clear. We do think that this screening system that I described is going to preclude by its nature, many people who have level 3 offenses. It may, because of what Tanner just said, maybe somebody from a long time ago, right? And that risk level has now actually decreased according to our tool. That person might come in, but we do anticipate that the screening tool that we put into place with consideration for the impact that the program is having will by its nature preclude some level 3 folks that we originally would have thought that we would be able to serve. That said, we still think we can keep the minimum amount of, beds at the least that the grant will require us to keep. But, I just want to be clear that there already is going to be an impact in the reduction of those folks by nature of our current process.
I mean, what we've heard a lot today is people trying to predict, they're looking for how do we predict what kind of risk we're facing. So a lot of people are are kind of looking at, level 2, level 1, level 2, level 3 as a predictor of risk. And, what I'm hearing staff say is this screening tool is, your professional judgment is that using this screening tool allows you to make some very evidence-based, experience-based assessments of potentials of risk, and so it's not an either or thing. It's not either we evaluate people based on their level of sex offense, or we evaluate people based on this screening tool. But from my perspective, the screening tool is an incredibly important and significant tool to use in assessing and mitigating risk for our community.
Yeah, I would speak to that we are using this. We don't use it for any other area. We're using all our validated tools to make informed decisions based off our experience. So yes, this would be a tool that is going to help aid. Now, if a sex offender was moving into that neighborhood because they bought a place or they rented a place outside of this program, they're just going to be approved to go there if it meets their conditions of supervision. Again, these individuals aren't free in the community. Right. So this tool is been added to this program specifically to add many more layers of security to that neighborhood.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
One last thing that came up that I just want to clarify for folks is, many people expressed concern that at the lighthouse, if someone someone with a certain level of past offense is staying at the lighthouse, and then minors come and are placed there, then that you would have to remove that person from the lighthouse. And there was a comparison made. Well, if you're kicking people out of the lighthouse for this, how can you put them in our neighborhood? I just want to clarify for folks that the lighthouse is a congregate shelter, and actually, if you could correct me if I'm not saying this correctly. So in the case of the lighthouse, what removal of people with certain levels of offense is doing is saying, we do not want to have a person with this level of offense sleeping in the same room as a minor, which is a difference between having someone in a contained house within a neighborhood. That is
correct. Essentially, if they're on premises in the same building, that's when we're going to make those accommodations. When individuals go to church, it's the same thing. We make arrangements. We make sure that there's a structure. When they go to these other places, those same structures are built based off of the individual and their past history. So that would be the reason for that one, is because they're on the same premises in the same place.
And with, no supervision. Yep. There's 1 or 2 staff people overnight for 100 or more people. There's no capability of supervision and monitoring. And again, we were not required to do that. I just want to be clear, that's not something we had to do. That's something we chose to do out of a preponderance of safety.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I don't have any more questions.
Mr. DeBonne, do you have any questions?
No questions for staff. Yeah, lots of thoughts here. So if we want to get going on that or not.
Okay.
Ready.
So where do you want to go from here?
If we could just make it clear that the public hearing is now closed.
Yes, we have closed the public hearing. Thank you so much, Kim. So now are we deliberating today, or are we thinking about it?
As I say, I got all kinds of thoughts, so let me just get rolling and we'll see where it goes. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. And as I say, I've been putting down bullet points as we went through this whole thing. As a starting point, this really brings up a lot of energy and emotion and, kind of reality check for all of us as residents of the area. One of the kind of funny statements to say is when is this awkward thing called Bend going to get through the teenage years? And so I'm referring to a city that's gone from 50 to 100,000 and growing, development on the east and the west, and the dynamics that are happening there. And it's a real shame that we have these layers on top of what we're doing here. What we're talking about is sex offenders, and it triggers us all. This starts with childhood trauma, abuse, and neglect also. So the family unit, the history of community, and supporting each other as human beings. Also, are we listening to each other? Because there's some statements made today, advocacy on both sides, and in the political environment we're in right now, we need to stop and just listen to each other a little bit, listen to understand. Rent is hard right now, and it seems to be getting worse. And Central Oregon is a growing place, and it's even getting worse. So we know this. That brings me to a statement that people roll their eyes about, but the land use in the state of Oregon 50 years after we put it in place probably needs to be looked at. Let's open up the big picture here about state of Oregon, Senate Bill 100 land use, and figure out, okay, how can we reduce this? Because it's nice to say we're going to put people in the cities, keep the rural, not touch the, special purpose areas or whatever, but then we're stumbling over ourselves with cost of living. I do have a proposed solution, is buying a lot and transitioning this. So I'm kind of getting to an answer here. Transitioning this, so that means holding on to this now, but also making a plan for the future. So buying a lot in a new neighborhood, because how do you drop this anywhere in the county with existing land use? So we have new neighborhoods being built out southeast of Bend. Let's work with the private market, a willing buyer and a willing seller, and so this is a proposal we'll need to mature a little bit, but purchase a lot and say, this is the location for this use in the future, and then build around it as it happens. So kind of cut to the chase there by mentioning that right now. So as I say, thank you very much for following this public process right now. We're shedding light on a subject that's just awkward. And it was mentioned, these people are in our society, in our community, people that commit offenses in the community, go through the public safety system, go to prison, come back to the same place they started. So we're not importing anybody in this situation. But this really can help the people that need to get stabilized, get your feet underground, under yourself, and be able to make good choices for yourself and be a community member. Once again, we live in the city of Bend. I don't live in the city proper, but city of Bend is built out with parks. Think about that conundrum. We're so proud of our park system. Pretty much everybody's within 1,000 feet probably of a park. So I'm just pointing out that reality of that situation. I'm a believer that this situation, freeing the outside, our professional staff at parole and probation, is going to mitigate having issues, number of incidents. It's going to shed light. Community understands it. Nobody's going to want incidents. We're going to want to reduce the conflict or raise this level of success for anybody associated with that house. So then, as I say, I come to the conclusion that this is going to be good. The entity of this thing is going to be good. And then we're stuck with where are we going to put it? And we have chosen a location at this time. So yeah, I could go on, but I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Chang, did you want to say anything?
I can speak now, or you can go ahead and
No,
share your thoughts first.
Oh, you can go ahead. I'd love to be last, because I was the one that brought this meeting, because I really, my heart breaks for the community and what we've done to this neighborhood. But I'd love to hear your comments first.
It's funny. I thought I was the one who requested that we have a meeting with neighbors, but
I'm sure you did.
Okay. Yeah, I also want to thank everyone for being here today. And I want to, this is not an easy issue. And I want to start by, I particularly want to start by recognizing the trauma of survivors of crimes. And to say, that I'm deeply sorry for your experiences, and these are things that no one should have to experience in their lives. And these are things that we want to prevent in the future. And that is why we need this transitional house. I know that the communications with the neighborhood around this facility, this program, are they are more than what was legally required, and they were far less than what neighbors would have liked. And that's I'm sorry about that as well. But I want to emphasize that this program is our public safety system at work. We have judges that sentence people and determine when they will be released from prison or jail. We have correctional officers who work with people while they are in prison or jail. We have parole and probation officers who work with people afterwards. And the intent of all of this is to rehabilitate people who have past offenses and to ensure the public safety of our community. So this is the system that we have. The system that we have releases people into our community under supervision, and a program like this transitional house is intended to be an improvement to further refine that system and further reduce, further mitigate the risks that people released on supervision present to our community. And based on all of the evidence that has been presented to us, I believe that this transitional house can do that. We have tried to mitigate any risks that this house presents further. There's been a lot of discussion about that already today, so I don't have to recount it all, the supervision, the screening, the house management, and all of those things. But I do, I want to also speak to the concerns that in some way that this program was that in some way this program or this neighborhood was targeted for this facility. I want to emphasize that I don't really, I haven't felt like it's necessary to kind of drag my personal life into this at all. But I send my kid to the nearest school to this transitional house, and my kid has a whole lot of friends who live in the neighborhood who I care about deeply. So I would not be, I take those, I take those personal concerns into consideration when I think about the risks that this transitional home may present. And we did not target this neighborhood. This is the neighborhood that when we went out searching for property, buyers in a free marketplace, just like everyone else. And this home, this building that had been on the market for quite a while, and anyone else could have bought before us. When we went out on the market to look for a property to site this program, this was the house. This was the one property that met the criteria and that we could acquire. And so this was not targeted at a specific neighborhood. This landed in the place where the market offered us a property that we could use. So with all of that, I would say that I do not believe that we should be considering changing the program right now. I do, one of the things that I don't think necessarily really mitigates risk, but which we could consider would be recognizing the request to exclude people with level 3 sex offenses from this facility. Again, based on what my understanding of the the structure of this program and the screening tool used, I don't think that meaningfully reduces risk to anyone. But I also, I also recognize that classification really is important to some people and want to honor that.
Is that something we're supposed to see now?
This is the translation that.
Oh, thank you so
needed
much.
From our last speaker.
That was great. Thank you, Whitney. Okay. This is really actually personal for me, because the first time I went to the University of Oregon when I was a senior in high school, we were looking out a sorority's window and we saw a woman being grabbed and she was going to be raped. And if we wouldn't have seen that and we wouldn't have yelled, that woman would have been raped. So did that tell me that, oh my gosh, you have to be so careful throughout your entire life? And I've never shared that story with anybody, but probably that's why I look at this and I look at the inequities. When we did the safe parking in Redmond on county land, I personally walked door to door for several hours. It was 85 degrees out with Christy Bollinger, our property manager, because I wanted the entire neighborhood to know what we were doing. I left little memo pads, and you can tell my Spanish is deplorable, but didn't run into anyone that spoke Spanish that day, but I went door to door to door to door. We took hours to do it because I wanted that program to win. I wanted it to be a success. And I said, anybody, you have a problem, you get a hold of me and you let me know if there's a problem. So here, what do? We're told that we're going to get something out away from people. And we put this project into a house that's right in the neighborhood of people that are struggling to feed their families and all these children. And I'm like, oh my gosh, folks, what were we honestly thinking of? I find it crushing because I know there's all those other places there, and the elements that we bring in, the overdoses that we see down the road. It's just frightening. And you say, okay, and then we have there are only red dots for those level 3, and we're talking about 24 people. And I'd said, can't we just say they're not going to come? And nobody would say, oh no, we're not going to bring level 3. Honestly, they have a level 3 for a reason. And I don't want to lose that. I just feel like this community has had enough issues already dealt to them in today's world, where it's so hard to go out and even buy a bag of groceries. Everything is so expensive. And to think that the economic value of putting a parole and probation house in the neighborhood is not, it's just not fair. Now, I know you supposedly have them located all over the place, and I would hope so. And I really feel that Oregon needs to change their laws, and the level 2s must be added with a red dot, because people have children. And if you lose your child, like I just remember seeing someone in Texas just lost their 11-year-old daughter with someone that was living in their trailer. And I just thought, oh my gosh, that dad is never going to forgive himself for allowing that man to rent that trailer right behind their house. Yeah, it was just kind of one of those incredibly sad stories. But the economic disparity of your community, why is it that everything is over there? And really, I think this was like the final straw. I think that's probably why you had, almost 1,400 people on the petition, because it is unfair. And hearing from people that have been in Bend forever, I so appreciate that. I just feel like we in the county need to do better. And I would really like to have this moved somewhere else. And I would have loved to have this brought up maybe 2 months ago, but of course that didn't happen. So here we are, we're talking March 20th. And I feel like we need to do what we said we would do. We said we'd have it 1,000 feet from a park. No, that rule went, and this rule went, and that rule went. And it's, you know what? No, the buck stops with us, and I'm not happy with what I did. And I will be the first to admit it. It's really unfortunate that the rules keep changing, and they keep changing to protect not you, the public, but people that have actually done something seriously wrong in our society. And, you know, you don't need to pay that price because I think you've already paid enough prices for all the locations. So those are my sincere feelings. I feel like county, we could have done way better. And amazingly, I do want to acknowledge that Sunday, when I was at the OSET for all the high schools of Deschutes County, we're at the OSET meet at Rimrock again. And I actually was talking to someone who works at parole and probation. She works at the Redmond office, but lovely person. I know we have some really great people. I appreciate the people leading it, but I honestly think we should have done a way better job. And I'm really sorry that I wasn't part of the door-to-door team because apparently I should have been. I know it wouldn't have just taken 45 minutes. We would have been there for hours and you all would have known and it wouldn't have, and then we would have actually heard from you back in December instead of hearing from you now in March. And thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for getting your community engaged in this incredibly serious issue. It's really, I feel it's more than an economic tragedy. It's a mental tragedy that people that are struggling so hard have to worry about this now. Like the gentleman that has a 5-month-old baby at his house, he no longer feels safe when he leaves his house. It's not right. So that's it. So it sounds like we're on different sides.
3 different ideas around the table.
So does that mean we have to come back?
Well, so yeah, our community justice group is looking for clarity from the Board of Commissioners with, you know, public input on this subject. The facility has been bought and purchased and it's being redeveloped at this point in time. I was there Monday afternoon. Floors are being upgraded. The rooms are being painted. The deck is going to be repaired and replaced in different sections. The building will look a little different here real soon. There's 2 people in there right now. So as I say, our staff is standing by for us to make a clarity decision about are we proceeding or not. There was a proposal for, you know, not level 3 sex offenders. And you mentioned the red dot. So, I mean, that could be common ground right away to get started. And then it's a real clear, you know, is it going to be 2 to 1 or not about holding on to this opportunity and letting, you know, housing be available for the people in need coming out of, you know, or, you know, on supervision, whatever their scenario is. So I'm just trying to get us to a decision here a little bit too.
Property can always be sold.
Yes. So then, as I mentioned, I do support the fact that how about we just go, you know, let the, you know, private industry know that we're going to be looking for a parcel in the new developments in the Bend area. And I say Bend, it could be Redmond, Bend or Redmond because they're service center areas, you know, just be harder to get farther out. Bend or Redmond neighborhoods, buying a parcel for this purpose up front. So if you buy a house next door, it's already in place. So, I mean, that path has got to be there. And I really support that also. And we could put a transition plan in, you know, because there's a county ownership for 10 years to be transitioned to free on the outside. You know, in the middle of that, we could be building a house and transitioning a new facility to be getting away from this one in the future. So I'm not opposed to that. But as I say, we're in the middle of land use in the state of Oregon, a growing area, and reasonable professionals trying to manage a challenging population.
Well, the one thing that hasn't been mentioned this morning is the fact that Bend apartments are, according to the last number we had, were 9.4% vacant. And historically, like 5 months ago, it was 8.7% vacant. I'm hearing from people I know that there are lots of vacant apartments in the community.
It's going up, yeah.
Yeah, it's Bill Kuhn, our treasurer, will have a new number for us, I'm sure shortly, but definitely there are apartments out there that people could go to where a whole neighborhood doesn't get economically disadvantaged with what's going on.
Well, my worry with this proposal is that anywhere we want to establish this transitional housing program, I think neighbors are not going to be supportive. And I don't really understand how the proposal to move the location doesn't just land us in this exact same place.
Well, if we would have had it over on the west side, I'm sure we'd have like 3 million different attorneys sitting in the room today for their clients, because they won't want it either. I mean, it's clearly these are people in our society that have really, sex offenders are, they are so they're not welcomed. And I realize that it's really and it's unfortunate that it's been done to this community.
And yet these are people who are being released by our correctional system, by our justice system, into our community every week, every month, and they are living amongst us. And this kind of a facility, or this kind of a program, is a way to further reduce the risks of reoffense for everyone. So we need transitional homes like this. We
didn't have one before. We actually had a motel that I believe we used, and then it was sold to the Tesla dealership. So we did use a motel at the north end of town, but that's been gone, I believe, quite a while. So yes. And free on the outside, what can you say? Yeah, they didn't come to represent themselves here today. So sell the property, come back, buy a parcel.
Do you want to make a motion? If you want to try to set direction to this, we can take some votes.
Okay, sure. I make a motion that we sell this property and actually look for property which goes along our original values of away from parks, more in a rural location. And I'm sure, you know, we may have, as someone said, we're taking months and months to locate our landfill. It may take that many months to locate this. So there's no second? Okay, so no second. So someone else then wants to make a motion?
As I say, so I support, I'll make a motion to acquire a property in the next year, a residential property with the intention of building a house like this, for this purpose, I guess. So let's keep it at that. And then we can make a second part if we want to commit to a time frame on transitioning from this Wilson property to another one. So just purchasing a property for this purpose within the next year. Keep it simple.
Okay. So Commissioner Chang, you're not going to second it?
This one I won't second, not because I don't think it's if it could be done, that it wouldn't be a decent resolution to the situation, but I just don't think it's feasible.
Okay. Well, I'll make it happen. I'll second it.
So as I say, just narrowly defined, purchase property within the next year for this purpose.
That fits the original parameters of what we were told we were doing. And yeah. So, okay. Commissioner DeBonne,
Can we discuss that first?
do you want to discuss it? You just said you wouldn't vote for it. You need,
I told you I wouldn't second it.
okay.
I get my first question is, where are we going to find the funds to do this? Which funds are we going to use?
Oh, funds keep showing up all the time. I keep hearing about more and more funds.
Yeah, I'm not offering that solution at this time. This is just a simple, clarity item for siting, for the purpose of siting in a future residential neighborhood.
You're talking Are you being that specific in Bend? Is that what you're saying?
Bend or Redmond.
Bend or Redmond? Oh, yes.
As I say, it's just a novel idea here at this point, but this will give us direction today, knowing that we have, a future. We're doing something.
People might even donate to buy a different location. There are people in the community that might think, wow, this is a good idea. Let's not economically continue to overburden the Wilson area. So any other comments?
I think it would be premature to vote on this before we have a fiscal plan.
Thank you for those comments. I'll vote on Commissioner Devon,
So are you asking for the vote?
Yep.
I vote yes.
Commissioner Chang.
I will vote no.
I know
until
because we don't have
until there's a
plan.
fiscal plan.
Okay, and as chair, I will vote yes because I take this to heart.
So following that, I'd be hesitant to define a transition plan for this effort more at the, today. But I do support bringing that conversation up. So I want to give Free on the Outside and this Wilson property a runway to do the good work that they're going to do, knowing that we have impacted the community, but also start this parallel path of saying we're going to find a location in a new neighborhood. So to say, I don't know that I want to go any farther today, but I want to set direction to it.
And then to add further complications to this issue, Free on the Outside was awarded another $850,000 to do something in Deschutes County. So that was through our last legislature. So I think we're all going to have to be on notice with what is going on. So we should bring it back then, let's say, what do you think, 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
Month or more, yeah.
Well, if we're saying a year, okay. And knowing how everything goes. Okay, 1 month. Yes, we have 1 month. Let's bring it back in a month. Great. All right. So there's our decision. We are going to do something not as quick as I would have preferred, but that's what we're doing. So now we're on item number 9, and how far? We're just
Can we take a break if we're done?
We're an hour behind. So should we just go ahead and put everything till 1 o'clock and we'll start at 1? Why don't we do that? Everyone probably needs a mental break. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us for the Deschutes County Board of County Commissioners. Continuation of our meeting on March 20th, 2024. We are actually at item number 9 now. If you haven't had lunch, I would suggest you go get it. Because we're an hour behind. Thank you. Item number 9, who's gonna, Cody? That sounds fine. Good afternoon, Cody.
Good afternoon. Here I am.
Yes, there you are.
For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer and Assistant Director for Deschutes County Road Department. Board, this afternoon, we're going to be holding a public hearing regarding a jurisdictional transfer for portions of Northwest Way and Northwest Spruce Avenue to the city of Redmond. I'm going to share my screen here and I will get going.
Now, should I open the public hearing now or before, after he gets done?
Normally he will tell you during the presentation.
Okay. All right, Cody, go ahead.
Okay, so just a quick agenda here. I'm going to give a brief staff report with background information, provide the road department's recommendation in this matter. After that, I'll turn it over to the board chair to open the public hearing. And then after testimony is received, I recommend the board close the public hearing and then take up consideration of order number 2024-009. So in regards to background information, so ORS 373.270 provides the procedure for the transfer of jurisdictions over county roads within cities to those cities. The general process is upon annexation or during the process of annexation of a county road right-of-way, the city will provide the county with a formal request for jurisdictional transfer or surrender of the right-of-way. The county will hold a public hearing regarding that matter. And then subject to that public hearing, the Board of County Commissioners will adopt an order surrendering jurisdiction of that road to the city. So the city of Redmond is annexing territory within their UGB that's associated with the Spruce Northwest Master Plan Development. The territory to be annexed, and I'll have a map up here in just a moment, includes a 0.43 mile portion of Northwest Way, that was actually already included in a previous transfer order back in 2019 to the city of Redmond. However, since that time, county staff actually had discovered an error in the city's legal description that was provided for that transfer. So that with this order and subject to the board's adoption of the order that will be presented today, that'll fix that error. And this annexation also includes a 0.26 mile portion of Northwest Spruce Avenue, which is presently a local access road, a road that is under the county's jurisdiction, but is not maintained by the county. So again, the city has made a request for this road jurisdictional transfer with city resolution number 2024-2. Here's a map of the proposed of the annexation area and the right-of-ways that are being proposed for transfer to the city of Redmond. So this is up in the northwest corner of the city of Redmond. Again, this section of Northwest Way, we had actually already done a transfer on this piece, but we've discovered an error in the record that we'll correct with this today, as well as that right-of-way for Northwest Spruce Avenue that runs east and west through the annexation area. To date, no public comments have been received by the road department regarding this matter. So with that, road department staff recommend Board of Commissioners adoption of order number 2024-009. With adoption of this order, the subject segments of Northwest Way and Northwest Spruce Avenue would become City of Redmond roads at midnight tonight. So at this time, I request that the board chair open the public hearing And after public testimony has been given this afternoon and subject to any testimony disputing the matter, request that the board chair close the public hearing and the board consider adoption of order number 2024-009, which will complete these jurisdictional surrender proceedings.
Thank you, Cody. Okay, I will open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone in the room that cares to testify on this order? Are there any forms filled out? No? Okay, Stephen, is anybody online that wants to testify? No? So it's going to be consistent then? None of our public is going to be testifying for this issue. So therefore, I will close the public hearing and we should do our deliberations.
So one question, Cody, is the county maintain roads north and south of this or just north of this? I'm thinking the Northwest Way.
Presently, there are segments of County Road, segments of Northwest Way, both north and south of this that are outside of the Redmond city limits that are still county roads. Presently, under the joint management agreement between the county and the city of Redmond, we don't have provisions that would have the city of Redmond accept jurisdiction of those orphan segments of county road. So we hope to in the coming years update that joint management agreement to include provisions that would do that. But in the meantime, yes, there will continue to be a small segment of county roads south of this that'll basically be sandwiched in between city jurisdiction, and then certainly Northwest Way, the entire segment north of this will continue to be a county road.
So yeah, for the south section, I mean, even if it's not under a joint management agreement, there could be a one-time agreement for any needed maintenance, repairs, or management.
That request has been made to from county staff to city staff on multiple occasions as this area and some other areas around Redmond have developed and been annexed. Yeah, we hope to get to that place with the city of Redmond here soon.
Great.
Okay, and the city of Redmond actually asked for this, or they signed the document on the 23rd of January. So
they adopted their resolution at that time.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Chang.
Cody, I don't have specific questions or I don't have concerns or questions about this specific transfer, but I would be curious as our cities grow, as we transfer chunks of road, miles of road out of the county road system. How does is that beneficial from a budgetary perspective? I mean, we hear all the time about concerns about having adequate funds for maintenance of the county road system. I mean, is eliminating miles from our system in this way helpful in allowing us to concentrate our dollars on smaller numbers of miles of road, or is it not?
I don't know that I necessarily characterize it as that beneficial overall to our in terms of our road funding and our revenue stream and having less miles. Primary reason is typically when these are happening, we're not talking about substantial lengths of county road. They're usually always these very small segments, a development as a time as the city, through whatever their land use and entitlement process approves a master plan and annexes more territory within their UGBs. Additionally, within the UGBs of both City of Bend, City of Redmond, there's not a lot of remaining county road miles. So, with the city limits, urban growth boundaries as they are presently, I would say not a substantial impact in terms of county road funding and budgeting, but certainly in terms of public expectation, improvements, delivering those improvement plans that are given in those cities' transportation system plans, because City of Bend, City of Redmond, their transportation system plans don't just include the city limits, they include all the public road infrastructure within their urban growth boundary. Certainly obvious benefit to the public there with these jurisdictional transfers. Let the city through their land entitlement development process improve the transportation system the way that their communities have laid that out.
Thanks.
Okay, is there a motion?
I will move approval of order number 2024-009, transferring jurisdiction of portions of Northwest Way and Northwest Spruce Avenue to the city of Redmond.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Cody, does it usually take 5 years for an error to come up like that, or is it just because that we were working on this parcel again?
The error actually got discovered the city of Redmond when they provided me this resolution, and I mean, basically that was the way the road department found out about this. Was city said, here you go, we annexed this, here's our resolution for request for jurisdictional surrender. When I first got that, I looked at it and said, well, we've already dealt with this piece, but then in digging into the prior order from a few years ago, recognized that error had occurred back then. So rather than having the city change any of their legislation that they had provided, or their resolution rather, we just let's clarify the record with this one.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Now we're on item number 10. The second reading, Tark. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Tark Rawlings, I'm a senior transportation planner with the Community Development Department and the County Road Department. Before you today is a second reading of Ordinance 2023-017 for related to the county's transportation system plan. This follows a first reading and the entire public process, including public hearings. The first reading was 2 weeks ago, so this is following our procedures for a second reading 2 weeks after the first. I guess really the only information I'd have for you is that if second reading was approved by the board, then we would recommend to move adoption of the ordinance, and I would have I have a 90th day on the calendar when that adoption would be effective, if that information comes to light, just depending on what the board does in the next few minutes. So I'm here for any questions if you have any.
Okay, great. Are there any questions?
Nope. Being the second reading, I'll move second reading of ordinance number 2023-017 by title only.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. DeBonne,
Yes.
Mr. Chang,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Moving approval of the second reading of ordinance number 2023-1017 by title only, and it's an ordinance repealing and replacing the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plans Transportation System Plan, and that's ordinance number 2023-017. So now we need to move adoption.
I believe so, as a second motion.
Okay. So
I'll just say that this transportation system plan includes a number of projects that will improve mobility for everyone in our community and help them get where they're going, and dramatically improve safety for many people in our community as well. And so with that, I'm very happy to move adoption of ordinance number 2023-017.
And I'll second it.
thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Well, thank you for the consultant and the staff and everybody that got involved with this, especially the community. As I say, they really looked like it was a contentious issue talking about trails here, but that was a very small part of this whole project. Big set of capital projects, just like Commissioner Chang mentioned, safety, capacity improvements. It's all going to be relative to the funding. So there'll be a transportation system package talked about, or transportation funding package talked about in the legislature next year. But thank you everybody locally for getting involved and getting this to this point.
And I'd just like to say, when you're focusing on safety, please focus on the safety of the deer and the elk in our neighborhoods that I keep seeing bodies by the road or crossing in front of me. So safety on all levels. The whole world could actually drive a little bit slower and we probably would get there just as fast. So let's see, Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Tark. It's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you for all that you do.
And a big project for our new transportation
Absolutely,
transportation planner.
Yeah, I'd have to extend that that thanks to the road department and Peter Russell, my predecessor. But yeah, and just as kind of a last piece of information, the 90th day for the effective date of this adoption would be June 18th, 2024. And so that's the day that this will actually come into effect. So we'll note that to DLCD through our post acknowledgement, and that'll be, I think, the last sort of formal step of this before adoption. So I appreciate your time again, and we'll see you at future items.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're now on item number 11. Veterans Peer Support Specialist. Thank you so much.
Were you hoping we were going to get to this morning?
That was an optimistic thought, wasn't it?
Interesting to be here. And
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
yeah, thank you. Kristen Mazaki, Behavioral Health Program Manager. Back in December, I came and received approval for applying for the Veteran Peer Support Specialist Grant. And I'm happy to report that we received the full amount of the award, plus an additional $5,000 to go towards social determinants of health to support our veterans in our community. So I'm here to seek approval for acceptance of the grant.
Oh, and I just want to acknowledge that we lost Dick Higgins yesterday, and he, had served at Pearl Harbor. Amazing. I just want to acknowledge that what happened, the ceremony at Bend High School was unbelievable for Pearl Harbor Day last. I don't know if you were there in December, but the respect from the students and the whole program was amazing. And to think he was on stage, and it was an event that I'll never forget. So I appreciate his service.
Absolutely.
Kristen, can you remind me again whether this is a new funding stream or a continuing funding stream?
This is a continuing funding stream. There's no new FTE. This is just to continue to support our veteran peer and some additional resources for supervision and, like I said, social determinants of health and training.
This is for a existing employee, or not a new position, but we have someone occupying this peer support specialist position already.
We do at this very moment. Unfortunately, she is moving out of state, and we are in the process of recruiting to backfill that position.
Yeah.
But do not foresee any challenges there. We have many applicants.
Well, I'm glad to hear there's potentially good folks in the line to take this role on. I heard when I went to visit the Central Oregon Veterans Ranch a couple months ago, I heard about how this peer support specialist person is a really important connection between that program, which is doing so much to tend to the mental health of our veteran community, and that it's a really important point of connection between that program and Deschutes County Behavioral Health. So
absolutely, it's a really important position in that for those connections, and that folks that we can outreach to don't necessarily have to be engaged in our program, that we can serve anybody in the community. And I think that's a really, really important part of this grant.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of board signature on document number 2024-190, accepting a veteran behavioral health peer support specialist program grant from the Oregon Health Authority.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, and I'm sorry that we are losing that person. So good luck filling it fast.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're now at item number 12.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kara Cronin, Deschutes County Behavioral Health Program Manager.
I also was here earlier this year requesting to apply for a grant to serve our aid and assist population. So today I'm here requesting approval to accept funding in the amount of $1 million from the Oregon Health Authority.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, it's exciting that we're moving forward with this one, and just $1 million even on this one. Usually we see all kinds of numbers. Yeah, if there's no other discussion, we can just proceed. I
ahead.
mean, move to accept a Community Navigator pilot grant from the Oregon Health Authority. Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair definitely votes yes. So thank you, Kara.
Thank you so much.
We're talking about a resolution here. So move approval of resolution 2024-006. So this kind of plugs it into the budget, it looks like.
Second that as well.
Okay. Further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang? Yes. And the chair votes yes, moving approval of resolution number 2024-006.
And I would just say, I really appreciate these additional resources from the state to help address the care of our aid and assist population in Oregon, which, as we know, there are inadequate residential treatment beds to serve. So, any help we can get to help address the needs of our aid and assist population as they're coming home from the state hospital, or otherwise trying to make their way in our community without causing any stress or trauma to other people, is appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 13, lucky 13.
I might propose that we just move this agenda item to the end so we can get to the
Yes,
other
let's do that.
room.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jen. We're almost there. If you just could have been a little faster. Well,
So close.
so close and yet so far away. All right. So let us now go to item number 14.
Also, it's not too bad. 20 minutes.
I know, I tried.
Hi, Dan Emerson, Budget and Financial Planning Manager. I think Robert is on his way right now. I just sent him a team since we moved number 13, and he'll introduce this topic.
Great. He promised me he'd run right back down the stairs.
Mhm.
Well, and thanks for people for joining us on the topic here. Two of our other public budget committee members here, and a lot of interested parties in this topic.
Thank you, Commissioners. Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. Didn't realize we skipped an agenda item.
It just kind of happened.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Fooled
right.
a bunch of people on that one.
So, thank you again. And you introduced yourself already, I assume? Thank you. All right. So we are here today as a follow-up to catch my breath for a moment. To the
Breathe
board.
deeply.
Yeah, the board retreat meeting that you had in January. It was discussed there that we should have a presentation on TRT to decide next steps, what we're going to do, if anything. And so this is a result of the board retreat. There is a memo in front of you, page 204 in your packet. Just want to highlight a few things. Really, there's options for the board open to discussion. As you know, we've had many conversations on this. You've had conversations with TRT partners as well, and they're represented here in the room. This really is for board consideration and conversation. What's listed in your agenda, we can continue funding the programs as currently allocated. Another option the board can consider is updates to both the required tourism related and discretionary related funding levels. You can consider revisions to the Visit Central Oregon contract for tourism related funding. And fourthly, any combination of the above or providing additional information as requested, including convening a facilitator to the interest of stakeholders. So there's a full gamut of options that we have available. I do want to just point out a few other things in the memo because it just frames the conversation as well. Currently, our contract with VCO, formerly Central Oregon Visitors Association, dedicates all of the tourism-related funding portion to VCO as the sole tourism promotion agency of the TRT funds. And on page 205 in your packet, it does list the terms of the contract for VCO as far as if we do make changes to the notice that's required to give them either 30 days or 90 days, depending on the timing and if we reduce it. Previously, we did discuss in, I believe, our budget committee meetings, we thought it was a 1-year contract. That's if we terminate the entire contract, it requires 1 year. Otherwise, if we're just reducing it, then there's these other guidelines here. Also in the memo, I included the ORS for tourism promotion and then tourism promotion, tourism related facilities. A lot of times questions come up on that. Regarding the budget impact to this, reallocating a portion of that which we dedicate to tourism promotion funding, and that's about 3.3 million per year. And it's currently dedicated to VCO, as I mentioned. That will not have a direct impact on Deschutes County per se if we continue to allocate it to any tourism or tourism related facility because that's going outside. Now, I will say part of the discussion could be if the board decided, to dedicate that to tourism related facilities for the fairgrounds, right? That's also a tourism related. That would have an impact on the budget, but I'm just saying if we continue to allocate resources of that tourism or tourism related facilities outside the organization, that wouldn't have a net impact on the budget. As far as the discretionary dollars that we use to fund current services within the county, the board could look at all those services and decide if we want to fund it or not fund it. Obviously, we have the budget process that's coming up as well. And we do know during the budget process, it's likely we will have additional requests coming on TRT dollars of that discretionary portion as well. Attached to the memo, you do have a memo that was given, the board agenda item, a memo that was distributed to the board in January 11th of 2024. And this was a point in time, but we thought it was still useful for most of the information that's included in the memo. However, on page 207, I do just want to point out a couple of items again before we open up the discussion. This was as of November, receiving actuals through November. We prepared the memo in January. Now, as you've received reports or we hear, our TRT revenue is down 3.3% thus far year to date. And that's comparing budget and also compared to actuals. It's both around 3%. So our projections in this memo as far as revenue here, it lists still at 12.450 in the current year, fiscal 24. We're expecting it to only be 12.2, which is still higher in years, but it's less than the most recent years. So we are trending downwards, and our forecast for fiscal year 25 is no longer going to be at 12.6. Dan and I are discussing that, and we're likely to have the forecast for fiscal year 25 be even lower than the 12.6. It's more like the 12.3 or 12.4, but we're waiting for additional months to come in before we know. And finally, and then I'll turn it back over as well.
Yes. Robert,
Yes.
if you're doing that, are you going to downgrade each of the subsequent years then?
Absolutely, because it does flow. There's an assumption built in there. Right now, the assumption is that it's 2.5% increase in TRT revenue. And that was at the point where we thought that could be reasonable, but now that's not looking likely. And so Dan will be revisiting that as well. And we are thinking about even reducing that too.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. And Dan, did you want any opening comments regarding budget or budget related items that you'd like to speak to at this point?
No, I think that covers it. Unless there's any specific questions related to TRT discretionary or tourism related or impacts on fiscal year 25 budget.
So we really
I was just going to say to the last comment, after 2 years of over forecasting TRT revenue, I think we need to get real conservative.
Yeah. So and Robert and I will discuss that more. I mean, historically, even going back to the early 2000s, there was about a 2.5% growth. In the last couple of years, we've had 3% decreases. So Again, it's, it's a look out 20 years, but I think we're definitely going to be reducing the assumption from 2.5 marginally down, although we haven't quite.
And
figured out
especially
exactly
looking
when.
at the, obviously 20 years, no one knows what's going to happen in 20 years. But as we look at these close years, especially next year, fiscal year 25, we'll be a lot more conservative than we have been in the past, because there's also a lot more demands and requests coming on the same TRT funds. And so there's not the extra that we thought we might have as well.
And as Robert was alluding to, I would imagine that we see close to $1 million in additional TRT requests from in the fiscal year 25 budget, probably coming from 2 separate funds, plus even there'll be a fee discussion later today, which would potentially increase the amount of TRT that would be transferred to a department. And those are just something to watch for as our TRT is actually contracting, our discretionary TRT is contracting as opposed to increasing right now.
I was looking towards the environmental health fee discussion as an opportunity to reduce the demand on TRT, but
and that could be a result. I mean, obviously, we'll follow board direction.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And so really with that, we just wanted to provide this opportunity to discuss, allow the board to discuss really what their preferences on how we move forward with all of the discussions that have been taking place, and as we move into the budget season for fiscal year 25.
So I'll just acknowledge, yeah, we've gotten requests from all kinds of folks saying, the horizon is the dynamic we have right now. If we don't think we're going to go up, we're going to go flat, or even if we're flat and going down a little bit, how are we going to maintain what we have and, keep it real positive? So I know I support all that concept. Our destination marketing organization, we want to have a professional, sparkle to the area and the marketing. I mean, that's what we do here, right? And then the destinations themselves, and I'm referring to Sun River Owners Association have been at the table here, but other destination resorts, fairgrounds, sheriff's office, now the chambers of commerce are saying, hey, we provide a lot of push and pull and, share information for all kinds of people coming and going is my thought there. So that's the scope. And there's probably more, the scope of people that are talking about these dollars for the Board of Commissioners being the entity here and going into a budget process. Right now we got to figure out what, are we going to open, how much are we going to open this up for discussion variables or not? And then are we going to move some of the big components here? I think you mentioned if we change our destination marketing contract or not, big step. So I'm just trying to get us rolling here.
Mr. Chang, did you have anything?
Not really. I'm concerned that we've been overestimating the amount of revenue that we're going to be received, and I want us to get more conservative about that. I do, looking down this list of things, current TRT distributions, there are a lot of extremely important functions on this list, and I mentioned environmental health. That is one of the only areas that I am aware of where we could conceivably cover our costs in different ways and ask that program to reduce their demand on TRT a little bit. But it's also one of the smallest things on this list. So, even reducing that a little bit doesn't affect our whole picture very much.
That is correct, though. Environmental health would have the fees, the actual cost of service fees, which can be leveraged slightly more than some of these others. Justice course fees would not be adequate to cover the TRT amount. Also the Fair and Expo Reserve 617, which is part of the tourism marketing allocation. Other folks have talked before in budget meetings about potentially reallocating those funds too, but that's separate from the discretionary.
Oh, you can't take it from the fair. That's one of my babies. And honestly, you've got to keep the place looking really sharp. We've got thousands and thousands of people that are going there all the time. And I honestly think we as I was talking to James Lewis the other day, when he was walking out, I said, James, what did you see? And he honestly said there were a few things that he thought could be, cleaned up, fixed up. And we're not talking about millions of dollars, but the place needs to have a sparkle at all times. We bring in so many people from the community, from 49 other states. I really want our fairgrounds to have a little bit more attention than it's had in the past. So I don't want to take a dime from the fairgrounds.
And that was the vote of the budget committee last year after Jeff Hines, the fair director, presented about the capital needs and capital maintenance plan for the Fair and Expo.
I haven't changed my vote from then.
Well,
so when we're supposed to not spend any money, is that what you just wanted us to do, Robert? Like, what is it we can take off of here?
Yeah, really, I think part of the discussion is really all those services internally, right? If the revenues come down or other costs increase and there's only so much funds available, we may have to look at what does come off this list or what isn't funded. However, I think one of the main discussions is there anything the board would like to do with the discretion, the allocated portion for the tourism and tourism related facility, that portion that we are 100% right now providing to VCO? It can stay the same. There can be changes to the contract. Maybe if it's requirements to spend more in one area or not another area, you can keep that amount the same. You can split it somewhere else. It's really just real open for the board's preference on how that portion should be spent.
Well, I was hoping that perhaps we could look at what our crown jewel does, Sun River. And if we could allocate, let's say if we went down VCO to 3 million instead of the 3.3 million, 3.5 million, if we went down, but we allocated 10% of that to what could help with Sun River, Mount Bachelor, and the off season and bringing in people. And I feel like that could be a win-win for the community. In the summer, usually we have quite a few people here, but there are off seasons. And if there could be a target for that, I think that would be beneficial for the entire county.
So, as I say, I'm kind of trying to get a sense of what we can get done today or what direction we can put to this, because I know that we've talked to, as I say, everybody that's in the room, we know them all, and we've been kind of lobbied for all kinds of things recently. So, Nick, I know you brought us to this saying, well, let's just lay it all out here in one place. So I'm just trying to figure out where we might even go today. As I say, because if we say we're good, let's change something, and then there's it's all going to be affecting the pool of resources. And then we'll get people calling us right away saying, why didn't you do this? Or why didn't you do that instead?
And we don't necessarily need decisions on budget. Like if there was a budget decision, right? We're not asking for that. That will happen through when we go through the budget committee process, the budget process. But if there is a follow-up direction that we should have another meeting or come back with more information, then we're welcome to do that as well. Again, and to Chair Commissioner Dare's comment, it might be, if you are thinking of reallocating anything, again, it's the amount is based on a percent. It's not a set dollar amount. So maybe, assigning percents or something, or even if directing within VCO, they allocate a portion of their dollars to Sun River specifically. So there's again, a full range of however that can come about. And maybe it deserves a full conversation as well on that topic, but whichever direction the board chooses, we can facilitate more if we need to.
And I could see maybe starting at the destination marketing, kind of go back to 101, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? What resources do we have here? And I'm referring to Visit Central Oregon, laying it out, but, kind of in a work session setting for everybody to see also. So then we're like, oh, okay, we're, optimizing this and, marketing online and advertising and whatever we're doing. Because then it'll give us all a feel for, okay, this is the investment and this is what we think we're getting back. Because, getting people in the shoulder seasons and, just the different things that are done there. Because that'll ground us on what we're doing with that, state required commitment from the transient room tax revenue. And then there's as I say, it goes from there.
Yes.
Just if I can also offer, so the board has heard from a number of partners in the room about funding requests. Not all have submitted funding requests at this point, as Robert mentioned. We may receive additional funding requests given some changes to the budget. For example, the sheriff's office is here today, and they may be submitting an additional request, to support operations for very good reasons. But the other thing I want to offer is, or just to share and shed light on, is I know the partners are talking to each other as well. And so there are a lot of good conversations happening there. And so, as Robert was saying, whether the board wants to provide direction or not today on anything directing the budget, another option is for us to continue to meet with the partner organizations to see, based on their conversations, is there any agreement on any changes that they might collectively propose that they could agree to achieve the same outcomes that we're aiming to achieve right now.
Well, and putting this memo out really sets the table for everybody, being able to see all these charts and graphs here also.
Yeah.
And, what's the industry insight or the feeling about the industry? Is it going to, stay at some number of growth or not? Are we going to big correction or not? And that's the future, but we have some professionals in that world.
It is really hard to have this discussion a discussion about making changes without a list of all the proposed new demands on TRT or requests for TRT, and a list of the proposed increases from some of the entities that are already TRT allocation recipients. So it would really be helpful to me to, before we have a discussion about changing anything, to see the whole set of potential demands on TRT and to be able to evaluate those. Because with if one of the key pieces of this staff memo is where we're allocating TRT currently, all I can say is, these are all really important things. And, why would we want to reduce the amount allocated to any of these things without knowing what the, kind of the additional requests are from various entities. And I know that that's complicated because some people are proposing to kind of reorganize the way that the destination management and tourism related facilities piece is managed, and others are asking for county unrestricted TRT. But I don't feel like I have a complete grasp of what we're trying to choose between.
And I'm just wondering, how much does the city of Bend spend on tourism now? Does anybody know that?
I don't have that information off the top.
I know. I mean, it's fascinating how much we do spend on tourism. We get it because of where we are, and it is so beautiful here. We get such a great benefit, and let's not forget how many people go to Smith Rock every year. So we have some real crown jewels of Oregon, and because we are easily accessed thanks to our outstanding airport. I guess we do, and then we have the Bend Airport too. So, it would be nice to know. It could be like a whole 5-hour workshop on this, in my humble opinion. And that doesn't bother. I think that might be really good, because I feel like it's not really. I know I got a 3-page memo from Mackenzie today, and I did read it, but I do. If we have time, we should make time to have a workshop on this.
That would.
We only allocated 45 minutes today.
Yeah, that would be we would need another pre-budget meeting. We've done the budget week schedule, and we just didn't have time to do a 5-hour conversation around that. But we have a pre-budget meeting on April 29th. And if there's time between April 29th and budget week, we could certainly set up another meeting to go over that. To Commissioner Chang's points, I would say the direction was more just around certainly there's a discretionary piece, which as the discretionary shrinks and we have more asks for discretionary, the board will have to make a decision about where those funds go. But as far as the tourism marketing promotion, I guess I'm just thinking from the perspective of giving a 90, 30-day notice if there's potential to reducing a VCO budget and probably the impacts that that could potentially have on VCO. Technically, our approved budget will be adopted May 25th. And if the budget committee does choose to reduce the allocation, that's enough time per the contract to give notice. But it's pretty tight. It's about a 30-day window there.
The other thing I would offer, Dan, is in lieu of a discussion of reducing the VCO allocation, given conversations between some entities with Sun River and VCO, is there an opportunity to take a look and see, is there an opportunity to, within the VCO, I don't have the VCO budget now. Is there how much is allocated now towards marketing, for example, in the Sun River area? And is there any flexibility in looking at that allocation? I don't know. I just know the parties are talking to each other, which is a great thing and a great start. And that might be a good conversation for us to have over the next few weeks, and then maybe even meet before the 29th with the board to talk about kind of where we're at and provide the additional information that Commissioner Chang requested. It's just a thought.
Yeah, on the question of, do we make major changes in the funds we're allocating to tourism promotion and tourism related facilities? I think with the very short timeline we have, I don't think we're in a position to make dramatic changes this year. I think that there's some really complicated discussions that need to happen that, maybe people can be working on over this next year, gearing up for the next fiscal year. But I do know that TRT has been declining the last couple of years, and there's all kinds of reasons for that. But in light of that, because everyone in this room is interested in TRT levels staying as high as possible, monkeying around or messing with our tourism promotion as a function, I think is it doesn't serve anyone who is interested in receiving TRT funds for the programming that they want to do. Now, I've definitely heard discussion about how tourism promotion could be done differently or maybe better. And I am not an expert in these things, so I don't want to say, judge that yay or nay. But I don't think we have the time in this, coming up to the fiscal year decisions that we're looking at in May to really suss that out. So I guess I would.
And I just
basically
think
that means I don't think we have.
I think the opposite. I think we need to do it now. They're going to be opening up with a new director shortly. They got up to 9 employees, and what is it? We need marketing for tourism. And how in today's world, digital world, are those more people that you're hiring, or is that more markets and different ways of reaching people? So I really feel it's a perfect time. And the good news is we funded apparently the public safety building in Sun River. I want to acknowledge again that at times in our year, 83.5% of the funding TRT dollars will come from Sun River. It is the crown jewel, and I don't ever want to short them out. But I really think the VCO hiring more and more people is not the answer for actually tourism marketing. So that's why I think we should make that effort now. Otherwise, we could put it off for another year and then another year. So
then, back to kind of the question of consider if we want to open up the book of the Visit Central Oregon contract. I think we are in a different world, high-speed internet and a worldwide pandemic. We thought it was going to go down and then it shot way up. So it's a different world than we have been in. And I mean, I want to keep it positive. As I say, I'm not looking for anything negative here, but maybe it is time to just take a big picture look at it, because the moving parts, are the fact that marketing's different these days. You used to be able, buy a color ad in the newspaper in a big town and you knew just about everybody saw it. Now we don't know which way things are going. So it's just a different world. So I'd like to learn more. As I say, it's not a punitive of anything. It's taking a look at the big picture and getting on the same page and working together in Central Oregon for everybody's benefit. So I'm just saying, I kind of lean towards, yeah, let's open it up and take a good look at this,
I mean,
but not in a negative fashion. As I say, it's nothing
who would
negative.
have dreamed of Velo Airlines would be so successfully flying in and out of Redmond and where they're going? I mean, yes. And, you know, the world has definitely changed, and I think we need to catch that. So I would love to do it.
So that
sooner.
brings us to a meeting, before budget, in case something falls out. So then that brings us back to, do we do a notification that there might be a change? You know, I mean, we all know that's a kind of a touchy subject, but there could be a change, I guess, is the conclusion I come to.
I mean, another, just to kind of put some sideboards around this, we don't really get to decide whether there will be less or more money spent on tourism promotion and tourism related facilities. Like in statute, there are requirements that, a certain amount of, 20% of the first 6%, 100% of the next 1%, that is going to tourism promotion and tourism related facilities. If we want to discuss how that's being done, that's another discussion. But from a budgetary perspective, I don't think we're changing numbers that dramatically dedicated to those functions. So I just want that to be clear for everybody. So so if we want to kind of dig into the way that tourism promotion and tourism related facilities is done, we can do that, but we're not gaining money back for other functions, other functions besides tourism promotion and tourism related facilities by opening this up and tinkering with it.
I'll just jump in. That is correct. We are required to, it's approximately, I'll just say 3 million is a round number. That 3 million per year, depending on rental levels, right? Rental, TRT revenue that comes in, but that is dedicated. How the board decides to allocate those funds out, or for a specific purpose, or I should say to whom, that is the question. But correct, we have to spend that $3 million on tourism and tourism related facilities. It's not discretionary that we can use, but it is, the board can determine how.
But the fair is under that category, required for tourism, the fair and expo?
Tourism related facilities, yes, would apply under that.
Okay.
And we are here to, whatever the board direction is, whether it's facilitate another meeting, we can work it within the schedule, assuming everyone's schedules can line up in a perfect world, we can try to get a meeting together before even the April 29th date, if that's possible, if stakeholders are available.
I would just probably suggest that if the required, we mentioned 3 million is required for tourism, it's probably closer to 4 by the time we factor in the Fair and Expo, the 615, because it's this year 3.3 ballpark, 993 per. So total tourism maybe 4, maybe a full third.
Although that newest 1% is dedicated already specifically to the fair.
To Fair and Expo. I was
just 70%.
Yeah, my only point was just the total amount going to tourism is probably closer to 4 million.
Is higher.
Whereas if we look at the specific allocations, it's 3 million one direction, about 1 million in another. Yeah.
Thank you.
Another dynamic I learned about recently was a short-term rental in EFU zones is not allowed by state law. I guess worked out in the courts or whatever. So we had I don't know how many, but we had a subset of properties that were doing that, and now they're not allowed to do that. Is there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, our office, the tax office, finance department, tax office, who also administers the transient room tax, every time they come up with a renewal, your certificate of authority is good for 1 year. When they come up for a renewal, that's when they're flagged per se, and we are reevaluating them to make sure they are following the code requirements as far as not being an EFU is one of them. It's also we are able to look at properties when our system, and this may be a reminder, when our system flags properties and where we don't have a certificate of authority on the property. It flags it for us, we research it, and in reviewing it, staff looks at it and it doesn't look like it's following code. So we would refer those to CDD to ensure it really is eligible or not. So we are finding a number of those, probably.
Didn't you just refer 45 of
Yeah.
them? Yes.
And some of that was built up a little bit, but it can vary by month, but we are referring those. And so it will decrease the numbers that potentially, we don't know exactly how many, but it could decrease how many TRT rentals, although we know that's not the majority of where the TRT comes from.
But yeah, so for this EFU property, it was multiple years in the system. All of a sudden they got notification this year that, oh, you're not allowed to do this. Sounds like it was a court order, court issue that clarified the fact that it's not allowed in Oregon. So now we have property owners that had done this maybe full-time or part-time. I don't know the scenarios, but we've just wiped them right off the books.
Right.
I mean, yeah, we the government, which is from state law. Yeah.
Right. We send them an FAQ with all the details on that information when we find out that they're no longer eligible, even though they might have in the past. And I would say some might have knowingly known and others might have not have known.
Well, but I mean, we gave them a certificate of authority for a few years, and now we're not giving them one.
Correct. And the certificate of authority does state on it, it's to collect the tax, the authority to collect and remit the tax, and they're self-certifying that they have met all the code requirements, or it states that.
Now we're not giving it to them because we know that if you're in the EFU zone, it's just a hard no.
Right.
Where we didn't do that until this year.
Correct.
I just learned that recently. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good for that information to be out there.
Yeah. Well, does that give any direction? As I say, I mean, I support everybody in the room that wants these dollars, but yeah, we have to work through a little bit. Is there any visioning that we can do, working together for this, keeping the industry positive and functioning?
Are you asking for, I hear a couple commissioners maybe asking for a larger meeting with potentially proposals related to the tourism allocations? Is that what?
Right.
Well, and my thought is, I mean, even asking the tough, the big asks, put it on a piece of paper. Can we get there from here? Because then we have a little bit more of a menu about what we're talking about. Because we've heard a lot of ideas recently. There's some big ideas out there, and yeah, if we're going to I don't mind making some decisions in light of where we're at today, and where we think we might can go, optimal investments for the future.
So coming back, let us know what everyone is asking for.
Now, I don't know if we need a formal motion, but it sounds like if we're hearing direction, we'll try to find a time, gather the stakeholders together, come back with this additional information, and bring the group together for a full conversation on this subject.
And that would be a full budget committee pre-meeting.
I interpret it as including the community stakeholders, VCO, other Sun River organization, others as well, but that's great clarification on who you would like invited at that meeting.
Yeah, I was trying to understand whether we were talking about doing this as a budget committee pre-meeting or whether we were talking about doing this as a board of commissioners with stakeholders.
We'll follow, the direction of the board.
I don't have an opinion on that. I just wanted to.
I'd like to see stakeholders at the table so we can kind of show support for each other and discuss.
Stakeholders and the board.
Yes, and if the budget committee wants to be there, that would be great.
And budget. Okay, full budget committee, which includes the board and the stakeholders.
Yes.
Okay.
Good. And VCO also has state funds too that go into their budget. So it's not only what they're getting from the TRT from us, but from that group. So it does make a difference.
Okay.
Thank you.
We thank you for your direction. Thank you.
All right. Item 15, environmental health. Good afternoon, Tom. Hi, Eric.
Hello. And for the environmental health team, but I think just before you walked in the door, I was saying that one of the only places where we might be able to reduce demand on TRT would be through increases of these environmental health fees. So just know that that's going to be one of the kind of thought bubbles above our heads while we're listening to you today.
Okay, great. For the record, I'm Tom Kuhn from Public Health.
Eric Money, Environmental Health Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you for having us here today. As we do almost every year, we come before you to discuss environmental health fees, kind of give you an update since this is closely connected with our business community. So we think it's really important to share this information. Our goals today, that's right, I have to use this one. There we go. Are to provide an update on the environmental health program, kind of where we're at these days, to review some of our funding needs for fiscal year 25, and also to provide some different fee structures scenarios for your consideration that we've kind of have been discussing quite a bit for the last couple of months and came up with some ideas of what might make the most sense.
I
So,
thought you were going to say a couple years.
no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we do discuss every year, but every year is a new scenario. So. All right, I'll turn it over to Eric. He's going to share some of the updates on the program.
Yeah, thank you. In Oregon, there are statutes that mandate environmental health programs in each county have to inspect food, pool, and lodging facilities. And so as you can see from the numbers, we have a lot of restaurants, a lot of mobile food units, and more every day, a lot of pools and spas and hotels and motels. Temporary restaurants, there's 100 more in 2023 than there were in 2022. And so those are at events, farmers markets, sportsmen's shows, Balloons Over Bend. And I anticipate that to be up around 500 this year with all the events that are happening. And then water systems, childcare facilities, and school lunch programs. So those are the facilities we inspect next. And this is a happy slide because we were not doing inspections for a couple of years based on the worldwide pandemic that Commissioner DeVone referenced. Oregon Health Authority essentially shut down our field inspections, and I'm happy to say we're ramping back up. And as of 2023 calendar year, we inspected 92% of all the facilities, food, pool, and lodging that we were required to inspect. So things are getting back on track, and that's a great sign. So the FDA program standards, there's 9 of them, and I enrolled in this program.
Question on the back, last slide, 92, 93% from those times. The previous slide says 2 times a year for restaurants. How does that relate to the 92 or 93% number? As in, are you seeing a restaurant once a year, not a second time, or what is not being done at that 8%?
Well, those are all of the food, pool, and lodging inspections, and so it could be a swimming pool or a hot tub at a motel. It could be a hotel itself, or it could be a restaurant that we did not get to. So those could have been in that 8% category that we didn't hit.
And then not get to a restaurant at all in 1 year, or just not for the second inspection? I guess that's what I was wondering. I was hoping it was just the second inspection you didn't get to.
Well, if every 6 months we have to, like the first 6 months of this year, we have to, according to statute, we have to have inspected every food truck or a restaurant, for example. The second 6 months of the year, we have to inspect them again. If we miss it, then that will be hit hopefully in January. So it doesn't count for 2023. So it's not like it didn't get inspected for a year. It might be 7 months.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Staffing ratios still not keeping pace. We give an update on this every year, and I enrolled in the FDA program standards several years back, and there's 9 of those standards, and really what those show are the quality of your food safety program. Instead of saying how many inspections you did, I'm very also interested in how well did you do them, and if you meet these standards, then that's showing that the meaningfulness of your program is effective. And so FDA has said, one full-time food service inspector should be inspecting about 280 to 320 facilities per year. And we're up over 500 This isn't unusual for other Oregon counties. It's not like we're the only place that has a lot of inspections to do or the only county. But it just illustrates that we have a whole lot of inspections to do. And again, this is just for food service inspections.
Are those same food service inspectors at all the temporary weekend events also, or is that just a subset of the staff?
Well, some weekends we have 2 or 3 inspectors working on a Saturday because you have to be in Lapine and Sisters and
That's my
Redmond.
thought, yeah.
And so, but we have a rotating assigned inspector for each weekend. And then we also have an on-call inspector that is just responsible for temps on the weekends.
So everybody's in that rotation, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So what's new in environmental health? We, for this 6-month period, from January to the end of June, we are focusing only on the most common risk factors that lead to potentially a foodborne outbreak. And so it's part of one of the elements of one of those FDA standards. So this is the first time we've done this, and every 5 years after doing a risk factor study, you come up with some data and you create a targeted intervention. For example, if we find out, hey, a lot of places don't have an employee health policy for sick employees, or hey, we've found out that in this 6-month study that hand washing is really not where it needs to be. And then you just create a targeted intervention to show the food service establishments that, hey, man, this is really important. You got to wash your hands more, and here's when. So that is a really neat thing that we're doing now. So those inspections are a different type than the normal ones we do. We're working with the state's software company to get those inspections on our website as soon as possible, hopefully by this afternoon. All right. Is it your turn, Tom?
Yeah. All right, next slide is our environmental health budget status. When I had presented to the Public Health Advisory Board on this, we still didn't know what our final numbers were, and we do now. And it's looking as if for FY25, if we set all fees at 4% consumer price index, which has been kind of the standard starting point for environmental health over the last 4 years, we would still need an additional $203,000 in transient room tax, or say county general fund, or combination of either, if we just kept fees at the CPI 4%. And the only way we're able to reduce this deficit is by increasing fees beyond CPI. So that's kind of where we're at today. Anyways, next slide just shows.
A question.
Yes.
Is that on top of the $377,627 that they have here on this schedule for FY25?
Actually,
Is that an additional number?
we have our fiscal officer Cheryl with us just in case one of these questions came up. So I don't.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Numbers.
Yeah, numbers. For the record, Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer for Health Services. That's in addition to the fiscal year 24 allocation of $368,417. Yes.
Okay. So, all right. And this number went up a bit, but all right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we see that last slide again?
Yeah. Okay. And so, as I said, we came in putting all fees at 4%, which is consumer price index. That's what the shortfall is. Thank you. All right. The next slide just shows where our fee revenue is coming from. Restaurant fees make up over half of the revenue we generate. Pools and spas contribute a decent amount at 14%, and then mobile food units, 10%, another factor that seems to slowly keep creeping up. And then tourist facilities and all our other fees kind of fall in the other categories that we're not sharing. But
That's really fascinating because you have 272 mobile food units and yet they're only bringing in 10%. they're almost half, not quite half, 40% of the restaurants. So
You're anticipating where this is going because, you know, one of the questions is, should the fee structure for mobile food units be higher?
it seems out of whack.
Mhm. Yes, great question. I think as the presentation goes on, that probably will be answered.
All right, I won't ask any more questions.
And this next slide just shows our historical fee changes over the years since fiscal year 19. We've done some combination of variable fee increases, meaning that restaurants or food trucks or tourist facilities or whatever, there were different fees. It wasn't just a flat fee across the board. There's also been flat fees. In fiscal year 21, we did not charge fees because of the pandemic, which I know the restaurant owners really appreciated. And in fiscal year 22, we started doing CPI, and it was a smaller amount then. 23, 7.5% was CPI, so a much bigger increase, and we charged that across the board. And then last year, it was decided to make the fees 10% across the board, 10% flat fee. So that's where we were last year. And we're going to highlight two particular fee categories today with you. These are ones that we've actually tried to address in the past because we had noticed the work that's commensurate with the fee, and also where we stood with other counties seemed a little out of proportion with these two fees in particular. So the first one we're going to talk about is mobile food units, and I'll kick it back to Eric.
All right. Thank you. The trend of how many mobile food units there are in Oregon has really been startling. And this slide shows that in 11 years ago, we had one food cart pod. So if you have a grouping of 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 mobile food units and usually a tap room with it, 11 years ago, we had one of those on the west side of town here. And now we have 29, and there are 4 or 5 more that we have in plan review. And so we'll illustrate in a slide soon how much energy it takes to kind of get going with city and county staff to look at the infrastructure of those pods. All right, so just a little background on the types of mobile food units. Class 1s and 2s, we only have a few of those. That's where food is made at a commissary kitchen, and then just it's on a cart. The class 1s are prepackaged like a packaged hot dog. Class 2 would be an unpackaged hot dog, for example. And we don't have very many of those at all. Class 3s and class 4s make up 99% of all the mobile units that we have. And they've essentially kind of become restaurants on wheels. Used to be, when I worked here many years ago, on the corner of Bond and Minnesota, there might be somebody selling hot dogs in a cart. And now you've got a full-blown restaurant on wheels. And so it takes a lot longer to inspect them in a somewhat primitive setting, in a trailer. Next slide. Yeah, so this just illustrates what I'd said before. Of the 272 mobile units we have licensed, only 4 of those are of the class 1 variety. And so a lot of more time is what is taken by our staff to inspect the class 3s and the class 4s. All right, so as I had discussed before, the mobile food unit pods requires more planning meetings with city and county officials, looking at water, sewer, power, and trying to make sure that these are developed in the safest, healthiest way. And then post-pandemic, and even during the pandemic, the model of the food cart or the food truck was a great way to stay safe. You get the food and you leave. You don't have to sit in a restaurant with a bunch of other people. That has continued. And so the restaurants that might have had 3 or 4 food items in response to customer demand, now they've got 8 or 9 or 10 things on the menu. They're incredibly popular. And so that has created a need for more space whether it's food storage off of the unit or putting a refrigerator in the parking lot of one of these pods and sharing that refrigerator with 3 or 4 other carts. And then just a bunch of totes and sheds and warehouses that you see behind the food truck. And, you know, we go there and we show up to do an inspection and it's like, wow, this has really evolved in what was approved initially. And so a lot of conversations are taking place with, hey, this isn't licensed, or now you're making food at your house and, oh, you can't do that. Or you're making food at a restaurant instead of just on the cart, but that requires a separate license. And so the OHA also presented some new rules after some committee work that was done on when mobile units can cater and when they can't. And so there's a lot of confusion that sprung forth from that. The fire marshal last year came out with state fire codes that are impacting mobile food units as far as how close they can be to other mobile food units, whether they need a hood and fire suppression, how many fire extinguishers they've had, gas lines, et cetera. And we're getting a lot of questions. I'm not the fire marshal, but we're fielding a lot of them and trying to give them proper resources and depending on which fire code jurisdiction they're in. And then the complexity of menus. You know, we have barbecue trailers and sushi restaurants on wheels, and that's a lot different than just checking out a hot dog on a cart.
All right, moving on to our next slide. You're probably familiar with these slides that I've created in the past, just to kind of show where we're lining up with other comparable counties. And so basically in the first slide, it just shows the increase if we did 4% consumer price index. For mobile food units, that would give us only $6,000 additional dollars in revenue for fiscal year 25. And as you see on the list, it kind of keeps us, or it does keep us in the same spot as where we are right now as far as our ranking amongst other counties. It puts us at about 7%, or excuse me, number 7. So not much of a change there on the list. If we go there and the revenues, not significant. So because of the work commensurate for this, we've come up with some other scenarios, variable increases, which, as I mentioned, we've brought this to the commissioners in the past. There were other reasons why it was decided not to go this route, but looking at tiering the increases so that the more complex class 3 and class 4s have a higher fee that's commensurate with the extra work that is performed to inspect those. So if you see there, increasing class 1s and 2s by 10%, class 3s by 15, and class 4s by 20. It's not a significantly larger jump in the fee. However, it does create a little bit of a more of a gap between the more complex food carts and less complex. And under this scenario, it would give us an additional $26,000 for fiscal year 25 if this fee structure was chosen. Going on to the next one, option 3, and we have for both the types of licenses we're discussing today, we have 3 options before you, and of course, there's always open options that could be considered. But option 3, the increases are a little more staggered. Class 1s and 2s are at 10% still. Class 3s would be at 20%, class 4s at 30%, and this would provide us with an additional $38,000 for fiscal year 25. And so I basically showed you under the 3 options how much total additional revenue each would provide. And the $203,000 gap is
we still have a gap.
Yeah, is under option 1, but yes, correct. This does reduce the gap under option 3. And it moves us into 5th place in the state as far as our mobile unit food fees. So we're still not at the top with these. And just this slide kind of summarizes these 3 options for consideration. And next, we will move into travelers accommodations. And once again, for the subject matter expert, I'll turn that back over to Eric.
Yeah, All right, so travelers accommodations includes hotels, motels, RV parks, campgrounds. And the Oregon Health Authority, according to their statutes, they only recommend one inspection every 2 years for those facilities. And we feel pretty strongly that with our destination status, millions of visitors coming here, that one inspection every 2 years on a large hotel or any hotel or motel is just not enough. And so we feel like they need to be inspected annually instead of every 2 years. And just for some background, an inspection requires that we hit 10% of any of the hotel rooms that they have. So if you've got a large hotel with 100 rooms, we have to inspect at least 10 of them. And this is a breakdown of how many rooms or units a hotel or motel rec park has. Of our 81 hotels and motels, you can see the breakdown of how many rooms that each of one of them have.
All right. Similarly to the mobile food units, I created 3 different scenarios to review. The first one, once again, is based on 4% CPI. This would only boost us an additional $1,000 in revenue in fiscal year 25. It's fairly minimal, and the fee increases are very minimal as well. The one thing I wanted to point out with this one, because our variable increases will be much more significant that we're proposing for tourist accommodations, due to the fact that if you see where we're at in yellow on the bottom line, a very large hotel with 76 to 100 units only pays $82 more a year for a license than a 1 to 25 unit ma and pa type of hotel. And the amount of time involved with inspecting that is significantly greater. So just want to show some of the logic into some of the variable increases we have coming. So the next slide, the increases are much more significant, 20%, 30, 40, 50, and 50 for 100 plus. And this puts us, as far as compared to other counties, in the 5th place in the ranking with their fees. And it does create more of a gap between the smaller hotels and the larger hotels, and also aligns better with the work commensurate with doing the inspections. As Eric said, 10% of 100 units is 10 hotel rooms versus a 20 hotel room, which would mean 2 inspections. So a lot more work involved. We're still not at the top of the list as far as other counties, and this would provide us an additional 11,000 total for fiscal year 25. And then finally, our option 3, once again, the highest one, going from 20% all the way up to 70% tiered structure of variable increases. Once again, this creates a little more of a gap between the very large hotels and the smaller hotels, not really bringing the cost for the smaller hotels quite as much, but definitely it's a good starting point for the future, where if we were to do this staggered tiered approach, it would be a better way to raise the fees on CPI in future years, because the bigger hotels are already much more expensive for their license than the smaller hotels. So that, once again, goes along with keeping the work in line with the cost of the license. And then once again, this is a review of what each of these proposed increases would give us, as the numbers are fairly low here. Of course, the number of tourist accommodations is much lower than like the mobile food units. So that's one explanation of why the revenue increases are not nearly as much for these.
Is a hotel inspection include a food prep or restaurant inspection, or is that a separate license fee if they have a restaurant?
That's a separate license. If a hotel has a hotel breakfast operation and obviously some hotel rooms and then a pool and a spa, they might have 4 separate licenses.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So once again, those show where the revenue would be increased by each of those 3 options. This next slide shows the different scenarios. Under just keeping as is, as I mentioned, at 4% CPI, it would be an additional $203,000 needed. And that's to maintain our current staffing levels. This is not increasing staffing. It's just to keep us where we're at, where we're still able to provide quality inspections and really build those connections with the business owners. If we increased all fees by CPI and then chose option 3, that would reduce our need for TRT or County General Fund down to $158,000. So that would definitely lower that amount by approximately 25%. Still a little ways to go, but definitely would be very helpful. And then there's also other fee options to consider, whether or not we'd look at doing option 3 for the mobile food units and tourist accommodations, and then maybe increase all the other fees by a certain percentage. That's also another route we could go if we wanted to reduce the need for TRT even further. There was a letter of support from our Public Health Advisory Board. I emailed that to you earlier this week. I couldn't get in the packet, but we presented to them on 2 different occasions, and they were supportive of option 3 in order to reduce the amount of TRT needed to cover this. And they also felt like the work commensurate with those options made more sense than keeping all the fees flat. And that ends our presentation. Just many things to consider going into the budget cycle, and would welcome any feedback that you might have.
One more question. Is there any partnership with the state? Is there any revenue or resources that come through the state on this, or just guidance about how, what to expect for and what the goals are?
Well, it's quite the opposite. We send them money in the form of quarterly remittance that is negotiated through our contract with them.
Yeah, I just think that, it kind of feels like it could be something that could be supported maybe at the state level, because we're just there's a lot of economic activity associated with all this, which is payroll, which is going back to the state. And then we're doing all this hitting the businesses too.
Yeah. No help from the state.
No help. Okay. So are you looking for guidance today, or kind of buy-in for the Board of Commissioners and input to the budget?
Yes, I guess is which way you might be leaning towards. That will help us plan for what we submit for our budget. Cheryl, of course, is very interested to hear what that might be. That helps her move forward with her work.
And so those option 3s are fine for me. I mean, it's a shame, but that's very, very logical about how you got there. So, as I say, the second option on each one of those calculations. And then, so then there's a discussion about where the rest of the money comes from in the proposed budget.
So we raised the fees last year 10%.
Mm-hmm.
What was the CPI last year?
For COLA, it was 4%.
It was 4 last year? Okay, so we raised them 10. And now we're talking about raising them, what did you say, like 10, 20, 50?
Yeah, variable just for those 2 license categories.
Mm-hmm.
And there aren't any other categories to spread the cost around? These are the ones you feel that need it?
Well, those were the ones that stood out where we seemed very low compared to other counties. That's one thing that stood out. And also just looking at the amount of work involved with the more complex ones and the less complex ones. That's why these 2 really stood out to us, that we needed to make them more tiered. So rather than just a gentle slope of the fees, it's a little more of a
dramatic
slope.
Up to 50% more?
Equaling the work involved, which is also.
I would just be curious to know if that hotel does have a pool and a restaurant and the hotel, what are the total fees that they did pay, and what would be the difference? I took a lot of notes, but I really need to see the paperwork.
Only the hotel license fee would go up for that particular hotel that you mentioned.
So the restaurant wouldn't?
Well, the restaurant.
Because we're only doing mobile.
The restaurant would go up 4% in one of the options based on CPI. The hotel would go up more than that based on our one of our options. But the other fees wouldn't go up depending on some of the other variables with how we're going to make up our budget deficit.
So exactly what was the number you said now our budget is deficit is down to? Is that the 158?
Yes, under option 3, it would be down to 158.
That we need to find in addition to this other funding.
Correct.
And it's also really important to remember that compared to other counties, our inspectors are carrying much bigger loads. Yeah, I forget what the industry standard was, but
we were talking about the FDA standards is where we're definitely way above those. That doesn't necessarily reflect where we are versus other counties. That's where the FDA determines we should be at.
So other counties have excessive inspection loads as well for their staff?
Most other counties are struggling to meet the 280 to 320 inspections a year on food service establishments.
It's very hard to know exactly what every county does it differently. So it's really hard. Even trying to gather the fees from the other county is very labor intense. There's not like a database that just has it readily available. There's a lot of work involved. And it could be that this last week, one of these counties increased their fees. And so it's very hard to stay on top of it.
Because I noticed Marion County was up at the top at one, but they were way down at the bottom of a different fee. So.
Yes, we find that when I've been looking at the fees, it's a kind of a little bit all over the place. But a lot of the comparable counties like Deschutes counties tend to be usually around the same range. But there are some certain areas where they charge a lot less and we're not really sure why.
Okay, so if we did raise the fees, like the mobile food units that were only 10%, would that raise that up to something a little more appropriate?
If we did all of them 10%?
No. If you raise the fees for the mobile food units, originally they were they're 40% of the restaurants, but their revenue was so minimal in comparison. So that would actually make it seem more in line with.
Yes, that would bring it up more. It's still, restaurants still make up a lot of our, the work that we do, but yes, that would bring it up.
Okay, well, I would just like to say that we have a lot of restaurants that aren't open anymore, like several nights a week. I don't know, I see it a lot. I know they're struggling to have help. So I don't know, maybe you all don't notice it, but if you try and go out on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, and Sisters, there's hardly anybody that's even open anymore.
Yeah, that's why for restaurants, we're coming in at the 4% consumer price index, which is just the standard fee amount.
Right, because they are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have tourist season, and tourists really, when they come on a vacation, they do like to go to a restaurant. So we've got to hope that things change.
That's the reason why my kid was making $20. My 16-year-old kid was making $20 an hour net washing dishes last summer because we have dire workforce shortages in our community.
Oh no, they were 14 and they were working and they were fabulous. Actually, I could not believe it. I go like, "Are you 14?" Yes. And what great opportunities to actually get your first job and do a great job. So, wow. Well, it sounds like we're still going to be a bit short, but maybe it'll even it out.
So I'll just say I'm recognizing that it's, that is an additional fee impact on these businesses. I'm supportive of option 3 increases proposed.
So do we need a motion or anything today, or you'll proceed?
Yeah, we just need your guidance on how to move forward.
Yep. And in regard to process, so we'll build this into the requested budget, which transitions eventually to the proposed budget. And you'll have an opportunity, the whole budget committee, to approve that. So we'll have the TRT conversation again. And then
Board of County Commissioners would approve the fee schedule sometime thereafter. Is that in June usually? June?
Thank you, Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. Sorry, just jumping in. I didn't know if I heard clarification or if there needed to be clarification on the use of general fund versus TRT, because that was in the presentation about one of those options. So I don't know if the board wanted to weigh in on a preference for that. Again, we may be having other TRT discussions and other general fund discussions. So this could jump ahead of other decisions that may be there. But I think that direction would be needed so we know how to develop the budget as well. If there are preferences.
I would think they would come out of TRT. It's tourism. Anyone else?
It's certainly, it's certainly appropriate, but it's also putting more strain on an additional. It's putting more strain on a fund source that right now is coming in under forecasted revenue for the fiscal year this year. So I'm concerned about that. And there are a lot of things that do serve tourists, but also serve a lot of local people. I mean, when we were talking about the Fair and Expo, does serve tourists and it does serve a lot of local people. Restaurants, they do serve tourists, they do serve a lot of local people. So I'm not fully persuaded that TRT is the right place to draw the shortfall from.
And I'd just like it to be a surprise. My point is, let the budget writers go ahead and figure that one out. Figure out which way it looks like. Did we do it last year? What are the pressure on either one of them? So I wouldn't put too much direction to that.
Okay, complete chaos.
No, thank you. That does provide it because the county administrator acting as the budget official can include it in his proposed budget after we run some of the numbers, and we'll just include it the best option within the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So then you'll send us your presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Shouldn't it have been with
Brenda
our,
has a copy of it.
shouldn't it have been with our packet originally though?
Yeah, we were still making some adjustments to it that we didn't have it ready in final form to go by the time the packet was due.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you guys do.
Welcome.
All right, number 16. Tom, it's you again.
I'm still here. I was lucky to put them back to back today. So. Okay, once again, for the record, I'm Tom Kuhn from Public Health, but I also serve as the Deschutes County Ambulance Service Area Administrator.
I'm Jared Jeffcott, Captain with Sun River Fire Department and I'm Chair of the ASA Committee.
Chris Bell, Senior County Counsel, Senior Assistant County Counsel for Deschutes County.
Yes, and Chris has been working closely with us, as you know, over the last 3 or 4 years. All right. So once again, the purpose of our presentation today is to give you an ASA 101, the purpose and history. It's kind of good to refresh everybody's memories about what exactly are we doing with ASA, what its purpose and intent is. And so we're going to cover some of that, discuss a little bit about our activities over the last few years, just showing what we're working on and continuing to meet and so forth. And also some issues that we discovered with our current Deschutes County Code 8.3 and its accompanying plan. This is the main focus of why we're here today is as our committee began meeting again, one thing that stood out was that there is definitely some issues going on with the plan and code as written. And we dug into it, and that's what brought us here today. And then we also will make some recommendations on how we think we can improve our county code and plan. So that's going to be the crux of our presentation today. Starting off with the ASA 101, it's to ensure that all areas of the county have access to 911 EMS transport. That was always the initial intent for having an ambulance service area, make sure everyone has service. To monitor the established service boundaries, which the county has contracts with all the providers that they are ordered or charged with those certain parameters in the counties where they have service delivery. Ensure that county compliance, ensure county compliance with all rules and ORS statutes. Making sure that all the providers are following those rules that are in law. Respond to and investigate any complaints, whether it's from one of our franchises or private provider. Whenever there is a complaint, those would come in to myself, and then at that point it would be addressed. And then it also establishes the ASA committee and provides guidelines for the committee. Next slide is a map as it stands of our different provider boundaries. And as you see, some of them extend beyond Deschutes County due to a lack of support from other areas, most likely geographically, because there are some barriers involved that would make it very difficult for EMS providers in those other counties to provide adequate access to the services. This map is relatively unchanged for almost 30 years, and that's part of what we're going to discuss today as well. The next slide just shows the different franchise providers in the county. This has been unchanged for as long as the records I have indicate. Bend Fire, Black Butte Ranch Fire, Crooked River Ranch Fire, Lapine Rural Fire Protection District, Redmond Fire, Sisters Camp Sherman, and Sun River. So those are the 7 providers that we have and have been operating with us. And these are also all, by being a franchise provider, a member of the ASA committee. That's part of the county code. Other members of the committee include a citizen member, physician advisor, Deschutes County EMS manager, Deschutes County Public Health, which I represent, and then Deschutes County 911. So we have all of those categories. We have members that do participate on the committee. Next slide is a little bit about the history of the ASA. Myself and Jared did a lot of digging around recently to try to see what we could come up with. And unfortunately, it seems like record retention laws have destroyed many historical documents from the past, which we were hoping we'd be able to access. The statute directing ambulance service areas was adopted in 1977 by Oregon. And in 1986, OAR 333, Division 260, was adopted to define that there are ASA plans, which of course is why we're here today. And the Deschutes County ASA plan, we know was established before 1991. We were unable to find through all our search efforts, also asked county legal to help us. The earliest reference to it they could find was in a document from 1991 that it referenced the ambulance service area plan, and there were no other searches that came up which found it referenced any time sooner. So we at least know it's been that long since there's been a plan. And then the current version of the plan, its current format and the county code was adopted in 1997. We do have that, and that's the earliest version of the plan and code we have, even though we know there was an existing plan prior to 1991. We exhausted many routes. I talked with the state, different record keeping in the county, and that was all we could come up with. But at least that shows a good amount of history as far as how this has been around.
Can I add something to that? Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I did quite a bit of research. I called a lot of people who were in the EMS system back in the late 80s and early 90s. Looked like there was a big push in the late 80s to create boundaries, the current boundaries that you saw on the map, to encompass all of Deschutes County. There was discussions between Bend and Sun River, like who would go to Elk Lake, who would be faster to areas like that. That's how some of those were established. Our other research showed that the ASA was monitored by the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office prior to 1997. And it looked like in 97, there was a big push by the Oregon Health Division to modernize some of the ASA plans. But that was the last we've really heard from the Health Division on that. So that's where we're at.
And just reviewing some of our activity in recent years, in 2012 was around the time when I was appointed as the ambulance service area administrator. I had been doing some work prior to that, but I was officially appointed in 2012. And at that point, we started meeting regularly. And prior to that, there were meetings, but we didn't have a regular schedule. And then we became a little more organized. And between 2012 and 2019, since I was ASA administrator, I myself only received one complaint about a provider, and as actually not one of the franchises, one of our private providers. And the ambulance committee followed the county code and addressed that complaint successfully. And happy to say that we really have not had complaints coming in. So that to me demonstrates a lot about the good work that our providers have been doing. And then a major thing that was changed with our county code back in 2018 was that terms were changed from 5 years to 10 years. And this was a big push from fire agencies who felt that having only 5-year terms was not enough time to decommission all the equipment, supplies, and staffing that they had. And they had asked if they could have 10-year terms, which were similar to some other public serving agencies that have similar types of contracts with the county. And so it was decided in 2018 that terms would be made to go 10 years. And so terms will be coming up again in 2028. So we'll be right around the corner, and then we'll open up the franchises once again for agencies to reapply. And thus far, we've not had any agencies in between coming to say they would like to apply, and no outside agencies have applied in the last two application processes that I've been through since 2012. In 2020, of course, the COVID pandemic had a major impact on our EMS. And also we had this situation going on with Lapine Fire. And that created a great deal of work for EMS and also the ASA committee. We ended up meeting sometimes 10 to 15 times a year, usually as a small committee, to discuss some of the issues that were going on at that time. That is really where this emerged, that we decided there's definitely some things in the code and the plan that needed to be corrected. So we were at less liability. And I'm happy to say that in Lapine, there's new leadership with the EMS and their board, and they're really taking it in a really positive direction. I really enjoy working with the new Lapine fire chief. I've been in communication with him, and things are really going well for them. And we are also establishing regular meetings. And this was one of the topics at our last meeting, and the committee unanimously asked that we work towards getting the plan and the county code, not just updated, but overhauled, as we felt there's so many things that need to be changed with it. Okay, I'll kick it over to you, Jared.
Yeah, so the current plan does face some significant challenges as it's written. Number one, it's out of date. And as Chris Bell will get into, some of it does not line up with current ORS, in violation of ORS in some areas. We also have inadequate coverage still in some areas, the outlying areas, Lapine especially. They are still facing quite a few challenges, I know, because I work with them daily sometimes. And I see their logistical challenges, and it's quite a bit. Obviously, our population is growing. We have more transient population, and then the increased demand on emergency medical services. We've really seen that increase since the COVID pandemic. So, especially in the Lapine situation, we have, if you were to look at the county overall, if we had one provider in all of Deschutes County, they would distribute the resources equitably. Right now, the way some of the outlying areas are, Lapine especially, it's very difficult for them. And they're not getting as much coverage, obviously, as other areas, Bend and Redmond. So we are hoping to change that if we can, or at least have a plan in place to assist them with their challenges.
And the next slide, now we're heading over to Chris. Here, I can pull this over if that'll help you.
Good afternoon. Just kind of to review, as Tom mentioned, county code, it's chapter 8.30 is what we're referring to as the code. And then the ASA plan is actually appendix A to the code. It's referenced in Deschutes County Code section 8.30-100. So that's what I'll be calling the plan. The code is just the general code provisions in chapter 8.30. And really what these provisions did, they established the franchises to provide ambulance and related services within the county 30 plus years ago. As the body who establishes franchises on behalf of the county, the board has the authority to regulate franchisees and enforce provisions of the code and the plan. That's really the board's role in all of this. And the code and the plan really kind of memorialize how this board or any board really would go about both regulating and enforcing, regulating the franchisees and enforcing the provisions of both the plan and the code. The code really is intended to establish, it really just establishes the ASAs within the county, the franchisees within each, or the franchises within each ASA, the general guidelines and requirements for franchisees, and the ability of the board to regulate the franchises or franchisees and enforce the code. Whereas the plan's really intended to provide the board's expectations or the legal expectations, the metrics and the standards to regulate the day-to-day operations of the franchisee. So it's really, the plan is meant to be sort of the template by which the providers, the franchisees themselves kind of know how to run their business. And it's really, again, intended to provide those metrics and those standards so that everybody's sort of acting on the same set of expectations. The problem is that the plan, as mentioned, is now very old, but the plan, frankly, is also not very well written. And I think it was probably written, this is me speculating a bit, as a brand new sort of document where nobody really knew at the time what those expectations would be, or certainly would be now, as compared to whenever this was first produced and first drafted. And so I think what you see in the plan is there's just a void. There's not a lot to it, and there's not a lot of guidance for the franchisees to really know at least what's expected from the county's perspective with regard, again, to metrics, standards, the legalities involved. And so I think the code, or excuse me, the Lapine situation, and, it is what it is, and we've all been through that. But I think it really highlighted what I mentioned later is that, the old saying, chaos loves a vacuum. When there's no standards or metrics, or when the standards or metrics are not adequate, the franchisees to an extent can be free to sort of create their own standards and metrics, create their own practices. And as we saw with the Lapine situation, that can lead to some results that
maybe weren't intended by the plan or the code. So that's what I see as the primary problem with certainly the plan. The code, I think, is pretty decent, at least as far as the basic purpose for which it was written. The plan itself, though, I think is pretty lacking in just, again, providing those metrics, but it's also inconsistent currently in a lot of ways with the code. And that inconsistency can lead to inconsistent or opposing interpretations, again, kind of highlighted by the Lapine fire situation. It also makes it more difficult to enforce provisions of the code or the plan when necessary with respect to franchisees, because if you have the plan saying one thing and if you have the code saying another, then we as sort of the regulating or enforcing body have to try to reconcile those inconsistencies and, fairly enforce and regulate, enforce the code and regulate franchisees. And that can obviously make it difficult when it's inconsistent. Again, the existing plan is for the most part the same as it was when it was initially adopted in the 90s. We did make a few changes to it after some of the real issues that were highlighted in the Lapine ASA or Lapine ambulance situation. But, we were kind of limited in the amount of changes we can make. We didn't want to foist all these new changes onto all of the franchisees in response to what was going on in that specific situation. And, we were sort of unaware at the time and not prepared to do a full overhaul of the plan or the code, given all the changes in the laws, the current push or the soon to occur push for ASA modernization, and just some of the issues that billing practices, things like that, which were kind of some part of the core of the situation with Lapine fire. So there's a lot of those changes to best practices or the law, standards of care that are just not incorporated into the plan as it currently exists. I also mentioned that the existing plan lacks clear and relevant metrics and standards. Really, it doesn't state the expectations as they currently exist of this board, of the law, and of best practices. And I think Jared can probably talk a little bit more about the specifics of that. But it's also, again, like I said, it's just not particularly well written. You read it and you wonder, kind of what's going on. It leaves a lot of questions. I think probably more questions than answers. And finally, I think the code and the plan, and in particular, the plan is currently written, create the potential for liability and to the county and difficulty in enforcement for the reasons stated. As I said, chaos loves a vacuum, and if the the plan is the overriding guiding light, so to speak, for the franchisees, doesn't really tell the franchisees what to do, then I think the franchisees, out of necessity and in good faith, are going to do, what they think is best. So, and then ultimately, I think the above described issues currently make it more difficult for the board to fulfill both its regulatory and its enforcement roles vis-a-vis the plan and the franchisees.
Yeah. So what does our ASA plan need? Basically a comprehensive review of all the language. The boundaries haven't been looked at since I said before 1997. There have been changes physically with staffing of fire stations, divided highways and such that should affect some changes within those boundaries. We need to update, obviously, the ORS and the OARs to match what is current. We need to somehow figure out a plan to create a good quality assurance program. Right now, kind of as Chris elaborated, every agency is doing what they feel is best, and there's no guidance from the county on that. So we need to at least have some sort of quality assurance or quality improvement plan in place. And then things we don't know. This plan hasn't been revised in a long time. Washington County and Multnomah County are doing a lot of different things. We just need to figure out what those are and if we need to include those in our plan or not. So when we put this plan together, we're asking for an outside evaluation, but we will include local stakeholders, all the current franchises, hospitals, clinics, and everybody else that is affected by service delivery of the ambulance services. And then hopefully by doing that, we can strengthen all the partnerships and create a better level of service throughout the county.
Hey, are there any questions at this point? I know we've covered a lot of information.
Well, just kind of the high level of, and this will all come out in this project request here, but what's the vision? What are we doing? And why are we doing it? As in, the scenario, somebody's calling for help. Hopefully somebody's coming. They're providing the best service possible, getting them to a location. And the Lapine situation was they were losing money every time they ran. Clinic opens up in town, they're running more, losing more money. Yes, it's a situation, but who did anything wrong there? I don't think anybody just got really
that somebody did something wrong. It's that the ultimate liability comes back to Deschutes County. And how can we create a plan to address those issues?
Well, a liability. Yeah. So as I say, liability for what? I mean, so there's a
in the plan, it states what our response times are per certain areas. It's not very specific. So what happens if we don't meet that response time and somebody dies?
That's the human condition, though. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. A best effort, you would hope that somebody has the best effort, best trained staff ready to go. If they're not called out by something else, and they can show up and somebody's not going to die. But yeah, so as I say,
the committee doesn't have the
it's a conversation.
Know that we're relying on the individual agencies to say, yeah, we're doing a great job. But we don't know. We don't have the metrics. We don't collect the metrics. We don't know how many times, for example, how many times the city of Bend is without an ambulance because they're all busy. Or Lapine, I guarantee it's more than Bend. Stuff like that. We've got to collect that data.
It's a conversation. Yeah.
No, it's a good conversation to have, Commissioner. I would just say when you've got 7 agencies potentially doing 7 different things because there's no consistency or uniformity in the plan as a guiding document, that can create certain potentially liabilities to the county in its regulating and enforcement role. And so I just think it's better to have consistency. It's better to have uniformity. So everybody's acting under the same expectations, the same standards, the same metrics. And I think to a large extent, they probably already are, but around the edges, as I hate to keep referencing the Lapine situation. But Lapine Fire started doing things that the other 6 franchisees weren't. And that sort of led to the issues that arose out of that situation. And again, I'm not saying that was right or wrong. I just think it's kind of what ultimately happened. I think it's a really good illustration of what's going on with the current plan, that there is really not a lot there that really kind of tells all 7 franchisees, hey, this is what the expectations are. And I think there's also a lot of new data, a lot of new changes to the laws, changes to just best practices. There's the ASA modernization effort. None of that stuff is in there. And all that stuff it should really be in the plan so that each agency can just have a central document that they can look at and say, okay, this is what the law says. This is what best practice says. This is what ASA modernization requires. And so everybody's working from the same book.
Okay, so what are you going to do about it? We have a problem. We need to bring it up to date. In 2018, I was at an event in Bend. It took 16 minutes for the ambulance to get there inside the city of Bend. If that would have been my husband, I would have So when when you're watching the clock and where is the ambulance, it's really frightening. And I would be surprised if that would be a standard number for within the city of Bend, but maybe it is.
And the overall state modernization of EMS that just was approved in the legislature, unfortunately, we're not going to see any results of that for quite some time. It's
What,
probably
5 years?
5 or more years. And actually updating the plan and code is something we've been working on. We started working on just before COVID hit. And because COVID threw the EMS industry into chaos due to workforce shortages and capacity issues, we weren't able to go back to that. And then now as we're coming out of it, we are finding that there are some other areas in the state that are beginning to work on improving their ASA. Ours is actually really good from what I've researched and have heard. I know state EMS, I'm in regular contact with them, and they seem to really be interested in what we're doing here locally in Deschutes County. And I feel like now is definitely the time that we need to make some improvements that set us up in the future to decrease our liability, of course, but also that we can have a more well-organized EMS system locally, even though ours, as I said, compared to some other areas where they're having some problems with their EMS providers, I think we're doing pretty good. It seems like all the providers work together really well, communicate well, back each other up when they're short, then, the other provider comes in and provides them mutual aid. And I really feel like we're doing a great job here locally, but this will set us up for the future much better. And the standards to be developed in the metrics, we've been bringing that up a lot, but that seems to be a new area where that everyone's looking in. And so the metrics to be looked at now, I believe, are much different than say 5 or more years ago that you'd be considering. So we want to do more modern type of metrics and efficient ways of judging how well our EMS system is doing. So a lot of that plays into the overall vision for this ask that we have. And that continues into our last slide to make a recommendation. We'd like to secure funds to hire a qualified contractor to create a new county code and ASA plan. There's a note after that bullet. I actually did meet with a couple agencies that do this type of work. They specialize in updating EMS systems, plans, code. Columbia County used a contractor, which Commissioner Adair referred me to. And I was able to speak with them just to see what they offered. And they did a comprehensive EMS system analysis and update. So which would be way more beyond what we'd be looking to do.
We don't need to do that.
I don't feel we do. I feel the EMS system here is actually
The
functioning.
great news is you have been with the plan, since 2012. So I really appreciate your continuity.
Yes. And I'm happy to say that in the past, my position didn't allow me as much time to devote to this project. I will be changing my role with public health and will have a little more time to devote to the ASA work. So I'm really looking forward to that. The timing of it is really good. And I think now is the time that we take some action, and the committee is all behind this, very supportive. Myself, the committee, county legal, Jared has been great as chair. He's the most proactive chair we've ever had as far as really wanting to make some positive changes. So it's been excellent working with him. And we will all, if we are able to get funds to secure a contractor, I will be a primary contact with them, as well as Jared, and pulling Chris in as well. And just to oversee where they're going and help point them in the right directions to make sure they're doing what our county needs. And
our question, are all the agencies up to speed on this ask right now? As in, would all the fire chiefs in Deschutes County be like, oh, yep, I heard about this one? Or is it news to any of them?
All the ASA members should know, who were at our last meeting. I've sent out multiple emails about this to all.
But the chiefs of the agencies, I guess.
I did ask them to stay in communication with the chiefs. I actually asked them to invite their chiefs to come here.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure. Do we have?
Hey, he saves the day. Reigns
Yes,
again.
it represents.
But I'm just thinking brain space for,
Yeah.
And even the board members, because as I say, I got kind of intimately involved with the Lapine situation, but the board members, it just got really interesting, because there's the policy at that point, and it boils it down to, how much capacity do you have? Are you going to ask the taxpayers for more capacity if you don't have enough? Are you going to run your ambulance for loss? How much of a loss are you willing to deal with? So it becomes the budget of a district, and that was one agency. Other agencies, every time you roll, you're making money. So,
Yes.
So you expect this to be up to 50,000 from your research?
From my research, that would be the top level, but we won't really know until we release a competitive RFP after July 1st, which I will provide the oversight with that, working with county grants administration and so forth, to make sure that.
So, so you're asking for kind of clarity today to move to reserve funding for this. I'm thinking this probably better just be a special ask in the back of the book that's either in or outside the proposed budget. I don't know. Is there a reason it's not that path? Yeah, nobody else was here, other than Nick on that. So it's not a special ask in the back of the book or a variable in the budget. It's kind of a direct ask for putting it in the budget up front. Any thoughts on that?
I haven't tackled that before, but we can certainly.
Well, because we usually have a subset of asks in the back of the book, so it's just working outside of that scenario. So just acknowledging it. I mean,
let me coordinate with.
Well, either we're going to set direction to it today and say go do this,
yeah,
or
if that's the direction the board gives, we will figure it out for sure. Yep.
I mean, if this has not been done since 1997, yeah, definitely we're on borrowed time. So I appreciate your leadership and your leadership, Jared, for, I remember some of those stories and they weren't good. So I'm really happy that we're looking at doing this.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We have a very strong EMS system in Deschutes County right now. My goal is to make sure we keep going in that same direction.
Yes. And I grew up in Heppner, and they're having a terrible problem right now with their ambulance system.
Everybody's having a terrible problem.
Yeah. Theirs is
Salem's getting ready to go into turmoil. Multnomah County's in turmoil. Washington County is in turmoil.
Okay. We don't want to be in turmoil. We want to be
That's why we're trying.
progressive.
What does turmoil look like? Just not enough people to.
Multnomah County right now, their provider is AMR. They're a private company. They have been fined by Multnomah County over $2 million for failure to meet response times.
They don't even answer the phone.
Yeah, they don't have people to.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. And AMR just took over Washington County from Metro West. And it's my understanding that they can't meet the response times in Washington County either. Salem Fire is now trying to kick Falk Ambulance, another private provider, out of Salem. So there's a lot going on.
See, and that kind of gets me right to the high level. Is this a mandated service that you shall do this response time, which is a deterministic service, which means you will have the people on, or is it an open free market where you do his best effort? So I'll go all the way kind of the highest level of what are we doing here? What's the philosophy? And I'm not to debate it here. I'm just kind of asking,
Well, you are correct in the first part of your statement. We are supposed to set those guidelines. You will meet this and then hold them accountable to that. Right now, we don't know who, if any, agency in Deschutes County is meeting those because we don't collect that data. I've talked to Drew Norris, Deputy Chief of Ben Fire. He has that data. They do track it, but county
not
level,
part of
we
the
just don't
ASA,
have it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we realize EMS providers, especially local or rural ones, they have much longer transport times, and often it's going to be very difficult to meet those metrics. So as long as, if they go over here or there, that's one thing. As long as it's not a habitual type of thing that happens, then we'd be concerned.
But there's a whole different philosophy than even that. I mean, are we providing a group of people to, and is there a profit? Not that it's a profit motive, but how does it get funded? So this is a tricky one when you get into some of it.
It is, because we're all public agencies, we are taxpayer funded. There are ambulance fees that we charge. However, every agency in Deschutes County is charging a different fee based on what they think is best practice. The city of Bend, I don't know if they still have it. There used to be an ordinance from the city of Bend that said the fire department could not charge more than 50% of the actual cost of an ambulance transport. So they're losing money.
Can I just want to pick up on that EMS modernization legislation that just passed, and the idea that will bring some substantial improvements to the system overall across the state, but not for a while. I mean, what that piece of legislation is moving us towards, is that, do those improvements overlap with what this revision of our ASA plan will do, or are they separate things?
They will be separate. There may be some overlap and some trickle down. In the legislation said they will not interfere with how a county runs their ASA. That's language that's stated in there. They will let us function independently how we want to govern our ASA. The one thing I've experienced, especially over the last 3-4 years, is the Oregon EMS division is greatly understaffed. They do not have any capacity. With the Lapine situation, when I asked them for some technical assistance and some different things, they couldn't help at all. And I even asked them recently, where are all the ASA administrators housed in the state of Oregon? And they said they didn't know. And but they are the ones that need to approve the plan. Once we come up with new plan, it has to get their approval. And they said they didn't have the capacity even to figure out where all the administrators were. So that to me just seemed like, wow, they are really
ASA administrators like yourself.
Yes, like myself. Yeah. And or where is it? Is it housed with county EMS? Is it with public health? Is it with the sheriff's? You know, where is it housed? That's another question. It is with some public health divisions.
So I mean, where I was going with this is, you know, I'm tracking you with the problems with our current ASA plan. I'm tracking you on the needs. You know, those are very important needs. But if you were to tell me, well, that statewide process is going to basically address the concerns that we have about our ASA plan, we just would need to wait for 5 years, then I would propose, you know, can we do something interim right now, like a patch on the most egregiously problematic things that we have to hold us over, knowing that we have really good operators in our region that will kind of keep things working at a high level.
So to say it simply, I've read through the modernization plan. I've watched a video on it, and it's a very broad spectrum plan. They're trying to standardize definitions, like what is an emergency 911 call. If you were in Deschutes County and you have a heart attack and you go to a STEMI center, ST elevation AMI, right? You're having a heart attack. They want to know that definition in Deschutes County is the same as in Lane County. So they're trying to standardize all that. If you guys remember 9/11, prior to 9/11, a lot of big agencies were using the same language, but there were little differences that confused them. After 9/11, we created NIMS, National Incident Management System, and that standardized everything up here. So everybody was talking the same language. It's my understanding that that's what the EMS modernization plan is attempting to do.
Yeah, I don't feel that our daily operations are going to be as greatly impacted by this rolling out. And also, I don't have a tremendous amount of confidence that in 5 years, things are going to be corrected. It could go in many different directions. And I don't want us to be put out or out there with that much liability in the meantime. That's why we're pretty concerned right now. Let's get this corrected. And maybe when it does catch up, then, you know, we can relook at it. But I think waiting is probably not a good approach to take with this.
Yeah. I mean, and kind of in the big picture, there are so many times where Deschutes County is leading in the state. You know, we do hard work to figure things out that then everyone else benefits from, copies, and I'm really proud of that. But I also am very mindful that we're in kind of a new period of fiscal austerity right now, where we may not be able to play that leadership role on everything anymore. And I'm just trying to figure out if this is one of those places where someone else leading could save us some money, even if it took a little bit more time.
I get where you're coming from that. And since I've been involved with Tom in this process, we've always looked to Washington and Multnomah County as kind of the leaders in the state. But now with the issues
You
that
just said they have major problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're no longer the leaders.
We have the chance right now to become the leaders of the state in this process, which is, I think, a good thing.
Well, it's good to know that we don't have to do, what was it with Columbia County, what they did?
Yeah.
You're saying that,
An analysis of the entire EMS system.
right,
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
because you have been with the team for what, 12 years and preparing us to actually take this step ahead. So I would hope we could do something for less than 50,000.
Yeah, I think we can. When talking to the contractor for Columbia County, when I mentioned what it costs them and what it could cost us for what we might say, oh, it would be significantly less for you than what Columbia County had to pay us.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I ballparked that figure. And I do believe we're going to be looked at when we take this process on as leaders in this. I really do, because the state is very interested that we are moving in this direction. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And if I could just offer, coordinating with Robert right now, it would be eligible for general fund special request in the budget if that's, whatever the amount is. If it's up to 50,000, of course, we need a specific number that would be included in the special request, and then the board could consider that during the budget process, or you could indicate whether you support proceeding with that at this time.
Well, and I think it is an optimal time to have this discussion. So I'm not opposed to it at all. I was just thinking the structure of how special requests come through this big organization we have, because, we're having a good discussion today, but there's probably other people want to have projects that show up too.
But I remember talking to you in July of 2019, and you told me that all the hospitals in the state, with the exception of Legacy and Manual in Portland, did not have a hospital bed. And you even put it out to Idaho. And I never did check with Cadillac in Washington to see if they were full too. And then what did we do? We spent millions of dollars during COVID, but Oregon did not add any hospital beds, which I feel, oh my gosh, that was such an oversight. So I appreciate doing this. And I thank you, Tom, for your leadership.
So I guess for clarity, I'd like to see this written up as a special request in the included budget, as in I'm supportive of it up front,
Could you get a firmer number from or a further range? It's less than 50,000 perhaps?
Yeah, they weren't giving me a figure. And that's the thing. We might put this RFP out and then somebody says 20,000.
Right.
We really don't know.
Does it hurt us to put it out and just?
Well, this is getting the approval to start that project.
Right. Well, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
As someone who's had to call 911 several times for my family, yes.
And commissioners, I'll just offer one of the changes that I shared with you that we're going to be proposing in this year's budget is kind of going from the general fund, supporting a lot of departments, to the ISFs, the internal service funds. It does provide this type of flexibility to fund these types of requests should you choose to fund them. We appreciate the direction today. Of course, then the next question is going to be based on what we find from the consultant, then what? But that's a discussion for a future day.
Yes, there will be many more discussions.
Okay. So are we good to go? Do we need a vote? Are we okay?
I guess I'm unsure if
we need to find $50,000.
Yeah, but it may be less than 50. So how will we know if we don't do it?
Yeah, I feel uneasy about putting out an RFP if we haven't figured out where the $50,000 is going to come from yet. But if I'm persuaded that this is very important to do right now. and it's just a necessary investment that the county's going to have to make. So, I mean, I would want to specify where we are going to draw up to $50,000 from.
So I'll make a motion to support including this in the fiscal 25 budget as the budget officer wants to, or yeah, I mean, just include it in the budget, I guess is the request. Because then we'll see where it comes from, is my point.
That's great. And we have these discussions in just a couple of days, and I see our health services director is in the back as well. So I'm not sure if it's coming through the public health portion of the health services budget, but we'll talk about that in just a couple of days. So that's great. Of course, you made a motion, so I don't want to get in front of you on that.
Was that a motion?
I
heard-
made a
heard
motion.
Commissioner DeBonne make a motion.
Okay,
To
was
include it in the
seconded?
proposed budget.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
I guess the one other thing I would ask is what is the role of county emergency management in all of this, and is that a potential place to look for some of the necessary funding?
Their only role is that Nathan sits at the table with us and, you know, his expertise and so forth, but there's no further role for emergency management than that currently at this time.
I mean, they don't have 50,000 hanging out in their,
Well, maybe they do. I don't know.
yes, okay.
Sell
Oh,
a
right.
stockpile of old N95 masks or something.
Oh, no, we have the ventilators, which we should be selling, right?
Yeah.
How much money did we spend on those? And is there a market? So Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good discussions.
Okay, so 3:26, I have to leave by 4. So Juniper Ridge.
Stand up for a moment.
I know, can we still stand? A 2-minute break?
Okay, 2-minute break.
Minute break.
Guess it's official.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Eric Crop, Deputy County Administrator, and joining me, go ahead.
Janice Garceau, Health Services Director.
Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management.
All right, I know the board's been here for many hours today, so we'll try to speed up this presentation. The purpose of this presentation is to give an update on Juniper Ridge and get some direction from the board about whether we continue our basic support services at Juniper Ridge. So that'll be the question at the end of the presentation. Just as quick background more for the public, the location we're talking about is the brown triangle on the screen. The orange shapes are the rest of the county property, and then Highway 97 bisects the property that we're talking about, which is that triangle. The blue is City of Bend, is the City of Bend owned property at Juniper Ridge. Just some basic information. The county owns approximately 50 acres. The zoning is open space and conservation. Also, there are, in addition to the camps on county-owned land, there's a significant number of camps on adjacent land owned by the City of Bend and the Bureau of Land Management.
Can you identify, going back to the map, could you explain again where the BLM land is in this area?
It's more north.
More northeast?
Yeah, northeast.
Okay.
So kind of what led to the code violation or the code complaint was garbage. So here's just a picture of the garbage that's been out there. There's also structures that are not permitted, obviously. Also at Juniper Ridge, if you tour it, you'll see some structure or some tents like this, and this is either a makeshift shower or toilet. On the left of the picture, you can kind of see a tent with a ceiling, or not a ceiling, but a covering. So based on the activity out there, as you know, the county received a code enforcement complaint. There were 5 main violations. Violation number 1 is unpermitted structures being used as dwellings, storage, etc. The general violation number 2 is excessive amount of solid waste. Violation number 3 is RVs on property that are occupied without a permit. Violation 4, RVs and structures without permits, without permit and without approval for some type of disposal of human waste. And then violation number 5, tents, RVs, and structures being used for camping or actually living. So those were the 5 main code enforcement violations. As the board knows, the board approved a remediation plan to attempt to address these complaints. And Christy will walk us through what's been done since.
Thanks, Eric. Sure. All right, so the next slide here. So after during the process of going to the board last summer, we put an interdepartment team together that comprised of property management, health services, administration, sheriff's office, and initially CDD, community development. And basically that team, basically what we did is we mapped out like what would it take to clean up the property and get it into a better situation to try to reduce or eliminate the code violations. We also initially had separate meetings with our external partners, including the City of Bend, COID, SWALI, ODOT, Forest Service, and BLM. So we just tried to kind of bring them along in the process and just kind of collaborated with different ideas. And so what you see here on the screen is what we did is we created kind of 3 different stations. Station 1, 2, and 3 is what we titled them. And each station included 3 portable toilets, included ADA, potable water, which was 500-gallon tanks per, and then a dumpster at 2 of the stations and hand washing stations. And so we put those went out last summer, August-ish timeframe. And we've gotten really good feedback on that. That was we were able to reduce over time a lot of the human waste, also trash and whatnot. So we'll just kind of take you through this quickly. Sure, thank you. So on the next slide, what you see here is we did a number of notices. I think it was like 10 different areas. We went out and posted notices. And what those notices included was just trying to notify the folks out there what our intent was to do in terms of supplying potable water, porta potties, hand washing stations, dumpsters, just to give them a heads up, and also included information on there about patrol service that would be going through, at that time it was twice a day. The information that we handed out also included, again, reference to sanitation services. We also took that opportunity to just try to educate people on no open flames, built structures, including that they were prohibited, and that we were going to be moving forward with cleaning up abandoned and burned out encampments. And then also the trash service. So I think I'll actually speak more on that for a second. Let's go to the next slide. Here's just a picture of the porta.
I just asked, so on the notices, was there any time frame put out to people saying there's an intent to move people out of here by a certain period?
No, at that time, the board's direction to us that we would not be moving folks out of the area. So initially when we'd come to the board had said we were to move forward with that. But then when we came back after county council advised the board not to move forward, then our notices did not include that we were going to be moving folks out of the area, just supplying services and just trying to keep them apprised of the activities in the area. Let's see. Will you go back one? No, never mind. Hang on a second here.
You're at the water.
Okay. So, yeah, the portable toilets is an example. If you skip back one, sorry. So that's just an example. We have the ADA there. And then on the next slide is the potable drinking water. So these have been well received. We haven't had hardly any issues like with the portable toilets or with the potable drinking water. We did have one of the valves did get broken on the potable drinking water, but those services have been out there for some time now, pushing probably 9 months, and we really haven't had any issues. And so that's been really a positive and welcomed service out there. We did have to sort of work through the freezing temperatures, and we were able to do that with our contractors by providing extra insulation around the spigots on like the drinking water tanks, and also the hand washing stations were freezing, so we just pivoted to using hand sanitizer and not water on that service. Let's see, on the next slide is just a couple pictures of the dumpsters. These are really well used. They're used by our contractor when they're doing the cleanup, as well as folks in the area. And we had started out with 2 dumpsters, and now we're just down to 1. And I'll get into a little more about the statistics on how much trash and whatnot has been removed there. So on the next slide is just an example of snow day out there. We were able to work with our environmental remediation contractor to do some plowing out there, which not only benefited the folks that live out there, but also our first responders. So in the event of emergency, we kept, kind of the main roadways cleared out as much as we could. The next slide. So one of the things that we've done, Ryan in property management is coordinated with the road department to pick up yellow bags, new yellow bags, and those are delivered to our environmental remediation contractor, and then they distribute them out to the residents that live out there. And that's been a really positive thing. So folks can fill up their own bags and put them in the dumpsters, or if they just stage them near their encampment, then our environmental remediation contractor will pick them up and put them in the dumpster. So that's, again, another really well-received function that we've been able to provide. Let's see here. And then the other thing we just wanted to bring to light is we've had a lot of, speaking about the yellow bags, and then just beyond that, even we've had a lot of resident cooperation, bringing tires to the dumpsters and helping the remediation company stage them. inviting environmental our contractor into their encampments and just helping them kind of sort through maybe what could go. Not everybody's that open to doing that, but we have had some of that. And there's been a lot of really good relationship building with the folks that live out there and our contractors, including the environmental remediation contractor, BioSolutions, and Compass Security, which provides the patrol. So that's been a real positive effect. So for the next slide, I'll hand this back to Eric.
Yes, Christy mentioned about the reasons to not move people, and that's listed here. Number one was the camping code and the requirement that the entity provide alternative place for people to live. Also at that time, there was a Hunnell Road relocation by the city of Bend. There was concerns that if we closed Juniper Ridge, that people would relocate to China Hat, and the county received a letter from the U.S. Forest Service expressing that concern. There's also the new shelter beds coming online through the governor's MAC funding. There was also concern that if we close the county portion of Juniper Ridge, that many people would relocate to other parts of Juniper Ridge owned by the city of Bend and or the Bureau of Land Management. And then finally, the Martin versus Boise Supreme Court case. So those were reasons that led to not requiring people at this time to relocate off of county-owned land at Juniper Ridge, which also means that we aren't able to address all of the code enforcement issues.
All right, so this next slide is just kind of providing some of the, numbers there. So mentioned that we started out with 2 30-yard dumpsters, and then kind of after the initial push of cleaning up abandoned and burnout encampments, we were able to pare that back down to 1. So a 30-yard dumpster holds anywhere from 7,000 to 10,000 pounds of trash. So far, we've had about 75,000 pounds of trash removed from the area. Removal of, I think now we're closer, since this presentation was submitted, I think we're closer to like 80, 81 bio buckets, and that's typically consists of human waste. We've had pushing 500 tires removed. We've also done the snow removal that I spoke to, and to date, we've cleaned up about 39 abandoned and burned out encampments.
How many more are there to be cleaned up?
Burned out and
Yes.
abandoned, they're all clean. So the only ones that are out there currently are active
Being-
encampments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So everything else has been cleaned up.
yeah, but as folks move and whatnot, there's still continually work to be done because stuff gets dumped or whatever, or somebody abandons an encampment and then we have to clean it up.
Okay. Thank you.
So on the next slide here, so the board had approved a $200,000 budget last summer. So as of March 8th, this is just sort of a snapshot where we are in terms of expenses, how much we've spent on trash would represent the environmental remediation, cost of dumping dumpsters, things like that. And then of course, we just have it broke down sort of in the larger components: portable toilets, water, fire extinguishers, miscellaneous, that would include like signage and whatnot. So just to give you an updated number, based on when this was submitted, we're now up closer to 134,000. So we've estimated that our $200,000 budget will last through about this fiscal year. And then over to Janice.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. So I got to spend a little bit of time actually with some of my teams that are out there. And I can talk a little
Janice,
bit
do you
about.
want to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's Christy too, but
We did in the
well,
beginning.
when?
Did in the beginning. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Okay, well,
I'll say it again.
Yeah.
sometimes when you start talking, then if people are watching, that
Yeah.
it really helps.
I'm Janice Garceau. I'm Director of Health Services. So they gave me the lucky task of talking about some of the successes, but definitely there's been, I've been watching the numbers of the garbage that's been collected, the tires that have been removed, the camps that have been cleaned up, that have been abandoned, and there's been a really successful effort there. And it makes a difference, believe it or not, to both the staff who are working out there, our security contractors who are working out there, and the people who are living at Juniper Ridge, to have the environment look different, and to get rid of some of the more dangerous waste that's out there. One of the things I wanted to comment on is that the waste buckets that are being turned in also, they don't just mean that waste buckets are being turned in, they mean that people are actually using appropriate facilities for hygiene versus buckets of human waste that are not really being handled as appropriately. So that's a positive. We have heard over and over again, both from staff and from people who are living there, that having access to porta potties and hand washing and potable water has made a difference in the lives of the people living there. And it isn't just a physical difference. It's a difference in terms of feeling like they're living in an environment where there's some basic human needs being met. Some people have moved out of homelessness. We can't give you a cumulative number because there are various groups of people who work with different populations there, but we have had some folks that we have worked with for a long time successfully move out of homelessness, and in part because, and this is what the team shared with me, so I'm just reporting back to you what they shared, that the experience of having more people in their space, meaning staff, security contractors, facility contractors who are engaging in cleanup, and the experience of having access to some basic amenities really made them more open to considering living differently and less willing to go back to living in the way that they had been before, and more open to finding housing and being in housing. So I didn't expect to hear that, and I thought that was a positive.
I would say definitely it's positive.
It's definitely positive.
Yeah.
It's very positive.
What about, I know there's a family with some really little kids. Are they still there? Do we know?
So I have to be really careful.
I just know, I didn't say how many. I just know there's little children there.
I believe that there's a family we worked with that is no longer living there and is living in more stable housing. Another really positive event, and this is one that I wouldn't have necessarily predicted, and I know there was some discussion about whether or not to have security out there, but the folks that we've contracted with for security have been amazing, and they've developed Compass Security. They've developed relationships with individuals. They've handled situations that are difficult really well, with a lot of skill and a lot of training and a lot of empathy. And they're having a positive experience with the individuals living there, and definitely for some folks probably create some sense of increased safety and connection to community. Solid wastewater contractor has shared the same, that they don't experience the environment as necessarily an overwhelmingly scary environment. They mostly have good experiences, and they're having relationships with folks that are positive. Doesn't mean that bad things don't occasionally happen. And service providers continue to go out and periodically communicate with folks. It's been a way for us. We would have done this anyway, but I think there's more trust and more access to people. And we've been able to share information about the dangers of heat, the dangers of cold, where to access warm shelter, where to access resources in really hot temperatures. And we have distributed fire safety information and fire extinguishers to a number of residents, though not all. Challenges have been, that this isn't ultimately a long-term solution, that eventually some level of outdoor sanctioned option needs to be available for folks. It would probably help address some of the safety issues that have been more challenging there. How long does this situation continue? How long can these amenities be sustained, and what will the alternatives be? I think probably the people living there wonder that more than anyone, but I think we're all wondering it as well. And
fire last week, was that on our property?
Yes. Yeah.
The RV fire.
Yeah.
Right?
There was an RV fire, and the individual lost 3 pets to that fire. So pretty sad situation. And And finally, if we are not able to relocate people, or if people continue to be living there in encampments, then some of the code violations that were found are difficult to remedy. It just is practically challenging. Do you want me to do this for you? Oh, I'm still on. Okay. So the current status is that there are approximately 14 occupied camps on county land, which represents about 20 people. There are estimated to be 74 vehicles. Is that right? 13 running and 61 non-running. RVs on county land are roughly 17, and that probably represents the encampments. So most people are camping in some sort of RV structure.
Is the 14 and the 17 then to be looked at together? Are those independent numbers? There aren't people with the RVs
There's
then?
approximately 14 occupied camps, 17 RVs. Yeah, I mean, I just from what I know of the area, the RVs are represented in the camp numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that some camps have more than one RV.
So 17,
Okay.
17 RVs in 14 occupied camps.
I think that's accurate.
And many more camps and hundreds of people on adjacent land. So as you all know very well, this is a very small piece of land where the county is involved and represents a much smaller number of people than the overall number of folks that are living out in that area.
Those adjacent lands are both city lands and BLM lands.
Yeah, the majority of other folks are living on city property.
Oh, you have here.
Then last slide, or second to last. In terms of next steps, as Christy mentioned, we have roughly enough in the budget, the $200,000 that the board allocated to continue these basic services through the fiscal year. The question is, does the board want us to continue these services past June 2024? If so, there's a couple different ways we could fund it. One is to work with finance and possibly, if the board approves it, use ARPA funds. As the board is aware, the board set aside $2 million in ARPA funds for homeless work. And then of that, there was further discussion from the board of 1.5, but holding back 500,000. In talking to finance, many of these services are the basic support services would be ARPA eligible. There are some activities such as camp cleanup that may not be, but we would work with finance to separate out those activities. We could also build it into the property budget for next year. So there's a couple different possible funding sources. And then really in terms of next steps, and it's not for today, but we would recommend revisiting relocation of people or closing the area when another area has been identified in close proximity. But we're not there yet, and hopefully as we get the RFPs back through the Coordinated Homeless Response Office, that might provide some area where we could relocate people. So that concludes the presentation. But we would like to get some thoughts from the board in terms of next steps. Again, we have the funding to continue through the fiscal year, but in terms of next fiscal year, we could either work with finance on the ARPA funds and or build it into the property budget to continue the basic services.
Before we dig into that, I would really like to ask about what we're learning from this experience. And you shared a little bit of this, but I'd like to dig even a little deeper. We often talk about unauthorized encampments, which are places which terrorize neighbors and create chaos, instability, and insecurity for the unauthorized campers. We talk about managed camps as this opportunity to provide a stable, secure place for people that may actually function as stepping stones out of homelessness, because we're not interested in just warehousing people out on the landscape. And that was my original concern about this, this package of services that we're providing out there, which is partway to a managed camp, but not nearly all the way there. But it does sound like providing some basic infrastructure and services, providing a reliable place for service providers to find people, and maybe providing a more pro-social climate than people might otherwise find in an unauthorized encampment is actually beneficial in certain ways. I don't know exactly how to ask this, but I want to understand what whether this kind of temporary situation, which is we have no intention of making this permanent, but whether this current condition is actually beneficial in certain ways in moving people, helping people move out of homelessness. And I guess maybe what greater benefits would we get out of a true managed camp, like permanent or long-term outdoor shelter?
So I'm obviously just offering you learning from my perspective. I'll also try to share a little bit of what I've heard in the group that may come from other perspectives. But I think we're definitely learning what isn't a surprise to me, but maybe is a surprise to others, that treating people with some just basic human dignity, approaching them as if they are capable of engaging in relationship, actually leads to better behavior and better relationships. So people in the camp are saying they feel seen and valued in a way they have not felt in a very long time. And that can be transformative for some people. So that's a positive lesson we're learning. We learned, even to our own surprise, that people valued the resources that were being provided there enough that they really did very little damage to them. And I think there was some initial concern about that. We were going to lock up the porta potties and the water stations for fear they would be taken. They have not, in fact, been locked up, and they have not been taken or damaged significantly at all. So I think we learned some things about maybe our own assumptions about how people might behave in that environment that turned out not to be the case. I think the other thing we've learned, and I have heard directly from my homeless services outreach team about this, is that an environment with absolutely no ability to hold the people who are harming others there accountable is not the ideal scenario. So one of the problems at Juniper is that it is a supported encampment, not a managed camp. And so if somebody is hurting someone else there, we have a difficult time asking them to leave. And I would say, my staff would say, we would occasionally like to be able to say, you don't get to be here anymore. You have hurt your neighbor, or you have stolen from your neighbor, or you've done something really scary to one of the people that are trying to serve you. What we've also learned is that's the minority of situations. That is not most people out there, but the people that are doing that get a lot of attention because everybody is worried about that behavior. I think we've learned it costs a little less than we feared, but a little more than we probably want to sustain over time. And we probably would benefit from a lot more services out there than we have the ability to provide. So
I do have a question about cost. Where's the security in our budget? I don't see it here. Where's the security bill listed? We have water, toilets, trash, and the miscellaneous.
Trying to get there. We'll double check that. And
It might be in the staff report, and I might have left it off the slides.
average is about 3,600 a month
And are they visiting twice a day now?
for twice a day, and we've backed it down to once a day.
Yeah, it's in the memo on page 220 of our packet. It says 3,600. which adds up to 14.5.
And then if I could just add one more learning, and it's not going to be new to all of you. There are still not places for people to go readily available. So it still takes quite a long time to get folks into more permanent housing. And that's just an ongoing issue. So.
Yeah, I mean, in this nation where you talk about the people who have exited to Oasis Village or other places, I mean, do you have any feel for how many more people would go somewhere else if it was available?
Many people would go somewhere else if it was available. Many, I don't have a concrete number, but I can tell you that many people would go somewhere else if it were available. There are complicating factors for some. Some have animals that they're very reluctant to part with. That can be a troubling aspect of finding housing. Some have rental histories that are problematic. But I just was with staff today doing training. I was with some members of the environmental health team, and they were just sort of incidentally sharing with me that when they're doing restaurant inspections, they've been shocked to find out how many of the people working in restaurants are living unhoused. I can guarantee you that those people would go somewhere if there was somewhere they could afford to live. So, you know, it's a whole spectrum of individuals, but the majority of people would love to have more shelter, more access to basic amenities, and more safety. Yep.
So I hear there's dogs out there. That's what you mentioned. People have their dogs, their animals. I'd be interested in seeing if we want to follow through with a registration of dogs like we have for the whole county. We already have an example of a bad situation with the dog. And this would be an ask, just one of those incremental things that we're doing. Oh, you have an animal. Oh, you're in Deschutes County. We have a rule that all dogs are registered in our county. Why are, I'm just,
So we've worked with a partner that's helped people get their dogs registered and vaccinated and spayed. It's a costly endeavor, and they're a small program, but there have been people that have been able to get animals registered as part of that process.
So I'm just saying it's one of those incremental things we could do, put a little bit more.
Do we know if there are any veterans there?
Expectations.
Do we know if there are any
veterans, homeless veterans there in the 14 communities? The 14 camps?
In those particular 14 camps, I do not know.
Okay, because, our Veterans Village just expanded, and they do have, the program has 24 apartments that they are using in the city. So I would just hope if there are any veterans there, I'm sure we probably would have met with them and help them move to a safer place.
If they're willing to meet with us and they're interested in moving to a safer place.
Does Covo work out there too?
Covo has gone out periodically and then sometimes not gone out. I don't know the current status of Covo going out. They're not going out right now.
I'm not sure.
We're not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those services we're providing, water, trash service and all that, are there other services out there? Or are those the three on, kind of that whole geographic area with the city of Bend and other properties? Are there any other services out there?
Other basic needs services or other kinds of services?
The basic needs, water, trash, and porta potties.
There's the Friday once a week. One nonprofit goes out and brings food and clothing.
Is Ben providing trash at Ben's parcels out there?
I think your question is about whether or not basic needs amenities are being provided at the other locations.
Right.
So the city of Bend has graciously offered to help participate in those costs. So we're just finalizing IGA with that in order for them to participate in it, because so what happened is last year BNSF required the railroad crossing to be closed, what that did is basically orphan part of the city's property, which is then closer to 97. So even if Bend was going to put services out there, it would be difficult to service that area. So then they offered to pay for some of the services that we're providing, because folks can't, I mean, folks that are out there don't know if they're on city property or county property. So we're taking them up on that offer of helping them.
Well, it's more the concept of, you mentioned there's 20 people possibly on county land, maybe 100 or more in the area. Are there other services, or are these services providing potable water for all those people? You know, that was kind of where I was
That's it.
going.
Exactly. It's just those three statements.
Just that. Yeah. Okay. Well, and then the high-speed entrance at 97 is bad. I mean, I really worry we're going to have an incident, people coming and going. They're walking past the construction site now when it's narrowed because of the construction to get up there. I mean, this is not a good situation for anybody getting there and getting back to community.
We actually, through our meetings with the other government agencies, ODOT identified that, and we're able to get the word out because ODOT was saying that they were seeing issues with people walking through or near the construction zone. And so we pass that along to service providers.
And crossing 97.
I mean, it continues to be a problem, but it's helped with the dialogue.
Yeah. So I'm just acknowledging another one of those, intractable things. We've got homeless people walking with bags to their facility there. It's just really a bad situation.
And then we had 3 dogs cross in front of me on 97, right across from it. Oh my gosh. And one of them, I think 2 of them made it fine, but one had to go to the veterinary hospital. So, yeah.
All the more reason for us to think about where people can go long term, because that is the bottleneck for us on clearing this area, clearing the 137 acres in East Redmond is, we need to have alternative places for people to go so that
Do you have ideas about that?
Well, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for this RFP process that's happening.
So the efforts
It's happening. It's happening. And I'm talking to people that are actually filling out applications. So that's the good news. So really was it good to go down to 1 time a day for the security people? You're telling me they have great relationships. We just had the fire there that was in the evening. To have the security there only once a day. Why did we decide to do that?
So the security company actually called us a while back, and we kind of just talked through it, and that was their recommendation to us. And so we brought it to the work group, and we all just kind of agreed that seemed like a good next step. With fire season coming up, we can certainly add another route per day. We're happy to
It
do
is
that.
fire season coming up. Yes.
And that particular fire, I don't know if having a security presence there would have made a difference. It was inside of an RV, and it was someone changing out their propane, their heat source, and not turning off their space heater. That's my understanding. When they were making that change. So it's an error. It's a user error. It occurred indoors, and I don't know that security would have witnessed that or known about that or been able to do much about that.
Well, I'm just saying.
But I do think for outdoor burning, yep. And for fire season, some presence probably may make a difference.
I know the sheriff's office originally, when I toured it in 19, they did not allow burning. It was in September when I was there, and somebody had like a fire going, and all the there were a lot of little cabins that had been built with wood. And now are all those gone now?
No.
We still have wood cabins. Do we have chimneys coming out of it like they were?
I imagine for the camps that are occupied, there is still some of that going on.
Okay, so we have to be really careful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as I say, one of the thoughts, just these variables, is there support for expectations for dog licensing and people that are on county land with unsanctioned camping? And I'm just thinking it's one of those incremental things we might be able to do today to, ask our service providers to be a partner in this. If we have, the outreach to the camps, let's make sure dogs are registered as the laws are required. Yeah.
So if you're talking about my service providers, they do that.
No.
Oh, okay, because they're doing that work with their people, but they don't touch every life out there. And so
Oh,
I
but
just
it's
want to,
it's one of those expectations. As I say, we've already, we had a death from a dog mauling. We have people living unsanctioned. And I'm not going to leave because of my dogs. I've talked to some of them. Oh, yep, I'm doing fine out here. I'm just going to hang out with my dogs. How about we ask them to register their dogs, be part of our society a little bit?
yeah, we're asking our clients to
Yeah.
register their dog.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking for kind of official support for, at least at this location, in efforts of trying to move something along a little bit.
Is there a thought about who's going to provide that service? And
We could work with Camp. Is that the nonprofit?
Camp has been out there.
So we'll continue to, there's a nonprofit, I think it's a small nonprofit that does that, and we'll continue to work with them.
Well, but even empowering, because I mean, a public safety officer is out there, sheriff's office, whoever. No, I'm just saying, if anybody's called, there's animals and animals should be licensed. It's just a simple expectation of people following the same rules everybody else does.
Would you like to add that to the budget? We can add another line item to have camp do $2,500 worth of kind of work with people out there and registering animals.
No.
Okay.
So it sounds like we've actually gone down in the number of people that are on our 50 acres then. We've actually only had, you said maybe only a couple have moved on? One here, one
I'm
there.
only speaking to the folks that I would know of because of our involvement with certain individuals. So it may be a much different number than what I'm sharing with you. Because I don't represent the entire community of people serving unhoused individuals. I'm talking about who we serve. So when I talk with my teams, they tell me who has been able to move off. And then, I'm careful about how much I share about that because those are people that may actually be open in services.
Okay, well, we now have 20 people on the property approximately. Christy, did you have a number from when we started?
Oh, boy. We had estimated somewhere between maybe 50 and 100, but I know that some of that included city. And just to, reiterate, with Hunnell Road closing, people coming and going, that number changes a lot. Like originally we had, I think, maybe 20 burned out and abandoned encampments, and that number's increased, right, to like 39 we've cleaned up. But then new folks have also moved in. So it's a very fluid situation. We're not tracking it on a daily basis in terms of new people coming, people going. So we're not tracking it to that level.
Okay, but we probably, okay, you said 50 to 100 when we started, and now you were just told 20. So that was the number in here, approximately 20 people. So we have made, according to this report, some progress. Maybe
We have made some progress.
we
I
have
think-
made some progress.
I think we've made a lot of progress in a lot of ways. There are probably fewer people living on the county-owned area. But I think again, speaking for myself, when the goals of the project changed from a timeline for people to leave, then we were no longer in a position, as I understood it, where we could tell people they couldn't be there either. And so counting who was coming or going became a bit of a fraught conversation. It is definitely cleaner. It is definitely somewhat safer. And people are definitely making use of resources without damaging them. And some people are leaving for regular housing. And I would count those things as successes. And I think there are also challenges. There are challenges for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last week I was able to meet with the governor, a couple of Eastern Oregon commissioners. We saw our last Tuesday, and I mentioned the land swap on the east side of Redmond is going to be a real important. Department of State lands for county land on the east side. So that's another effort, asking people to not be in a certain location. Maybe we'll come up with the place people can be, but the priority from my point of view is really getting that Redmond land swap, practicing some success on land utilization, because this is unsanctioned camping that is being, put in place without our knowledge or our approval. This is the world we live in right now. So let's focus on Redmond, get a land swap to go and do some good things there. And then, we're just gonna have to stabilize Juniper Ridge area until we can do more.
Yeah, in fact, I've been talking to the team and saying, and Christie's been kind of working on the next phase for the DSL proposal. So it's, one strategy is to continue what we're doing at Juniper Ridge for now, focus on DSL. There's been discussion about identifying land where people can go. And then once that's complete, then come back to Juniper Ridge. At that point, hopefully there will be some place for people to go. And then we could take the next step at Juniper Ridge in terms of removing people from Juniper Ridge and having an alternative location for them.
I mean, the other really interesting thing about this specific Juniper Ridge effort is, I've been operating under the assumption when we want people to go somewhere else from the 137 acres, that we need a fully established managed camp with, complete services, fenced in, gravel pads, all kinds of stuff. This is an example of a, not a long-term situation, but a temporary situation that, doesn't seem to be creating a whole lot of problems at this point. This could be a model for what we need to set up for the 137 acre land exchange to move forward. I would much prefer to have something more like a complete managed camp for people, but there's lessons to be learned essentially from this experience.
Is there general board support for us to put together a plan to continue these basic supports beyond this fiscal year?
Okay, so we're talking March. I'd like to know maybe another update in May before we have to make that determination. I'd like to know that
We'd be happy to come back.
things are still progressing, and maybe you can tell me that there's only 10 people there instead of 20 on our county land. And it's still not, things are being respected. People are getting more comfortable with the idea of, joining back in somewhere that's not on county land.
So as I say, I support getting focus up on the east side of Redmond for the business purpose of being able to trade land for the fairgrounds and the economic activity there. So as I say, that just whatever that transaction looks like, or whatever that system. So that means, I would support supporting people out there at the level we have.
And we're
knowing that we're in full on code violation, we're not even following our own rules and laws.
We're supposed to have that report soon, I believe, about the DSL land swap. Are we not, in a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Okay, so that's happening, and I do have to go on another meeting at this moment upstairs, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. DeBonne, you can continue on.
So there's some direction to this. Any other comments?
Nope. I mean, and if you want me to explicitly say, I would support continuing this level of service, for another period of time, then I can specifically say that. Do we need a formal motion?
No, we could come back with more detail so that, in terms of identifying the funding, so that's more clear.
Great.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Mm-hmm. So I heard a request to come back and talk about progress, and I just want to understand like what is expected. We're kind of in a status quo, like we're in a moment where we're not able, however people feel about that, to say you can't come in or you have to go. So we don't have a lot of control of the numbers of people there. And we're in a place where there may not be places for people to go. So if progress is going to be measured by how many people are there in 2 months, I don't know if that's a measure. So I would just ask that maybe we get some clarity, and not necessarily today, but at some point, of what exactly is being measured, and what you would like this group to come back and tell you about in a couple of months, in order to make a decision about going forward.
As I say, I support these basic services past the end of this fiscal year. So I think that's the question of the day. And then the number of people at the site is just a point in time.
Yeah, I do not see the number of people at the site as a metric that we need to be, that is meaningful to us. I mean, if the initial code violations, if we are kind of mitigating those kinds of issues, waste, human waste, those kinds of things, if we're not having security problems, those are, that to me, those are the kinds of things that we would want to measure.
Okay.
In terms of progress. And,
Thank you.
I will also just say that there are a lot of people in our community who keep saying, if you offer services to people, then homeless people migrate into our community. And I actually think it's really interesting that the population of this area, with the provision of all these services, has not increased.
It's hard for us to know for sure. I don't think it's exploded.
I mean, like, according to that theory, offering all these services just draws people in. There should be a flood of people going out to North Juniper Ridge, and it doesn't seem like there is.
Thank you. And I would just like to close and thank the staff for working on this. In addition to the three of us, there's Marissa in health. We have Ryan and Emily in property. We have Brian from the sheriff's office, Jen from admin. And this is very difficult work. I tell people when they ask me what I do for a living, and I explain, and my new saying is, if you want to get humbled, go work on homelessness policy. It's very difficult work. And I'd like to thank the staff who've been meeting every Monday and working through these issues. Very dedicated staff. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who's doing this work.
Thank you.
So our agenda item, what's going to be here?
13.
Number 13. I'm not even sure. Yeah. The two of us can work through this a little bit here right now in preparation for this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So tomorrow morning, the board has been invited to present in front of Leadership Bend here in this room.
We can't put this off till the next meeting.
There's not a whole lot of extra time left. This presentation is very similar to the presentation for Leadership Bend, with some updated slides that are pertinent to North County. So we can go through this pretty quickly, or I'll leave it to your prerogative. But the first 4 slides here are the exact same. Sorry. Thank you. I always forget that part. The first 4 slides here are similar or identical to 2 other presentations you've done. One thing we can consider as we go through these, there we go. These 4 slides are who are introducing the slides. I have slide number 2 as Chair Adair introducing the board and the strong administrator form of government. If we'd like to keep that, we can move on to the next slide, or if there's proposed changes to that.
In the past, we've done this whole minutes and minutes of each introducing ourselves. Are we doing that, or are we not doing that?
You have 1 hour.
Yeah. So I think we should, and as I say, I do it a little different every time, and I try not to talk too long, but a little introduction to ourselves.
You want me to put that in the notes section and reprint that?
So
just put each commissioner will introduce.
2-minute limit.
Each commissioner will have 2 minutes. Okay. To introduce themselves. Okay, great. Okay, moving on to slide 3. We have There we go. It's the video and we have tested the video. It should play. So it'll be uploaded here on the AV system. You do not need to play it today unless
Are you going to be there with us tomorrow, or we'll have the keyboard?
I think Angie's going to be down here tomorrow or get it all set up for you. Great. And I just talked to her and so she's prepared for that support.
So who's going to introduce the slide then? I mean, you want to do it? I'll do it.
Not sure.
So I'll just introduction and then hit go. Yeah.
Great.
And then Commissioner Chang. This would,
Oh, why mine's not it?
you can
There we go.
lead there and say, yeah, this is our conversation starter. So put Commissioner Chang down for asking about their questions right away.
Okay. Well, I'll double check that we have a flip chart in the room. Did that work well for you last time?
Yeah. I don't think we should
Honestly,
write
I
anything
don't think
down.
it's the right time to ask people for questions, but signaling to people that we're open to their questions is good.
Okay, so we'll let you do that introduction of the board will take questions at the end here.
Well, I think, that was your idea, wasn't it? I mean, you wanted us to stop right away and ask
No.
questions.
No, I said I wanted us to have enough time that people could ask questions, not that it had to go there. That was never my suggestion.
Okay.
I can move.
The problem was, people going on and on about slides so that there was no time to have questions at the end.
Yeah, well, let's put it at the end then.
So we can do one of two things here. We can keep it here and change the language saying there'll be times for questions and answers at the end of the presentations, or we can just move this slide to the end.
Well, in my experience, okay, yeah, and then because my experience was, hey, if anybody's got a hot one, now's your time, early, because that I appreciated doing that to see if anybody did have anything.
And if we have a flip chart and people can write and we can write stuff down.
Okay.
People
So you'll
can ask
talk
us
to that
questions
one.
anytime.
Yep.
So we're leaving this in and I'll change the language to instead of what questions do you have about the county, there'll be time for questions at the end of the.
Time for questions anytime.
Please answer, or, okay, so please ask your questions as we go along in our presentation. Is that what we're looking for?
I'll figure it out.
Do you want me to just leave this slide as connecting with you and then take off that second question? Okay, great.
I'll say if you have questions now, fire away. Otherwise, at any point in time, we can write stuff up here.
You
and
can
we
leave
will-
it like that.
We will have time at the end.
You wanted the words to change on the slide?
Nope.
Yeah, so we don't need to change
Great.
it up.
Perfect. And then I have that designated as Commissioner Chang's slide. Okay. Great. The next slide, is the Board of Commissioners. In a previous presentation, you divided the slide up for one commissioner presenting on the left-hand side and one commissioner presenting on the right-hand slide. Would you like that same format? Sorry, I forget. I advance on here and then I forget advance there. Technology, not my friend sometimes. Do you want to divide this up into,
Top to bottom, and I want to do the top part.
and should we do Commissioner Adair for the bottom
Want to
part?
do the bottom part or Commissioner Adair?
Commissioner Adair do the bottom.
Yeah, so there you go, top and bottom this time.
Okay.
I'll do elected officials in the org chart, and then she can do the departments.
Perfect. Okay, this is the new slide. And do you have your hard copies? The notes are in the hard copies of these slides for background information and further details on those.
So the sideways, there's another sideways set somewhere, so that it had this notes printed. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so we had them both.
Great. Do you have any questions on the content of the slides or the note section of the slide?
I'm happy to take this one.
So you want to take all three items on that page?
Sure.
And then, yeah, if there's any other comments or anything, we can just work through it.
Great. Moving right along here, slide 7. Again, 3 bullet points with notes in the context section. Or context in the notes section, sorry.
So my thought is I can share this with Commissioner Adair, so I can do the first, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just put Commissioner Adair and
Yourself,
DeBonne will present this slide.
Yep.
Great. Slide 8. This is pretty similar to the previous slide that we had on here. There was one, I removed the historic committee. I think that committee is done in the recruitment process, but the county's facility project review committee is still in recruitment. So that's the only change on this slide.
I can cover this.
So back a couple slides, planning for the future, Department of State Lands. It's a land swap, not a sale. And it talks about a land exchange in the notes, but it's a sale, which is, yeah, it's more just a swap.
For future industrial swap to benefit the common.
Or exchange, you can do, you know, land
Department of
exchange.
State Land Exchange.
Okay, great. I removed the word sale, replace it with exchange.
That's good, yeah.
Great. Any other edits for that one? Okay. And then the final slide, pretty straightforward.
Yep. That's where we'll talk for a good 45 minutes on the topics of the day.
That's the majority of the presentation. Great. And I'll just leave that unassigned and we can just open it up to the room. Great. Okay, I will print off the hard copies and put it in your box today so you have that. And then we'll make sure that the updated presentation is loaded and that there's a flip chart down here. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, other items, but also we had an executive session scheduled now without the majority, I mean, without Commissioner Dare. Maybe we'll put that off for another next week or whatever. So other items at this time then. Commissioner Chang, anything?
Nope, nothing.
So as I say, I was able to go to AOC Monday afternoon, and then Tuesday at 11:30 was a meeting with the governor. I had done this about 6 months or 4 or 5, 6 months earlier. Seth Crawford from Crook County had just kind of kept in communication. So it was some Eastern Oregon County commissioners, a subset of commissioners that you know, kind of selected by. But I mentioned DSL land exchange and also land siting of the landfill, kind of the two topics that I brought up to the governor specifically. And you know, her policy people were in the room also. And then I was able to spend a couple hours at the sheriff's office yesterday, search and rescue in their auto shop. Really learned a lot and got to talk to some great folks providing services for public safety over there. Toured the Wilson property on Monday afternoon. And then whatever else I did last week, but that was some of the stuff. Anything else, Nick? Yeah, so I think we're all set. Meeting adjourned.